Chapter 12 Good morning, Konoha. Yet another beautiful day as always. Rustling leaves, chirping birds, quietly flowing streams exhibiting the beauty and peace of nature. Guys, I really don't know how to start a chapter other than this thing, sorry. Our hero can be seen walking around groggily in his home having just woken up. He followed his routine perfectly on most days, yet it's okay to give yourself once in a while. At least that's what he told himself. So, reason about it, you may ask. Well, the previous day after the test he had gone to the hospital to get his wound dressed up. Having nothing much to do, went back home and started again reading his newfound book. Not that he found it as great as Kakashi did, yet it would be wrong to say that it wasn't interesting at the least. So, he lost the track of time and went to bed well past midnight until he finished the book. As expected, sleep cycle kicks in. Early to bed, early to rise, must have an antithesis too. That's your reason. Now, on the surface, it does look like a good old boring leisure day. But is that what fate has planned? Doubt that. Knock knock, who'd want to meet me so early in the morning? Naruto said to himself. Looking at the clock he realized that he didn't have any idea what the time was and said, scratch that. It's quite late, I'll just go check. He walked to the door and knew already who was on the other side sensing the chakra. Opening it gently, he saw an all too familiar Anbu with a cat mask standing there. Ahayu, Neko-chan. How may I help you? Naruto said grinning, although there were mildly visible dark circles under his eyes. Lord Hokage has summoned you. You're to report to his office in an hour. That's all, she said. Oh, I see. Thanks. He must have found some mission for me. I inhales Guise, I'll go as soon as I can. Naruto said, yawning midway through the sentence. As he was about to turn back and close the gate, he jolted awake as a sword tip pointed at his neck and poked the skin ahead. Want me to help you wake up? I'll make sure to do it so well you won't be able to sleep for the next week, she said as her voice easily gave out her irritability. Naruto put up his hands deliberately over his head and said, sorry, I surrender. I'll have to pass up on the offer. But thanks, I'm totally awake now. One thing he understood completely well from his knowledge of medicine and human body was about women's, so to say, time of the month, and through various experiences during training, and Hayate's constant request to not irritate her. He had also understood that it's for the best of everyone that you absolutely do not argue or in any way annoy them at that time. Although why a seasoned Anbu ninja like her also was a victim of the symptoms was beyond him. Must be very painful, maybe, is what he told himself. Good. One day with Kakashi and you're picking up bad habits. It's good for you that I'm on duty, otherwise I'd have to knock some discipline back into you, she said. Hi. Neku-chan. Naruto replied. Yugo blushed slightly as she was always embarrassed when Naruto said it like that. Fortunately the mask was on. He always addressed her as Yugo-sensei when she had her mask off, but since she remembered she was always Neko-chan for him behind the mask. Good. Be on time. Lord Hokage had a serious look on his face. Might be something important. Neko said as she vanished via shunshin. Yeah, I get it. Hokage's orders, no can ignore, Naruto said as he closed the door and went on to carry on his daily chores. Scene break and time skip, at Hokage office, come in. The door to the office of the Hokage opened and Naruto walked inside after waiting for the permission that was just granted. Ah, Naruto. I was expecting you, the Hokage said taking a glance at Naruto while doing paperwork. Naruto mechanically walked inside as if in a parade and saluted, Uzumaki Naruto, at your duty sir. What pleasure do I have to be of your assistance? The Hokage looked up directly at him confused as to why his behavior changed. He had tied up his headband although the rest of his attire was as usual. He looked into his eyes and yet couldn't clearly know if he was joking around again or being serious. Hence, he went with a neutral statement, you don't need to do that, just be normal. Whatever the case be, Naruto would understand. Do what, sir? What orders do I have? Naruto said. Drop the act, Naruto. The Hokage said now believing that he was just pulling his leg. Sorry. I see all the Anbu doing that so figured to give it a shot. Naruto said relaxing himself. The Hokage just nodded a little and then went back to performing his paperwork. After standing for a few minutes, Naruto asked. So, what mission have I been called here for? There is no mission for you. Kakashi told me missions for your team are due to start next week, the Hokage replied. So then why did you call me here? Naruto asked confused. The Hokage yet again took a minute only to answer, why, now I can't even wish to just meet you without a reason? It's not that, but I think something might be up. I can see that from your face, Datbeo. Plus Neko-chan said that you were very serious when summoning me, Naruto said. The Hokage closed the file in front of him and took a deep breath. He sighed knowing that it cannot be avoided. Better face it now and be done with it. Listen Naruto, this is a very important thing that I want you to know, and honestly I don't know how to tell this to you, the Hokage said. What is it? You can tell me anything without any doubt, Datbeo, Naruto said. Unbeknownst, a shady figure was listening to the very conversation through the small slit of the open door. It looked like it was waiting patiently to either eavesdrop on sensitive information or to strike at the first chance. Finally, I might get a chance to know some secret to the Hokage's weakness. A slight whisper was heard. Yeah, I've been looking too for quite some time. Couldn't find one, a voice from behind said. Yeah, exactly, right. It's the same with me. Hey wait, what? The figure turned back. What he saw was a crouching Naruto just in front of his face, smiling wickedly. Ah! He shouted as he ran inside the office through the door and stumbled on his own feet and fell down face first. Both Naruto and the Hokage looked startled at the floor, only to find a young kid lying there with his butt sticking up. Naruto looked at the door where his shadow clone who he left to keep away intruders was standing and then dispelled. He gained all the memories of the clone. So who do we have here? Naruto said in general. The kid stood up dusting his clothes and said, You? How dare you play such dirty tricks? Naruto took a good look at the boy. He had spiky brown hair that were protruding out of a hole at the top of his helmet. He had brown eyes and a chipped lower tooth. He was wearing khaki-colored shorts and a yellow t-shirt on which the konoha symbol was printed in red. Talking about dirty tricks, who was spying on us through that door? I just happened to catch you in the act, Naruto said. The boy was a little embarrassed but said, I wasn't talking about that. You pushed me and I fell down. Who's responsible for that? I didn't even touch you. You tripped over your own scarf. How long is that? Do you mop the floor around with it? Naruto asked. Liar, either apologize to me or I'll have you punished, the boy said. Before he could say anything else though, the situation turned upside down for him. Literally, XD. He didn't even realize when Naruto had grabbed his right leg with one hand and pulled it upwards, suspending him upside down, with the other hand being in his pocket. Hey, what the hell? Leave me alone, you jerk, the boy shouted while wriggling around wildly. Now, listen to me you little pipsqueak. You don't get to come around here and threaten to punish me for something I didn't do. This is have some manners. Is that clear? Naruto said, looking him in the eyes sternly. The boy gulped and said, Hi. Naruto went back to normal and asked, So who are you and what are you doing around here? Got lost on your way home? The boy realized that he was being made fun of and was about to shout again when. Honorable grandson, so this is where you are. I've been looking everywhere. Hokage-sama, I hope he didn't cause you any true awe. Hey you, put him down right now. Naruto saw someone come through the gate. He was an adult ninja, judging by the blue attire he had taken on, and wore weird-looking black goggles with a blue bandana. Hi there, is this your kid? Or did I hear it right? He's your grandson? You sure don't look that old, Gramps. I'll give that to you. Got some tips for him? Naruto said, gesturing at the Hokage in the end. The ninja turned red out of anger and embarrassment while a chuckle could be heard from the Hokage behind Naruto's back, before the ninja retorted. My name is Ebisu and I'm an elite jonin who only takes the very best and promising of students under my guidance. I'll have you know that I'm a perfectly young virile male, not that you have anything to do with it. And the one you're holding, hey, let him down. Didn't you understand the first time as the honorable grandson of the esteemed Sandaime Hokage-sama? Naruto was surprised at the revelation and turned his head towards the Hokage. The Hokage looked while smoking out his pipe and nodded ever so slightly. Naruto looked at the kid once again by lifting him further up in front of his eyes. He looked at the Hokage again. Let him down or else it won't be good for you, Ebisu said. Naruto did the same thing once again, looked at the Hokage and the boy one by one. Hey, Gaki. What are you looking at, huh? That is the Hokage's grandson. You're crossing the line now, Ebisu continued but was ignored again. After doing it the last time, Naruto said, so you were a brunette, huh? Ebisu fell down anime style. What the hell? You wasted so much time judging that. Yeah, so what are you doing here again? Naruto asked. I was here to land a sneak attack on my grandpa. Although you saw through it and saved him. You're good, the boy said. Haha, I already told you. I didn't do anything, you tripped on your own mop. Naruto said, waving Konohamaru in different directions. I'm the Hokage's grandson, didn't you hear? Put me down right now or I'll have my grandpa punish you, the boy said, knowing that he'd do it since everyone was afraid of his grandfather. Okay. As you wish, honorable grandson Sama. Naruto said as he dropped his hold on Konohamaru's leg, causing him to fall down on his head. OWWWWWWW. What do you think you're doing? The boy said, rubbing his helmet for some reason. You can't stop yourself from falling on the floor, yet you wanted to be able to attack Hokage-sama? Funny enough, Naruto said. That's it. You have crossed the limit. You bullied the honorable grandson of Lord Hokage. As his teacher, I cannot let that go unpunished, Ebisu said, going towards Naruto. Naruto just turned back towards him, slightly looking him in the eyes, and said, I'm sure I clarified that I didn't ask him to be here in the first place. But if you want to fight so badly, then bring it. Ebisu was shocked at the display but had now no choice but to act on his words. Before anything could happen though, the Hokage said, enough now, everyone. This is my office, not a playground. Ebisu, take him back from my office please. I have some business to attend with Naruto here. Hi, Hokage-sama. As you wish. Ebisu saluted and picked up the boy on his shoulder to leave the room. As he was leaving, Naruto said, "Hey, wait," stopping him. The boy looked at him with annoyed eyes. "What is it?" "I never got to know your name. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you." Naruto replied with a slight smile in his face. The boy's eyes widened slightly but then replied, "Konohamaru Sarutobi." Likewise, he added in his mind, "Your grandson is quite active. Just like me," Naruto joked. "Haha, that's double the trouble for me," the Hokage said, and both of them laughed. The laughter died down soon and only stillness remained. "So, you were saying," Naruto let the statement linger on. "Ahem, yeah. Listen Naruto, what I'm about to tell you is an extremely confidential information. No one except the two of us can know about it. Do you understand?" the Hokage said. Yes, sir," Naruto gulped as he spoke. "Good," the Hokage said as he activated privacy seals all around his chamber which restricted any sort of communication between the outside and the inside. He continued, "The thing is sorry for the interruption, Gigi. But you specifically said no one else can know about this except the two of us, right?" Naruto said. "I'm sure my mind has not weakened that much with age that I'd have misspoke. Why do you ask?" the Hokage asked. "I thought that included the anbu as well," Naruto replied. "Yes, as a matter of fact it does. I already sent them all away before we even started speaking," the Hokage said. "Except," Naruto asked. "Don't play puzzles with me, Naruto. Tell me clearly what do you want to say?" the Hokage said, confused and annoyed. "Sorry about that. I wasn't sure if that one is here on your orders or is he defying them?" Naruto said, pointing towards the bookshelf in the corner of the room opposite to the windows. "What? I don't sense anybody there," the Hokage said. "Neither did I until I used chakra resonance. It's really faint, like only an outline. You can pull the first 3 volumes of ninjutsu encyclopedia from the 3rd shelf from the bottom and you'll be face to face," Naruto said, both of them looking at the shelf. Suddenly, a black blur was seen running away from the bookshelf towards the window. "Oh my, something interesting is going on. Let's see what happened just now." Intruder Pav, flashback. A few minutes ago, ahem, yeah. Listen Naruto, what I'm about to tell you is an extremely confidential information. No one except the two of us can know about it. Do you understand? the Hokage said. "Finally, I can retrieve some useful information." The Hokage's face tells it. He is speaking the truth. "It's perfect that Danzo-sama chose me to act as a spy on the Hokage. I perfected the dormant corpse jutsu to its extreme." "Sorry for the interruption, Gigi. But you specifically said no one else can know about this except the two of us, right?" Naruto said. "Now what, another kid roaming into Hokage chambers? No, the privacy seals are active. What is this Gaki talking about?" "I thought that included the anbu as well," Naruto replied. "What, did he somehow detect me? Impossible. My breathing is so shallow, there is barely any air movement inside my lungs. My position is so still, not even a fly can detect if I am a statue. I erased all sense on me beforehand. The hiding with camouflage technique requires only the barest minimum amount of chakra around my body. There is no way anyone can sense me. Neither did I until I used chakra resonance. It's really faint, like only an outline. You can pull the first 3 volumes of ninjutsu encyclopedia from the 3rd shelf from the bottom and you'll be face to face," Naruto said, both of them looking at the shelf. "What? He did sense me, and he's just a child. What is this chakra resonance he's talking about? Anyways, I won't be able to capture him to present him to Danzo-sama, with the Sandaime Hokage here. It would be in the best to report it to Danzo-sama. With my presence detected, I won't be able to spy anymore here. The situation is still tipped in my favor. Both of them are still not sure of my presence, and there are no anbu black ops here. The Hokage will certainly not be able to pursue me once I'm out of that window. The kid won't even see me." He played one last time all the details in his mind and thought, analysis complete, mission aborted. With that, anbu instantly infused chakra and sprinted towards the window in a shunshin. He had almost reached the window within a second, and saw at the very corner of his peripheral vision, that the Hokage was still seated in his chair looking at him. Perfect. The Hokage is even more frail and senile than I imagined. Danzo-sama is right, as always. The village needs a strong leader. He had pulled out a kunai to strike the window glass to break it in such a way to create at least enough space for him to hop through. Naruto was standing quite a distance in front of the Hokage, so the intruder couldn't see him on the side. Nevertheless, it wasn't necessary since the boy wasn't a threat enough to distract himself even for a fraction of a second to turn his head and be wary of his position. Or so he thought. It was going all fine and dandy, until Naruto actually was in his vision now. No, not the peripheral one. He was horizontally crouching right in front of him. 1 second he wasn't there, the next moment he was. "Why are you running away?" he said. The intruder was too much surprised to even think. "What the, it's too late. I can't change course and risk engaging the Hokage. Collateral damage unavoidable. The Anbu planned to hit the window the same way, just with Naruto in between the two too. As he jerked his hand forward to stab Naruto in the gut. Wake up to reality, enough Pav. As soon as Naruto saw the Anbu running away, he immediately rocketed himself towards him using the flash step. As expected, flash step being much faster than Shunshin, Naruto reached in front of him in the blink of an eye. Why are you running? XD. Reference. It's a meme, Google it. Naruto asked him before going to handle him physically because he thought that the Anbu may have been scared or something. That thought was thrown out of the window as soon as the intruder prepared to do the very same act with Naruto. As he thrust forwards with his kunai, Naruto retaliated reflexively using a super punch right in his face. The kunai didn't do much except graze the skin on the side of his chest while the punch left the Anbu flying across the room with more speed than he had done with initially and crashed into the wall. Had it not been the privacy seals, somebody or the other would have surely raised an alarm immediately. The intruder was out cold immediately as his mask was shattered through which trickling blood could be seen. Naruto looked towards the Hokage when he saw him staring back and forth between him and the shinobi. He immediately raised his hands up defensively and stated, "Gigi, you saw that. It was self-defense, he attacked first." The Hokage would have laughed had the situation not been like this. He was never going to accuse Naruto of anything let alone punish him. His immediate awe was in the fact that Naruto had clearly sensed an intruder in his private office chambers and had the quick presence of mind to effectively neutralize him one way or the other. He didn't even try to move from his chair since Naruto had already been midway at that time to intercept the enemy. The Hokage gestured him to relax and went to take a closer look at the eavesdropper. The guy was clearly an Anbu, but he had never seen him on his own command. He had his doubts, so he opened his mouth to check whether those were valid or not. To his satisfaction as well as dismay, his doubts came true as he saw a silencing seal on his tongue. "Danzo, I never thought you'd stoop so low as to do something like this. He's still running the route under the covers. He placed this spy under my nose so that he could have his own way with the matters of the village," the Hokage said bitterly. "Mind telling me what's this about? I really don't want to know that I just dismantled the facial structure of one of your bodyguards," Naruto said. The Hokage looked at Naruto and judged it okay to tell Naruto about the matter. He explained how Danzo and him were teammates before, but the latter always had the taste for war and strength. After Hiruzen was chosen homage, Danzo formed his own organization, the Anbu Route, and operated it from the shadows. The route was disbanded officially a long time ago, yet it didn't seem like it was enforced upon. "I see. So what are we going to do with him?" Naruto asked, surprised that something of that sort still carried on under the shadows. "Give him to the TI, of course. Not that it will be of much use though. Danzo takes great measures to protect his secrets," the Hokage said as he removed the seals and called his Anbu squad. 3 Anbu appeared immediately and bowed to the Hokage. Neiko was the squad captain of the bodyguard unit at the time and looked at the Anbu in horror. She looked at Naruto, who just averted his gaze, whistling slightly. He was hiding inside the bookshelf. I assume it was since yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, none of the important matters or information was revealed during the time. Still, it is a blunder on our part. Strengthen the surveillance for now. Keep the matter quiet, we don't want to alert anyone connected to the enemy. You can take him away now, the Hokage said. She along with the other 2 Anbu once again chanted a "hi" and shunshined away with him. The only ones left in the room were once again the 2 of them. "I guess you must have more important matters to deal with right now," Naruto said, indicating the recent incident. "I think I can wait some more time for what you were going to tell me." Naruto turned to leave the place but was stopped by the Hokage. "Wait, Naruto. Quite to the contrary, it is now evident all the more that I need to tell this to you. Have a seat," the Hokage said as he walked back to his table, activating the privacy seals once again. Naruto walked to the chair and sat down while the Hokage walked to the window looking outside. After a silence of few minutes, in which Naruto uncharacteristically remained quiet, the Hokage said, "What do you think of your parents, Naruto?" Hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened as he never anticipated the conversation could actually lead him into discovering what he always asked the Hokage since his childhood. I don't know what to say," Naruto started as he gulped, but then added, "All I know is that my parents were killed in the tragedy of the Kyuubi rampage that took place 12 years ago. Yondaime Hokage-sama found me as an orphan and gave up his life to seal the demon fox away in my body to save the lives and existence of all the people in our village. He had thought that he got over it completely long ago, but it was proven opposite when his voice faltered and tears ran down his cheeks as he said, I could never know if it was the truth or not, but I always wanted to believe that my parents did love me, that they didn't abandon me, that they didn't hate me. It keeps me thinking that they're watching over me, and that I'm not alone anytime." The Hokage, still looking outside the windows, pulled out the pipe and exhaled a deep sigh. "The Yondaime Hokage's wife gave birth to a child on that fateful day," he said. "Oh, I've never heard of him. Actually, I don't even know who Yondaime-sama's wife was. They must be living somewhere away from here, I guess, Naruto said. Do you think the Yondaime Hokage was a man of honor, Naruto? The Hokage asked. Of course. I don't have any doubt about that. Everyone holds him to the highest prestige, and I'm no different, Naruto replied. And yet, you assume that he would be willing to sacrifice someone else's child to the nine-tailed demon fox spirit when he couldn't do that to his own? The Hokage asked rhetorically. No, I don't want to believe that. But in the end, he did, right? Naruto said, his eyes starting to dry up. From the other side, there was no reply. Say something, so what if he did? Naruto asked impatiently and frustrated. Hiruzen still didn't look at him as he couldn't bear to talk to the child face to face. He just stood there quietly. Naruto had already guessed the other possibility instantly after Hiruzen didn't even want to approach it from the start. But now with the Hokage forcing him to look on the other side, he said, No, you don't mean, it can't be, and his voice cracked, tears flowing freely once again on his face as he stood up from the chair smashing his palms on the table. Hiruzen took one last puff and knew that he would have to state the truth in the end. Exhaling it out, he turned his head towards Naruto with a look that could have conveyed anything but a lie and announced. Yes, my boy. You have realized the truth. Your father was none other than Minato Namikaze, Yellow Flash of the Leaf, or you may know him as the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto finished softly. He was breathing heavily as he slowly turned his head to look at the framed pictures of the previous Hokage, skipping 3 at a glance and focusing on the last one. Honestly, he wasn't a bit surprised at how similar he looked to his father. He had exactly the same color of hair and the same sky blue eyes, although the shade in his own was a bit of deep azure. That might have been due to his mother, he wondered. A bit of more hair, minus the whiskers, and he'd look the same as his dad. Why'd he not notice it before? Why did nobody notice it? Actually, nobody knows. Plot armor, lol. The Hokage was waiting for Naruto to take it all in, using as much time as he wanted. He would patiently stand there until then. The situation was rolling out normally, at least for now. To be honest, he didn't even know what to expect, considering the circumstances. Naruto looked at the Hokage with an expression that he wasn't able to discern, although he wasn't able to look further as Naruto ran towards him. Hiruzen closed his eyes with whatever was to come. He had prepared to take whatever anger Naruto had to dish out on himself. Verbal or physical, it didn't matter. He had endured so much of the mental stress, it was only right to let it out. Years of frustration must have an impact on one's mind. To be the revered Yondaime Hokage's son and yet had to live a cruel childhood. And it was all because the Hokage himself couldn't take care of him properly. He was just frightened of the possibility that if Naruto loses control of himself, then a huge disaster would be upon Konoha right now. But he trusted the boy to be brave enough and took a gamble. As long as he himself was the target, he was going to sacrifice whatever he could. It was his duty, as the Hokage to a citizen and as his guardian. Yet, he couldn't comprehend why he was suddenly encircled in 2 arms at the moment. He opened his eyes to see that Naruto was tightly hugging him while lightly sobbing on his shoulders. Arigato, Gigi, arigato, could be clearly heard reverberating in his ears. What for? Hiruzen replied without thinking and immediately regretted at the impassive-sounding attitude the words carried. Naruto didn't seem to mind it as he said, Thank you for telling me this. You don't know how much I'm relieved to hear that my parents did love me. And on top of that, my dad was the Yondaime Hokage. The hero of the village. How cool is that? Naruto, you aren't angry with me? Your parents left you in my care and I couldn't save you from my own villagers. I also kept the truth of your parents' identity hidden from you, Hiruzen asked, patting his back. Naruto, having calmed down, broke the hug and said, I mean, I am a little, but not with you. I'm just angry with how things turned out. You did what you had to do. I do think about how things would turn out if I had a normal life. But right now I don't, so I'll just go with the flow like I always do. Minato, I'm sorry to say, but you did a mistake leaving your legacy in my hands. I don't deserve to be treated like this, yet he gives me such absolution. He is truly kind, the Hokage thought. Gigi, not that I have any problem with it, but why tell me this now? Naruto asked. Naruto, my boy, I had kept this a secret because your father had a lot of enemies. If this information spread out anyhow, all of them would want to exact their revenge upon you. It was the best course of action, as far as I thought. But I may have been wrong. You are a ninja now, and certainly not an ordinary one. You possess the knowledge and experience that your father had, while also having the passion and skills that your mother did. I have given you the choice to make your own decision. You can take up the name of your father if you wish to do so. I can assure you that I will support you whatever you decide to undertake, Hiruzen said. You don't have to regret about anything. You did what you thought was the best for me. I don't have any complaint whatsoever, Naruto said. Thank you for forgiving me, Naruto, for I don't deserve it, the Hokage said. Naruto just acknowledged the statement and then went on to ask, Can you tell me more about Dusan and Kasan? First, I think it would be best to tell you what happened on that fateful night 12 years ago, the Hokage said. Naruto nodded and listened with the utmost concentration and curiosity. And then the tale of the day Naruto Uzumaki was born on began. Time skip Naruto was quite intrigued in the story that the Hokage had recited to him. This was of course just a first-person account of what happened in front of the Sandame's eyes, so had to have many blind spots, and he had noticed all of them. For example, initially he thought, why did the Kyuubi suddenly appear in Konoha out of nowhere? Yes, it's a natural aggregation of chakra and can appear anywhere. But to pinpoint specifically Konoha, out of all places in the land of fire, where the whole world seemed far-fetched. But there was no other reason for it to be, so it was acceptable as a fact that Konoha had real bad luck on the day of his birth. Next, Naruto was saddened to hear that the old Hokage's wife had also died that same day. He was told that she was on the team that was appointed to carry out Naruto's delivery. All of the persons on that team had died supposedly because the Kyuubi had appeared at that place for the first time, which already contradicts the fact that it suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the village itself. Nobody saw it coming from anywhere, right? Now even if one were to that were true, why would the Kyuubi come all the way to the village from that place which was a considerable distance away rather than cause destruction in the other parts of the land? Maybe somehow it had a grudge against Konoha. That was the only explanation left. The actual reason he got to know in the later part of the tale. Lastly, his father had come to save the village and seal the 9 tails inside him which made him the hero of the village. And he was grateful to him. He got to know that his mom was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, which was stupefying in itself, but was more fixated on the fact why his father was not present there at the time of his birth. If it was so pre-evident that the seal might be loosened, then all the more reason to be cautious. Why couldn't he seal the Kyuubi there itself inside him if it got released, or inside his mother again? Why'd he wait until the Kyuubi reached the village? Why? All of that had to be looked from many angles to be clearly understood, but there was no one alive at the time who could give an account of what had happened that night. And most importantly, the fact that was bugging him the most was the Kyuubi's statement back then. You'd fail to understand the truth even if I were to tell you. There was something that had to be connecting all these dots. Whether all of it was a mere coincidence was questionable at the least. In any case, he couldn't get any more out of the information he had, thus dropped it. Whatever happened was nothing less than a catastrophe, but I'm glad my parents were able to save the village. Not only Dad, Mom gave her life to protect the village too. And to protect me, he said. True, both of them were the heroes. And they wished that you'd be regarded the same as you restrained the 9-tailed demon fox spy. Alas, the people of the village weren't insightful enough to understand that. I'm sorry, Naruto, the Hokage said. I already told you. None of it was your fault, it was them. Those who stand behind and blame the shield that protects them from the bombshells aren't even worth taking the time to talk about, Naruto said. Judging the atmosphere to be tense, Naruto added, so, can you tell me more about my parents' life? As individuals, not that I didn't want to know about the incident. I think that will be great, the Hokage said. Awesome, tell me now. Come on, please, Naruto asked. I don't think that would be the best thing to do, the Hokage replied. What? I know that you're busy and all and we've used a lot of time but, Naruto said surprised. Hiruzen immediately raised his hand to indicate that he shouldn't jump to conclusions. I didn't mean it that way. What I mean is, it would be better if you see it for yourself, he said. Naruto was confused but stayed put knowing that some explanation would be further ahead. The Hokage instead moved away from him in a comparably wide space and performed a few hand signs after biting his thumb. Naruto recognized it immediately. Kachiyose no Jutsu, ninja art, summoning jutsu. A.N. Fun fact. Did you guys know that this is the only jutsu in the Narutoverse that specifically requires the caster to actually say the name of the jutsu out loud for it to be activated? The room was filled partially with smoke and a big ape appeared out of it. He looked around immediately for some danger signs ready to engage in a battle. Naruto took a good look at him. He had white fur all around his body except the claws or where the clothes hid them. He was also wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Why did you summon me, Sarutobi? Did that snake bastard come to make nuisance again? He said. Hello, Enma. No, fortunately not. I have summoned you to meet someone here, Hiruzen said as he motioned towards Naruto behind him. The ape looked in the direction only to find a small blonde kid checking him out head to toe observantly. Is this some sort of a joke, Sarutobi? Who is this kid and why have you called me all the way here to meet him? The monkey said. You should be able to recognize him. Doesn't he remind you of someone? The Hokage said pointing towards the side wall. The giant monkey turned his gaze towards the wall and instantly recognized the blonde hair that he had just seen. He looked at Naruto twice before knowing for sure. So it is really that child, huh? He said keenly noticing the whiskers. Yes, you were there when he was born. You must know his identity, the Hokage said. Emma just nodded in affirmation. Hiruzen called Naruto to come near them and he was there in a flicker. Naruto, meet the Monkey King, Enma. A breed introduction here. He is my personal summoning animal that I got through the contract. His special ability is that can turn into a staff that is even tougher than diamond. We have been together in battles for most of our lives. As you just heard, he was also present in the battlefield on the day you were born, the Hokage said. Nice to meet you, Enma-san, Naruto said, bowing a little. Same, kid. You're really well-mannered, I must say, Enma said. Well, you must be as old as Gigi. We should always respect elders, Naruto said. Hey, don't compare me to him. I'm at least 20 years younger than him. Well, whatever. What's your name? Enma said. Naruto Uzumaki, he replied. Uzumaki, huh? Nice. So then Sarutobi, you just called me here to meet him, that's all? Enma asked. No, I wouldn't dare to disturb you just for that, would I? I need the box that you've been carrying around for some time now, the Hokage said. What box? Oh, you mean that one? Are you sure, though? Enma said, bending his head slightly, looking at Naruto and then back. Maybe you should wait some more until he grows old enough. Here is inside and said, I have made my decision. He is old enough to understand. I don't have any right to deny him of this. He'll be going on dangerous missions soon enough, and Kami forbid if something happens to him before he grows up supposedly old enough, I won't be able to forgive myself, ever. I trust your judgment. You thought it out and that is completely fine. It is my duty to warn you again in case you act hastily and may regret it later, Enma said. Hiruzen nodded, relaying that he understood perfectly. Enma put his hand inside the small pouch on his side, and pulled out an article. It was a plain wooden box with a leaf symbol in the middle of it. Nothing fancy, just the upper lid detachable variety. He extended his hand for Hiruzen to take it. What is this box, Gigi? Naruto asked. This is something your parents left behind for you, the Hokage said. What, really? Naruto said as he grabbed the box hastily and tried to open it. Alas, the lid wouldn't even budge no matter how much force Naruto tried to apply. Haha, what is this thing made of? Naruto asked out of breath. Don't be in a hurry. Look close enough and you'll see, the Hokage said. Naruto looked at the box closely and saw that it wasn't just a plain wooden box after all. On the mahogany background of wood, there were minute intricate markings extending all around the box. It is sealed by the use of fuinjutsu, a high-level one. No one can break through using sheer force, the Hokage said. Whoa, that's amazing. Now what? Naruto asked. The Hokage smiled and extended his hand, gesturing Naruto to bring the box near his hand. Naruto obeyed. The Hokage placed his hands above the box and infused chakra, pushing it into the seal. In a few seconds, the seal glowed a bright shade of gold and started retracting into one point until it completely shrinked in the form of a circle. Naruto watched in awe. Now, try opening it again, the Hokage said. Naruto nodded and tried lifting the lid again. Somehow, as if magically, it was so light that it could be lifted with one finger easily. He opened it completely, and placed the lid aside gently. There were two objects inside the box. A scroll and a kunai. Although, it seemed a very odd-shaped kunai with 3 prongs, 2 on the side being a tad bit shorter. Also, there was a seal wrapped around the handle of the kunai. I think my work here is done, Sarutobi. I'm leaving now, Enma suddenly interrupted. The Hokage looked at him and nodded. Arigato, Enma-san. You kept it safe all these years for me. I'll see you later, Naruto said. No big deal. That's the least I could do for the 4th. I also have big expectations from you like your father. Don't be burdened by it, take it positively. Later, Uzumaki. Enma said as he vanished into a puff of smoke. Naruto looked at the box again and picked up the kunai gently in his hand. Whoa, this is quite heavy, he said. This is a special type of kunai that your father used. It is more efficient in attaching to the surfaces due to its heavy weight, wide area and multiple ends, the Hokage said. So my dad used to use explosive attached kunai. I don't see any other reason for doing that. These are at least not suitable for hand-to-hand combat, Naruto said, flicking the kunai in the air. Far from it. You are yet to be aware of the Yondaimi's special technique. By any chance, do you know anything about it? The Hokage asked. I read a lot about the Yondaimi wherever I could, but the texts weren't very specific about it. They were mostly first-person account manuscripts of what they had seen during the war, Naruto said. And what did they say? The Hokage asked, going with the flow. Well, basically nothing except one. He was fast enough that nobody saw anything. Neither friend nor foe. The famous Kanabi Bridge demolition was only possible because the Yondaimi killed 1,000 Iwa shinobi in a matter of seconds when we were in a state of crisis of manpower, Naruto said. And how do you think he did that? The Hokage asked. Well, I can only guess. He might have a spec. Best I can think of currently is that he used Shunshin very proficiently, Naruto said, folding his arms. I'm afraid not. We did have a deadly Shunshin user once, but he's no more with us now, the Hokage said, his eyes showing a bit of sadness and guilt. Anyways, that's all in the past. Now, to the topic. The Yondaime Hokage, my boy, used a special technique known as the Hiraishin. Naruto absorbed the words for a few seconds before a light bulb went off in his mind and his expression changed suddenly to surprise as he said, "You mean the Flying Thunder God?" Hiruzen raised an eyebrow but said, "As a matter of fact, yes. How do you know about it? You didn't recall it before." "Well, I don't want to remind you about it but don't have a choice. I took the scroll of sealing, remember? So, I was kind of curious and took a look at it," Naruto said sheepishly. Before the Hokage had a chance to say anything, he continued, "I don't know how to use any of them, I swear. Those were mostly quite complex except the multi-shadow clone which was forbidden just because of the risk of chakra exhaustion. There was a mention of this jutsu too. It teleports the user to a different place where a specific seal had been placed. Oh wait, so that is the seal on this kunai. Anyways, there wasn't much written about it and was still very crude and incomplete, hence risky." "True. But the Yondaime perfected the jutsu formula. Your mother's contribution was invaluable in his research as she was a master of fuinjutsu. The seal you just saw on the box was also put on by her. After years of training, your father mastered this jutsu and became one of the strongest shinobi of our village. He was so fast that he got the nickname," the Hokage said. "Konoha no Kiroi Senko, yellow flash of the leaf," Naruto completed. The Hokage just nodded in affirmation. "That's so cool. I'll get one of my own nicknames someday," Naruto said half grinning. "Sure, you will. I can at least see that far into your future right now," the Hokage said laughing. "Hehe, thanks. So Gigi, what's in that scroll? Can I read it?" Naruto asked. "Sure, go ahead. This was a message from both your parents although as far as I can see, it's written mainly by the Yondaime. It's not written for you though, I'm afraid to say," the Hokage said. Naruto just nodded and opened the scroll. It said, "Greetings, Sandaime-sama. I am writing this letter to you as the time of the arrival of my child in this world comes closer day by day. This will only be needed under extremely dire circumstances, but being ready for anything is a part of the job. I do not mean to be pessimistic, but we live in a ninja world, where the unexpected should be expected. Thus, as parents, it is imperative that we prepare to pass on everything that belongs to us to our child in case anything happens to the both of us. Granted that it is a far cry and that neither of us wish to be unfortunate enough not to be there to support our child. But both of us carry huge risks to our lives and those around us given our status. I assume you already are informed that we are having a son. Inspired by the gutsy ninja, I've decided to name him Naruto. He is all I have on my mind at the moment. So, getting back, I need you to take care of him should something happen to both of us. The seal will be weakened and there's a high probability that the Kyuubi can escape. If we don't make it, we entrust you with the care of our child. I would have asked someone else you know who had he not been skipping all his duties peeking around women's baths. Sorry to burden you with the responsibility, but there's no one trustworthy enough as you that I can ask for this, Sandaime Hokage-sama. Lastly, I've left the kunai inscribed with the encryption key along with this message. I ask of you to hand it over to Naruto when you judge him capable enough to handle the truth. And if you don't, I am also willing to give it away as a gift for the sake of the village. Although I sincerely hope that it doesn't come to that, for I have faith in my son. I also wish you good health and a long life. Yours sincerely, Minato Namikaze." Naruto scrolled it back after reading the entire letter twice and sighed deeply. "This box was kept beside you when I picked you up that day," the Hokage told Naruto. "Thank you for letting me read it. It feels good to be able to get a chance to know my dad's way of thinking through a one-sided conversation even if a little," Naruto said. "Nothing to be thankful of. The real reason I asked Enma to get this box here was not because of the scroll but this specific kunai," the Hokage said holding up the kunai in front of Naruto. "What's so special about it though? I mean I do understand now that it was used especially to perform the Hiraishin but I have no use of it as there's no one I know who can perform that jutsu," Naruto replied confused. "This one is not a regular kunai. It's the key that your father told about in the letter," Hiruzen said. "Oh, now that I think of it, there was a mention of a key in the end. I didn't think much about it since it was up to you whatever to do with that key," Naruto said. "I am sure that it's time that I return everything back to you, the rightful owner and heir of the namikaze," the Hokage said. "Gigi, you're doing nothing but confusing me even more. What is all this about?" Naruto asked baffled. "Here, see this?" The Hokage smiled and showed him the back of the kunai. Upon a closer look, Naruto saw a little world carved at the end in red color similar to that on his clothes or on the back of the flak jackets of the Konoha shinobi forces from which a lot of minute seals were emerging to cover all over the handle. "What's so unusual about it? I've seen that a lot," Naruto asked. "Yes, but it's not present on just every kunai that your father used. This kunai, Naruto, is the key to their home," the Hokage said. "What? I don't understand," Naruto said even more perplexed. "What part of it?" the Hokage asked. "The only relevant part, duh. Why go all the way to store away a key? People must have broke in as soon as they heard that the fourth had died." There are a lot of people who won't even think about doing that, but there are also a lot in this village who won't blink before robbing someone's grave if they felt like doing it for fun. Naruto said in a constantly rising voice. Do you think that the person who was the Hokage of the whole village at one point of time wouldn't think of that? Hiruzen asked almost nonchalantly. Naruto calmed down but said, still, I don't get it. I think that it would be best to look for yourself. Hiruzen said, pushing the kunai towards him lightly. Would it still even be worth looking? Must have been encroached by spiders and termites if not people. Naruto said, rolling his eyes almost as if making fun of him. As I said, all your answers you will find there. Now is there anything else you want to ask? The Hokage asked. Well, yeah. There are a few, actually. If you aren't in a hurry, of course, Naruto said. Not today, I'm not. Speak up whatever you want to ask, the Hokage said. Well, firstly, why would you go through all the trouble of asking Enma-san to keep the box for you? You must be having a nice cupboard in your office or at your home, I guess, Naruto asked. Just a while ago, I told you about Danzo. As I said, he can go to any lengths to obtain powers that supposedly could help him increase the power of our village. If he'd get his hands on the key of the Yondaime's home, he'd go vandalize it in hopes of finding the secret to the fourth jutsu. That's why I had it kept with Enma where it was completely safe, the Hokage explained. So he was really that much after the secrets? Naruto said. Yes. The Yondaime was very cryptic about giving information. Most of his working hours were concealed inside the house. Even if there's nothing worth scrap inside, as long as there's uncertainty, Danzo wouldn't have let it be. As a matter of fact, he had argued against me and the count, the Hokage said. Really? How so? Naruto asked curiously. He was already aggravated due to the fact that I had taken up the title of Hokage once more instead of allowing him to be the next one. It was one of the meetings where I had denied to give any answers and just ordered to agree whatever I had in mind regarding the Yondaime's property and possessions. Most of the councilmen were already saddened by the Hokage's loss and the village's destruction and thought no more of it. Danzo and the other elders, although objected at my decision giving various irrelevant reasons. Even if due to malicious reasons, he was right about the fact that it can't be left around indefinitely. Therefore, I declared that the property be left as it is for the next 25 years and will be assimilated into village resources after that on the condition that no blood relative demands the claim on that until then. That shut him up for good. Not that he had any other option. The Hokage explained. Naruto started laughing and said, ha ha ha, serves him right, guessing his character, he must have been really mad at you. I suppose you're right. But I trusted him to work for the better of the village, ignoring his methods even after that. It was a big folly on my part, Andaha to take responsibility for me, the Hokage said, whispering the last part. Naruto clearly heard but could not make head or tail of it. He shrugged it off, not poking in further. Have you ever seen though what's inside like? You had the key, he asked. No, I haven't. I had no business entering the Yondaime's home without any reason. He left the key with me only to protect it until you become deserving enough of it. Besides, as I told you, the more the topic went cold the better. Else, Danzo would have raised another issue even if I had a reason to go there, the Hokage said. I understand. This Danzo guy is dangerous, period. Next, why would that design be any different on the back of the kunai if it's so popular? Naruto asked. That day symbol is not just any fashion symbol, Naruto. It holds a significant importance to all of Konoha. Why would it be engraved in all the uniforms of the Leaf Shinobi forces? Didn't you ever ask yourself? The Hokage chided. Well, we live in the land of fire, so I guess the red color had to do something with it. And the spiral, I thought, just looks cool, Naruto said. The Hokage shook his head and said, that is the crest of a clan that existed long ago in the land of the whirlpools. Before he could continue, Naruto interrupted, what? You mean to say that everyone is wearing the clan crest of some old forgotten clan of some faraway land and they're just okay with it? Moreover, you allow that? The Hokage was now getting irked constantly by his actions. Naruto, I want you to keep your mouth shut and listen to me until I complete, he said, giving a forced smile which was easy to read. Naruto quickly got the hint and sat down, keeping a finger on his lips as a visual affirmation. As I was saying, it is true that it is the crest of a clan from a faraway place, but it is not just some clan. They were the reason we're able to live here today in peace, he started. It was at the time of the Second Great Ninja War that the Leaf Village itself was in a situation of crisis. Many personnel were deployed in different places either to aid our allies or to engage the enemy's advance forces. The enemy took advantage of the situation and planned to besiege Konoha. The Leaf was a close ally of this clan and didn't delay in asking for their support. The response was prompt and we got assurance that they were sending the best of their shinobi to aid us. Honoring their word, they did deploy their prime forces on the front. Although, he continued. Although what, did they turn back? Naruto asked. It was the Hidden Cloud Village. The Raikage was a greedy man who wanted to acquire for himself and his village a lot of unique abilities, especially in the midst of war, when no one would have the chance to debate against anything. The clan was also one of his targets. As soon as he heard that the forces of the clan are being divided, he launched an assault on the village hidden in the whirly tides, where the clansmen lived. The forces of the clan got the information from their intelligence unit about the upcoming attack on their home. I see. They had to save their own village so they couldn't have been able to help us. I don't blame them, Naruto said. That's where they defied all logic. There was not one member of the clan who had put their lives above honoring their promise. And it was the same with their leader. They were allowed to help Konoha and ordered to return back as soon as possible afterwards, the Hokage said. Wait, you mean they left their home undefended to save us? Naruto asked bewildered. Such brave souls they were. As I said, it is only due to them that we were saved. Naidame-sama had sacrificed himself against an elite Kumo unit to save his comrades including me. I was appointed the Hokage by him but I was too inexperienced myself and without even enough manpower, there was little we could do on our own, Hiruzen said. What happened to their village? Naruto asked. As soon as the attack on Konoha was averted, they turned the heels and traveled continuously until they reached their village. Konoha was in a really bad shape already and we couldn't spare a significant enough part of our forces to back them up. The Hidden Cloud's forces had raided the village and destroyed it almost completely. The returned forces of the Hidden Eddy still engaged in combat and managed to wipe off the entire Kumo regiment but lost their lives in the process too, the Hokage said. Oh Kami, they basically sacrificed everything for us and we couldn't do anything for them, Naruto said feeling grateful to those who saved his village. I can't deny that, Hiruzen said sadly. Did you just say they wiped off the entire Kumo regiment by themselves after fighting and traveling for days in the midst of war? Naruto asked wide-eyed. He added almost immediately, just exactly WQHAT was the power of the people of the clan that Kumo wanted so badly. Hehe, you catch on quick. The clan was known for its supreme life force and longevity. Also, they were masters of Fuinjutsu which could even restrain mighty creatures, one of which you already know about. This ability would have been useful for Kumo to capture them, the Hokage explained. They annihilated an entire population just because the Raikage wanted that power? What kind of barbarity is that? Naruto asked gritting his teeth. This is the ninja world, Naruto. Brutality is its second nature. Even if it wasn't, humans are wild creatures, just like any other. They search for power. For power gives them authority over others. There are all kinds of people, some good and some bad, as you already know. Some bad enough that they aren't even human anymore. But we have to live among them, for that is society as a whole for us, the Hokage said. Naruto just nodded in silence as he knew what the Hokage was talking about. The Hidden Cloud also had to suffer a heavy blow to their forces without any success in obtaining any resources or information. The clan had already destroyed everything that could be used by Kumo to gain power. After that, Kumo stepped back from the war which added another factor in achieving its end, Hiruzen said. And so we honor them by embedding their clan crest in our flag jackets as a memory for their sacrifice, Naruto implied. True, however, you missed a small point. Their crest, you see, was blue in color. Yet we wear it in red. Why? To remind ourselves that it was their blood which gave us another chance at the gift of life, willingly giving away their own, the Hokage said. Judging the sorrowful atmosphere, Hiruzen decided to tell him the good part. There might have been a few survivors. It said that a few managed to run away before or during that battle, he started. Naruto looked, but before he could any more, the Hokage said, although there were mostly rumors, only for him to be dejected again. But there was one I could say sure of. She was a little girl sent by the head of the clan to take refuge in Konoha. We were delighted to be of any help and took her among one of us, the Hokage said. Naruto perked up and asked, really? Who is she? Can I meet her? She must not be that old by now. She's no more with us, Naruto. She died in the attack that happened on the village 12 years ago, the Hokage said lighting his pipe again. Naruto skipped a beat listening to this. Another death on that day. Why did the Kyuubi have to kill them? She was the last of her clan, and she died too. Is that death on my birth, too? Naruto thought, his eyes starting to hold back the tears that were trying to get free all of a sudden. So the clan is now done for. We couldn't save them then, and we couldn't save her now. What was the difference? He said dejectedly. The Hokage knew that he had to break it to Naruto now or later. The latter not being an option. He took a deep breath and said, I think you're still not getting it, my boy. You should have guessed very well who the woman was by now, and I'm assuming you might already have. Isn't that right? Naruto had no idea what the Hokage was talking about. He never knew such a woman. The Hokage always keeps quite a lot more of expectations from him that he could process in his mind, it seemed to him. Until this point, he couldn't make head or tails of that statement. In other words, he was blank. Hiruzen exhaled the smoke and looking deep into the boy's eyes, he finished. Uzumaki Naruto. There was a few seconds of complete silence. Naruto's eyes widened to the point he felt they could pop out any second, but he couldn't care less about it at the moment. After a few seconds of analysis on why the Hokage suddenly pronounced his full name, he had put the two and two together. No, at that time it felt more like he had differentiated the harmonic series and the Basel problem, hitting a striking realization. The clan that saved Konoha was the Uzumaki clan. The village the clan lived in was Uzushigakure. The land was named as Land of Whirlpools. Uzumaki literally means whirlpool. How the hell did he not realize this sooner? That meant the girl that was sent to Konoha for refuge was an Uzumaki too. She died on the day of his birth. She was an Uzumaki, she was his mother, and so was he, an Uzumaki. The lone survivor. His head was heavy with all the things he had learnt that day and started throbbing. He clenched his teeth and gripped his head as he felt something trying to take over. His breathing became abnormally shallow and rapid. Naruto, I'm sure this must be hard for. Why are you okay? Listen to me, Naruto, the Hokage said, concerned and alarmed as the air in the room suddenly started thickening.
No, I don't think so. I think I'll just see you later, Naruto said as he stood up from the chair, wanting to get away as soon as possible, feeling something bad.
As soon as he took a few steps, the world started spinning and his legs gave over as he kneeled down. The Hokage was now very much distressed as he could sense a large amount of energy being concentrated in Naruto. It wasn't his own though, the chakra was so vicious it could only be demonic. The chakra was getting exponentially spiked. If the energy got released all at once, it would be impossible even for the Hokage to contain the blast and would at the very least blow up the building they were standing inside. Naruto, on the other hand, was desperately trying to control whatever was happening to him. He knew one thing though, that the chakra that was bubbling inside can't be let go of. He was clenching his eyes hard, concentrating everything inside, and suddenly something flashed in front of him and disappeared as soon. But he knew he did see something. It was him. Himself, looking straight at him. Felt like he was standing in front of a mirror, and yet, not. The only difference was the glowing red monstrous eyes. He was frightened but still didn't lose his focus on what he had to do. He concentrated all his chakra around the other one and suppressed it hard enough for it to go back or dissipate. Once he was done, he took a deep breath, gave out a satisfactory sigh, and the world turned black. Naruto woke up a little light-headed and checked his surroundings. He was lying on the couch in the Hokage office while the Hokage was quietly working on his desk. He sat upright slowly, feeling a little dizzy, but the headache was gone. "Oh Naruto, are you feeling better now?" the Hokage said, looking up at him. "Yeah, quite a lot. How long was I passed out? It's not been days, is it?" Naruto asked sheepishly. "Haha, no, nothing like that. It's just been half an hour," the Hokage said. Naruto let out a comfortable sigh. "What happened to you?" He jumped away a bit, looking at his back. Neko was there, standing with her hands folded. "Hey, don't scare me like that. I'm already a little disoriented, and really, it's nothing. I just didn't have enough sleep last night, so became a little dizzy," Naruto said. "Sleep deprived? You sure didn't look that way this morning," she said with a glare that he could even sense behind the mask. "Yeah. I encounter some problems when my sleep schedule is disrupted. Nothing to worry about," Naruto said, wanting to evade the topic, so he quickly turned to the Hokage and said, "So Gigi, I'll talk to you later. Bye, thanks again, and bye, Neko-chan." The Hokage understood that it had been enough for him for the day. He nodded and allowed him to leave. Rest of the matters, if any, can wait until later. With that, Naruto disappeared in a flicker, leaving through the window. Knowing that she couldn't leave mid-duty, Neko decided to have a conversation with him sometime else, and albeit quite annoyed, went back to her position. Time skip: it had been 4 hours since he left the Hokage tower. He was just wandering aimlessly around the town in circles, or ovals or rhomboids or whatever. He had gone to eat Shiraku's ramen in order to freshen his mood or forget about other things for some time, but it didn't work. All it did was worry Ayame why Naruto ate only 6 bowls of ramen and said that he's finished. He paid up and left, saying that he wasn't that hungry today. After all, he still had a plethora of questions still haunting him. For starters, he was reflecting upon what he should do next now that he knew all this. The past was in the past. He had already decided that there was no need to dwell on it. Whatever he knew or didn't doesn't matter. But now that he did, and what to do? Should it make a difference in his current goals, or his way of thinking, or something like that? Or should he just forget that it ever happened and sleep it out at home like a bad dream? But again, he was so confused that why is all this crossing through his mind in the first place? The Hokage had decided that he was wise enough to deal with it, so it wouldn't be just right to just leave it at that. Fortunately, none of it was public information yet. Neither that he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage whose face they watch every day on the rock statues, nor the fact that the once respected Uzumaki clan had one last member left, at least, as far as he knew, and it was him. To the public's eyes, he was the same Naruto Uzumaki who shouted about being Hokage every now and then for years and painted the Hokage's face as a prank. Why did no one notice that his last name was Uzumaki? The answer to this one wasn't that complicated. To the general public, especially the younger generation, The name of a clan which existed years ago in some faraway land would naturally not arouse any interest or questions. And to those who knew about it, deception wasn't a tough task either. Heck, he had asked Tsunade once that why is his last name Uzumaki when he was found as an orphan and both of his parents were dead already. He got the same answer. Well, you see, the wife of the first Hokage, my grandmother, her name was Mito Uzumaki. Since their children took up the name of Senju, so the old man decided to name you Uzumaki Naruto in her honor. Even then, it didn't seem like a convincing lie to him. Yet he thought that even if she's lying it was because he actually did have a last name, but the Hokage didn't want to tarnish his parents' image in the citizens' eyes, at least after they were dead. The rest of the people didn't even think much about it. After the destruction the village went through, and the demise of the Yondaime, who would investigate so deep into the demon child's last name which was covered up so well by the Hokage himself. Back to the current situation, it was quite a unique way of imagining the situation he was in, which he never really thought about until yet, as it could make a really big impact this time and the choices didn't seem exactly obvious to him. He was in a dilemma as he felt like he was standing blindfolded on a cliff. One step and he'd fall down. Either land in a lake and continue ahead or fall into a trench and die. What lied ahead, nobody knew. There was always an option of turning back, which always was the safest. And the more time he took standing there, the more difficult it would get to decide. In the end, the possibility of ending up in the lake or in a trench were not any better than the other compared to tossing a coin. Within his thoughts, he didn't realize that somebody was following him until now. He turned his neck swiftly to verify whether what he sensed was malevolent or not. Even in that mindset, he couldn't stop himself from rolling his eyes when he saw a panicked kid pull out a cloth and stand along the wall trying to perform the cloak of invisibility jutsu so poorly that even a civilian would laugh. The black stripes seen between the wooden planks on the wall were vertical and he was holding them horizontally, not to mention the obvious hands and feet sticking out in all directions along with the pineapple crown of hair poking from his helmet. He ignored the boy and started walking again, assuming that the boy would be embarrassed and turn back on his own. After a few turns, he could still sense the boy walking in erratic patterns completely devoid of any tactic that a spy would use and instead quite opposite of it. He decided to leave him alone again since he remembered that he himself roamed around in time wearing bright orange clothes while training to become a ninja, which would metaphorically scream, "I'm here, come attack me, if you were on a mission. Go back home, kid. I know you're there," he said in an attempt to scurry him off.
Yet again, his forehead ticked when the boy started following him again after losing him for 5 minutes. When he turned back to tell him to buzz off, he looked at a perfectly cuboidal supposed to be a rock box of cardboard which was poorly painted.
Naruto had never sweat dropped that hard. After a minute, the stalker lifted up the box a little to see whether Naruto had left or not. He could not see Naruto's feet anywhere. He removed the box and stood up looking around to see if there was any sign of him. "Huh, where'd he suddenly go?" he said aloud. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sword impaled itself in the ground a few inches in front of him. He was so surprised he fell down on his butt, losing his balance. When he looked up, Naruto was standing in front of the sword with his hands folded. "What do you want?" he asked. "How do you know I was here?" the boy asked. "Well, duh. A perfectly carved block of stone which has the most unnatural design of a rock I have ever seen lying in the middle of the road following me for 10 minutes isn't suspicious, I guess," Naruto replied. "Fine. I know it isn't very realistic, but that was all I could make that I thought could work," he said. Naruto sighed looking at the dropped face of the boy and said, "Look, Konohamaru, I know you're trying to be a ninja, but you'll have to train hard to do that. What you're currently doing is what kids do to play around imitating to be ninjas." Konohamaru looked at him with a hanging jaw. "What?" Naruto asked, feeling conscious about it. "What did you call me again?" the boy asked. "If I remember correctly, your name was Konohamaru, right? Don't expect me to call you by titles or anything," Naruto said. "You just called me by my name?" Konohamaru asked. "So what?" Naruto asked, getting irritated. "I knew it, you were the one I was looking for. Please make me your apprentice," Konohamaru said, rubbing anime tears with puppy dog eyes. "Yeah, appren what?" Naruto said, surprised, suddenly forgetting his earlier thoughts. "Yes. I want to become a ninja who is stronger than my grandfather," Konohamaru said with determination. "Sorry kid, but I'm not stronger than your grandfather if that's what you're implying," Naruto said, laughing a little. "I know that already, but you acknowledge me as myself. Everyone just identifies me as the honorable grandson of the great Hokage. The only way I can be acknowledged. When I become stronger than him," Konohamaru said. Naruto looked at the boy with curiosity. He had never thought about it. He didn't realize it before, but now he knew that it wasn't that simple, even being a celebrity or something like that, until you don't make a name for yourself. He had been treated like shit for years in the village because he was considered filth and nobody acknowledged his existence. And here was another, the complete opposite. The boy was the grandson of the Hokage, honored all over the village. Wherever he went, people would shower him with praises and greetings. And yet, the same. It was all due to his grandfather. His existence too was not acknowledged, just in a different manner. Now he was sure of one thing, that merely disclosing his identity would make him acknowledged or even respected in front of the world would have been a fool's dream. Hey, I'm guessing your silence is a yes. He was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by a hand waving in front of him. What? No, I was just, ahem, sorry about that. Look, I can definitely say that I get where you're coming from. You want to prove your own worth to everyone and not just hide inside the shadow of the Hokage, Naruto said. Konohamaru just nodded furiously. But, he added, you realize that I'm just a genin, right? Heck, it's been 1 day since I officially became a shinobi. How can I possibly take up a student when I have 0 field experience? Plus, you already have a teacher, the one with the weird-looking goggles. Konohamaru's face fell as he said, I understand. You have your own work to do too. Just to say, my sensei is the same as other people. He's strong, but he's always going on about how I should train hard just to be like my honorable grandfather Hokage. I guess I'll have to do something on my own, after all, he added. He turned around picking up his cardboard box deciding to leave. Hey Konohamaru, wait, Naruto said looking at him. Konohamaru turned around again and looked at him with an inquisitive gaze. Fine. I can't be your full-time teacher, but at least I can be your senior, per se. I can give you advice or some useful tips or something, I guess. If you get what I mean, Naruto said. Really, don't worry, I get it completely. Thanks boss, Konohamaru said delightfully. Be boss? Naruto asked startled. Yeah, you're the senior, so it's natural I'd call you boss or maybe senpai, if you prefer that, Konohamaru said. Naruto didn't know why, but he suddenly shivered hearing the word senpai as he remembered reading it almost all night that he was awake yesterday reading that novel. Give it to me, senpai. Yes, put it deep inside, he instantly shook his head clear of all the details in that obviously feminine voice. Ahem, no, just boss is fine. I guess since you're my underling, I'll have to help you with something. Let's go, come with me, Naruto said. Yes, boss, Konohamaru said grinning. In of them were standing in a clearing in a random training field. Okay, now, I'm gonna teach you to perfect the cloak of invisibility technique, since from what I've seen you've got it completely wrong, Naruto said. Konohamaru's sweat dropped crying anime tears. So, the first thing you need to know is that this technique is completely useless in a battle, unless you're extremely proficient at it. It's used mostly for spying purposes or hiding from the enemy in a generalized search. I used it a lot in my pranks though, hehe. What you need to understand first is that you have to keep yourself completely still, while focusing that the camouflage you're using blends in nicely with the surroundings. You have to think like a chameleon who is patiently waiting for its chance to. In this manner, Naruto helped Konohamaru perfect his technique, and the day went by. Time skip, late afternoon, early evening, both Naruto and Konohamaru were sitting on a log in the shade and munching on some chips. Naruto had brought them some light snacks while Konohamaru trained to perfect his technique. Konohamaru, your sensei's approaching, Naruto said finishing his chips quickly and the boy did the same. Should I leave before he comes? He'll give you a hard time? Konohamaru asked. Oh, definitely not. We're going to test our training results right now. This is the perfect opportunity, Naruto said smirking. Konohamaru just tilted his neck in confusion. A few minutes later, Ebisu approached the clearing and found Naruto sitting on the same log as if waiting for him. Looking around, he didn't see Konohamaru anywhere. What did you do to the honorable grandson? Ebisu said frowning. Look for yourself. He's not here. He already went home, Naruto said nonchalantly. I don't believe you. I just came from the direction of his home, Ebisu said. Well, how should I know? You're free to look for him, if you think he's here, Naruto said. Don't try to fool me. He's not here. You hid him somewhere, didn't you? Tell me where he is, Ebisu replied. I already told you, I'm not stopping you from looking for him, Naruto said. Looks like I'll have to use force on you after all, Ebisu said. Naruto saw that cold look in his eyes that he had seen so commonly around since he remembered anything, but he had long forgot to give a damn about it. Just for the record, whatever I'll do will be in the name of self-defense, Naruto said smiling. You won't be thinking about any records by the time I'm done with you, Ebisu said readying his stance. Naruto grinned and suddenly dozens of cage bunshin spawned around them. So many, but how? Of course he can. How can I forget? He has that demon's chakra inside of him, Ebisu thought. Huh, if you think I can be defeated by a bunch of cage bunshin, you're in for a good beating yourself, he said. I'm sorry, Ebisu-san, I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm not going to attack you with these cage bunshin, I would never think of it, Naruto said innocently. Being a little suspicious yet confused, Ebisu asked, what are these for then? Oh, you might want to have a look at this first, Naruto said as he pulled out a small book out of nowhere. Ebisu realized something and reached into his pocket only to find it empty. It was the latest edition of the Uchiha series that Kakashi also kept reading these days. Although, Ebisu at least had the decency to not read it around in public. Hey, how did you get your hands on it and when? he asked red-faced. That is a question for later. Now for your initial query. Here's a gift. See you next time. Naruto said, making a half-ram sign and throwing him back his book. Ebisu quickly prepared himself for an attack, but how could he even possibly think of dodging an attack that flattened the Hokage himself? Orochi no Jutsu. Harem the clones jumped on Ebisu, transformed into an erotic young girl, pounced on Ebisu from all sides. He had an instant massive nosebleed and passed out from hypovolemia. Ha 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 ha, works like a charm. Every time, Naruto said as he rolled on the ground laughing. He went to the log he was sitting on and tapped on it. It's okay, he won't be getting up for a few hours. Suddenly, something detached from the log and a cover removed itself only to reveal Konohamaru. A few minutes earlier, oh, definitely not. We're going to test our training results right now. This is the perfect opportunity, Naruto said, smirking. Konohamaru just tilted his neck in confusion. What do you mean? He asked. You have to use your cloak of invisibility to hide from your sensei, Naruto said. Oh, I see. I'll go look for a good place then, Konohamaru said, feeling excited at the idea. Nowhere else. Hide here, Naruto said, pointing at the log. What? No way. This is in plain sight. He'll recognize me immediately, Konohamaru said. That's the whole point, to hide, you idiot. And remember, sometimes the best way to hide something is to keep it in plain sight. Now come on, he'll be here soon, Naruto said. Oh yeah, sure, what about you? Konohamaru asked. Don't worry about me. I'm a pro at playing pranks, Naruto said and winked. Present time, you did great, he didn't have a clue you're here, Naruto said, patting him on the shoulder. Yeah, it's thanks to you. I learned something I haven't been able to for months, Konohamaru said. Hee, it's nothing. Naruto said sheepishly. How did you defeat my sensei though? Are you that strong? Konohamaru asked. Who knows? But we didn't fight, I just played a prank on him. It won't work twice, Naruto said. But again, it might. He's a complete pervert, he thought. Wow, you are so cool, boss, Konohamaru said gleefully. Haha, it's nothing, Naruto said, grinning. After a few moments of silence, Naruto said, Kono, listen. It was fun and all today, but this isn't how it will be forever. You will have to train regularly like you did today, and even harder. I will have my hands full with my own work. We won't be able to do this every day, as I already clarified. You start taking it seriously as soon as you can, that's my advice to you. Listen to your sensei, and especially your grandfather. There's no one in the village who thinks and knows what's better for you more than him. Going more superficially, I think you should focus on building your physical strength, or rather stamina, right now. Try to study a little every now and then, whatever interests you. You can then move on to the next stage as you grow, step by step, he added. I understand, boss. I have a question, though, Konohamaru said, saluting him. Sure, speak up, Naruto said. You must also have a goal too, right? Konohamaru asked. About that, yeah, I have. My dream is to become the greatest Hokage ever, Naruto said as he turned to walk away from Konohamaru. The Hokage, really? Konohamaru asked. Yeah, you wanted to be able to become even stronger than the Hokage, right? Even if Gigi gets old by then, I'll be your opponent. You'll have to train hard if you want to beat me. There's no point in doubting yourself now. Keep moving forward, Naruto said in a motivating tone, almost out of vision now. Konohamaru smiled widely and shouted, I will. Arigato gozaimasu, and bowed. Naruto raised his hand in a parting gesture without looking back and disappeared from sight. Somewhere secret in Hokage's mansion, my decision to trust him was right, after all. The Hokage was sitting alone in a dark room looking inside a crystal ball, watching the events unfold. He was glad that Naruto was able to impart the wisdom in his grandson that he had been trying hard for him to get to understand for some time now. Although, I still have to think about issuing a restraining order on using that jutsu anywhere in Konoha. He had an instant nosebleed as he thought about it. If you couldn't already guess, Naruto was currently sitting on top of the Hokage monument, on his favorite one, to be precise. Until now, it was just because he found the yondaime the hero of the village, kind of a role model thing. Today was a different feeling, though. All those times he had wondered about his parents, and it was the first time he knew that his father was literally supporting him all the time, indirectly. Lol, forgive me, I know these are not always funny. This one here was probably not too, but I just like doing these puns which use the word, literally, in the right manner and not just to emphasize the point, which is wrong. Now that he had a little more time to think about it, he also thought about how surprising it was to hear that the Nine Tails was already sealed in a Jinchuriki twice in Konoha before himself. And the fact that both of the hosts were Uzumaki, the second one being his mother. The village must have already realized after sealing the Kyuubi in the first host that it can only be successfully contained inside an Uzumaki host due to their extreme life force. My mom was the only option they had at the time. There was only one Uzumaki left. Naruto thought, did she even have a choice, though? Or was it just imposed on her like it was on me? His anger flaring the more he thought about it. I can't stop wondering about it. What happened that night, Dad? Why didn't you stop the Kyuubi from being released? This had to be a foolproof plan. Naruto asked as if his feelings would be conveyed through the rock monument. But his anger died down slowly, knowing that nothing would be achieved by being clouded by biased feelings. What am I complaining of anyways? In the middle of all that, I didn't even have a chance to ask anything about my mom. I don't even know her name, he thought as he chuckled slightly at himself. He took a long sigh and stood up, making up his mind. He recalled the final advice he had given to Konohamaru. There's no point in doubting yourself. Just have to keep moving forward. He basked in the waning glow of the evening sun. The sunset view was beautiful as always, no doubt about it. Still, it was nothing new. One could see that scenery every day from that point. Yet, for him, it always brought him different conclusions to a day. Just yesterday, he was a normal shinobi. Granted, he still is a normal shinobi, but life just kept giving him constant twists and turns. He also realized that all the choices life had given him led him to where he was now. The choice to travel with Tsunade. The choice to train in the arts of the ninja. The choice to become a shinobi of the leaf. And all of this was because he embraced the opportunities, for the better, without a doubt. Had he not accepted change, he would have been the same way as he was before. What am I afraid of anyways? The only thing permanent in this life is change. I can't stay where I am forever. I will take on whatever lies ahead in my life and give it my all as I have ever since, Naruto said. He flicked out the tri-pronged kunai into his hand. All it takes to make it happen is, he added, taking a few steps, making it to the edge of the rock. It felt almost laughable considering the stark similarity he felt with his internal dilemma taking in a form of physical situation. Although not blindfolded now, he still didn't know what lied ahead. Yet, he understood that there was only one way to go through it, and it was to close his eyes and take a leap of faith. He jumped forward knowing that there was no turning back now. Life had him yet another choice and he had taken up on the offer. Chapter 13. Our protagonist stood in the twilight of the evening in a dazed manner in a certain part of the village. A look around and one could see that this was one of the most posh colonies that existed in Konoha. Akihabara Avenue of the Hanabira district. Yeah, the name sure sounded a lot like an elite colony would. It better be, since I had to look up a lot for names in Japanese on the web to come up with it. Smiley face. Although these villas were nowhere comparable to the huge compounds that shinobi clans were allotted, these were still far superior to the properties of even those of the prosperous upper stratum of civilians and shinobi alike. It wasn't a place that he had ventured around much, since most of the luxurious villas and cottages were owned by the uppermost class civilians in Konoha. Who wants to be lectured by some rich-ass stuck-up bastard anyways who'd threaten to file complaints for trespassing for something as trivial as going over their roof? Shinobi rarely ever earned this much amount of money in their lives solely legally by virtue of their official ninja duties. On the top of it, most of them continuously spent their fortunes on either sake or sex, paid, of course, since in the life of a shinobi, any day could be your last. Hence, there was little reason to save up much for retirement or basically any long-term goals. Coming right back on the situation, it was worth knowing how he got here in the first place. He obviously didn't have the chance to ask for the address beforehand. The simple answer was the kunai that he was holding in his hands right now. It seemed to be magically, cuter word for magnetically, lol, attracted to this very place, although very slightly, but Naruto could somehow sense the pull. It was always in the same direction, like the needle of a compass always looking for north. No matter what turns he took on the streets, he felt he knew where he needed to go, and he had only been able to do it once he had got his dilemmas straightened out and became tranquil. But first let's also see the little events that happened before he could reach here. Flashback. Naruto was free falling as he had leapt from the Hokage monument. He always loved the feeling of weightlessness that came along while doing so, yet never dropped his guard whatever he was doing. Courtesy of that, he had a gut feeling that he was being watched from afar. He quickly put the kunai back into his pocket at once, knowing that whoever was stalking him wouldn't be able to notice anything minor from that distance. He landed on a tree top which was sturdy enough that it didn't crack no matter how many times he had landed on it. He jumped off the tree into the streets, keeping up his usual calm face, not wanting to alarm his follower that he had taken notice of him or her. Another reason not to take the rooftops was that blending in a crowd was far more easier an option for stalking someone undetected, so it would give the opponent an advantage. That's exactly what Naruto was trying to do. Bait him in as close as possible, so that he could have more of a chance to analyze what was happening, which wouldn't be possible if a considerable distance was maintained. And it worked like a charm. He was a little more spooked though, as he realized that there wasn't just one. He could sense two presences on the rooftops behind him, carefully treading ahead, completely invisible to a normal person. Surely it wasn't Konohamaru, and safe to say they weren't ordinary ninjas either. They definitely had the know-how of attempting stealth missions. A chill ran down his spine, but the suppressed smirk on his face told that it wasn't one of fear, but of excitement. Man, this wasn't on the menu today considering how much I have had on my plate, but again, it's an opportunity. I really need this adrenaline to blow off some steam. This is exhilarating. Naruto thought. Lol, Senku, is that you? XD. He had been carefully sensing the movements of both the followers and got a good opening in their follow pattern. When he took a turn, one of them had to cross to the opposite side of the lane to keep an eye on him from both the sides. For a split second while jumping across, he wouldn't be able to conceal himself at all. Naruto waited for the perfect opportunity as he took a sharp turn and almost immediately dropped something at the corner. The very next moment he acted as if he realized he dropped it and turned to pick it up. The one above him saw it but couldn't do anything to warn the other one. As the other one jumped across, Naruto saw him through his peripheral vision, not showing in the slightest that he had seen anything. He picked it up and walked away. In his mind though, he knew what he saw had confirmed the doubts. That uniform was no doubt Anbu. And I'm sure I'd know if Gigi had sent them. These might have been imposters, but their skill is too good to be mistaken for not being one. How else would there be Anbu though? Shit, I know. That bastard, what was his name? Yeah, Danzo. Gigi told me about his organization, the Root. He kept on walking through the streets randomly as if taking a stroll. Both of them don't seem to have any sensory abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to rely so heavily on visual support. That's great. I can trick them easily once I find a deserted alley or something. He almost stopped walking once he realized though that they might be waiting for the same opportunity. Surely there won't be anything worth getting from me for that old militaristic hawk, except the Kyuubi. He sent them to kidnap me. Gigi said that I should be wary of him, so he was probably worried about this scenario. This guy doesn't want me to be a ninja. I can't even assume that they have orders to take me alive or not. Well, I'll show him how I'm a better one than all of his goons combined, he whispered slightly. He took a sharp turn again and after going a few dozen meters gritted his teeth as he realized there was one more following him. He didn't realize it before because this one was blended in the crowd and had kept a good distance away from him. It was only since that one specific person had took the same turns multiple times as him. That one is a censor, after all. He's been following me from a distance without having to keep an eye on me. After losing one of the kind today at Gigi's chamber, I didn't think he'd do the foolishness of doing the same thing again. But hey, maybe Danzo still doesn't know about it yet. A great opportunity to take two sensory ninja away from him in a single day, he thought, mentally smirking. He prepared a plan to deal with all of them without creating a ruckus in the crowd where they could easily escape if the situation demanded. It was a cross bait. I don't think this word exists, but I don't have any in mind either, as he wanted them to believe the same thing with him being the prey. He found the perfect lane to slip into quickly. Fortunately, the crowd was thick, so even if the censor ninja would want to approach quickly, he'd have enough time to deal with the other two. He made sure not to run, lest the censor would immediately ditch the civilian attire and approach him directly. The enemies on the roof looked at each other and nodded in a signal to commence their operation. Both of them jumped in opposite directions and landed directly in the line of Naruto's path, blocking both ways. The lane was only wide enough to accommodate two persons crossing each other at once. Naruto thought about acting scared and such initially, but decided against it since he was way too tired for that drama. These guys won't be going anywhere anyways when he was done with them. In the twilight, visibility was quite low and further dropped in that narrow lane. That was the reason they couldn't see his scary grin that formed on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, you have been placed under arrest. Cooperate with us and we will not harm you, the one in front of him spoke. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for you. Any way you look at it, you are going to be pummeled under my thigh in a really bad mood because of you guys, Naruto said. Target not compliant. We now have permission to use force, the one in the back commented. Yeah, in the name of self-defense, I do too, Naruto said nonchalantly. Do you have permission to use lethal force too, though? He couldn't help but add. Although the rude shinobi didn't pay any heed to his words and prepared to attack him. Alive. Although, not necessarily unscathed, I guess, he thought. Before any one of the duo could make a move though, Naruto quickly weaved a few hand signs. The earth everted beneath both their feet and clamped around their legs. These petty tricks won't be able to save you, the one in front of him said. Naruto didn't pay any heed to them as he had already completed another set of hand signs. Before the end moment, he produced two cage bunshin which ran towards both of them. Up until this point they were confident that it was not going to be any trouble to fend off against him. But they sure were surprised when a big gust of wind propelled the clones at them at high speed. Futon. Daitopa, wind style, great breakthrough. He can use Doden as well as Futon, both of them said. As the clones pounced on them, they barely managed to hold them off given their good amount of strength. Although, suddenly even more unexpectedly, the clones vanished. And before they could figure out anything else, a high-speed jet of water, accelerated by the force of the wind, hit their heads and they were knocked out cold in an instant. Sweden no jutsu. Naruto could be seen standing midway looking at both of them with a bored look in his eye. Both of them didn't even had any time to comprehend what hit them. After all the talk about being Black Ops commandos, Anbu always looked like fodder to me. This wasn't fun at all, he said nonchalantly. As he said that, suddenly the face of an angry Yugo blinked in his mind. Well, exceptions are always there. Meanwhile, the censor ninja was already on his way to the alley as he had already sensed some sort of a tussle happening there, indicating there was no requirement to stay covered. He was back in his anbu attire. As he reached the edge of the roof of one of the buildings, he was shocked to see his two companions already defeated and the target was nowhere to be found. It's a failure, he ran away. I should report back to Danzo-sama. The target by now must be moving to alert the Hokage. Maybe I can intercept before he reaches the Hokage toe. He stopped midway and jumped reflexively a few meters away as he felt a tap on his shoulder. As he turned his head, Naruto could be seen waving and smiling at him. Well, if you wanted to meet me so desperately, you could have just asked, he said. He also looked at the anbu more closely. Unlike the other two bulky men, this one seemed like a dwarf. His height was even shorter than Naruto himself. Ignoring the possibility that this guy was suffering from achondroplasia, the only other possibility was that this one was still just a child. Hell, he wasn't even at the age of a genin. It looked like he was 8 or 9 years old at best. Naruto felt a surge of anger directed towards Danzo as he hadn't even spared young children to turn into soldiers. How did you get behind me? The boy asked as he thought. He didn't seem to be emitting any chakra. Is he a censor type too? Naruto just went into battle stance directly as he said, I would have loved to answer all your questions. But I don't think you'll answer anything I ask. So let's not waste our energy and get down to it. The boy wasn't the least bit scared but a little anxious as the events definitely didn't go according to plan. Now although he was superior in skill compared to the other men combined, he also didn't have any idea about Naruto's skills or how he managed to defeat both of them in less a matter of minutes. Hoping to get the first attack so as to not give the opponent a chance to prepare, he pulled out his sword and prepared to sprint. Although, before he could move beyond the first step, Naruto disappeared. The rude Anbu was baffled as to what happened as he was suddenly pushed against the boundary wall of roof in a 90-degree angle and one of his hands was twisted and held across his back firmly. Naruto's other hand was keeping the boy's head with the cheek of the mask against the wall. Kind of how criminal handcuffing is conducted by cops. Now, listen. What's your name, kid? Naruto asked. You don't have to do this. You still have a long way ahead in life, he added. Say something, damn it. He forced. Naruto remembered how the Hokage had explained it to him. Danzo always takes great measures to keep his secrets. So Danzo doesn't even leave kids out of his deranged propagandas, does he? That damn lunatic, he finished. Don't you utter a word about Danzo-sama if you can't even comprehend his greatness, the boy retorted. Naruto was surprised to get a reply but said, oh, so the word Danzo is the switch that is needed to turn your radio on. Lord Danzo is the only one who thinks of Konoha's welfare more than himself. Whatever is required to do to achieve that goal will be done. It doesn't matter what the cost is. You can't possibly understand it, so just shut up and obey what Lord Danzo has ordered if you think about your village, he replied. Naruto observed a little sign on the sleeve of the anbu just above the anbu tattoo while he was listening to him. Tsuchino, huh? Naruto said. The boy flinched ever so slightly surprised but that was enough for Naruto to confirm his doubts. So this beloved and respectable Lord Danzo of yours thinks about the well-being of Konoha. Then tell me this. Why is one of his own trusted subordinates' name designated as a number? Naruto said. Tsuchino in Japanese means the number 5. The boy stopped resisting temporarily as he said, I am merely a tool in fulfilling his goals. He can use me as he pleases and dispose of me whenever he sees it suitable. It is illogical to give a name when a number can suffice for most of us. Naruto clenched his jaw in anger and subconsciously tightened his grip on the boy as he growled, and that is exactly why Danzo can never be a true leader. He might think that he's serving Konoha but he's not. Konoha is not just a place, it is the people. He used his right hand to channel wind chakra to the mask that was kept on his face and consequentially it detached falling to the ground from the building. Naruto had originally planned to look him into the eyes as he talked to him but was somewhat perplexed at the sight that he encountered. The first thing he noted was that the violet hair were not a part of the Anbu mask genjutsu which was sometimes used to hide identifiable features. Although some didn't prefer to use it, like Neko. But the more important and surprising feature revealed was actually the face. The Anbu had a somewhat round face with quite smooth skin. The pattern of hair, the size of the eyes, the shape of the nose and the whole facial design was enough for someone with sufficient medical knowledge like Naruto to know that he had made a huge blunder in observing him. Or more precisely, her. Wait, you're a girl? He just had to ask. The Anbu replied with emotionless eyes, and why does it matter what gender I belong to? Of course it does. I would never voluntarily hit a girl unless I have no choice left, Naruto said as he released his grip on the Anbu. She would have normally taken the chance to try to escape but was too curious as to why he had suddenly let her free without any reason. I don't understand. I was taught that kunoichi seductions only work when the body is developed, and I am not at this time. I won't give out any information. And I won't be of any other use to you. You could have easily killed me off, she asked warily. What? You shouldn't be talking about things like that. I mean, yeah, you're a shinobi and whatever, but still. There is no specific reason. It is not ingirls or kill off anyone for that reason. Naruto said, a little flustered. The anbu had a neutral expression on her face, but it looked almost condescending. I assumed since you're skilled you must have an ulterior motive or a plan to deceive me. But it seems you're just a dumb fool. Danzo-sama is right to take you into custody, for you cannot be trusted not to become such a great threat to Konoha. Also. As she said this, she tried to run away in the middle of the conversation, hoping that Naruto would be suddenly surprised. But Naruto already expected that to occur. He moved at a breakneck speed, no pun intended, and cleanly delivered a karate chop to the back of her neck. She was completely outmatched as she went limp, and her vision turned black as she heard the words, "I'm sorry." Naruto promised to himself that he'd surely change this once he becomes strong enough as he watched the child soldier that lay in front of him. Flashback over. He had tied them up just in case, although they weren't waking up soon. He delivered all of them into the Hokage towers, directly leaving a note for the Anbu Black Ops present there to deal with the situation. He also let them know he'll give the whole explanation later to the Hokage. As soon as he did that, he left towards his original destination, home. And that's how he reached here. Looking at the boundary of the villa, he just couldn't stop himself from being lost into its simple yet elegant appearance as he walked alongside the walls looking for the entrance. The walls were as high as 15 to 20 feet, thus no civilian could even attempt to see what lied inside. The wall was darkish red in color, with the top border being yellow in contrast. The design was plain, looking like bricks fitted in a horizontal manner. To his awe, he had observed on the way that the estate that belonged to his parents was seemingly the largest one in the entire district. How everyone just let it be there lying abandoned seemed too awkward now. When the Hokage had told him about the home, he had assumed it to be a regular-sized flat in some apartment or something. Not a gigantic villa in the middle of the village, really. He decided to check how it looked from outside, so he jumped as high as he could to get a good view. Alas, he couldn't see a thing inside. The entire thing was covered in a genjutsu which caused the vision to be altered easily. It was designed such that the light from one part of the boundary emerged through the exact opposite part. In a way, it was a see-through glass, except that it was spreading across a few acres of land or so. Visibility was a no-no still. He tried to walk up the wall and see if he could directly enter the estate. As expected, the barrier prevented anything or anyone to cross through. Even a fly couldn't get through. Naruto was in doubt if he should try it or not, but decided to do it anyways. He summoned a good amount of chakra in his fist and punched it straight onto the barrier. He was initially hoping for at least a crack to occur, but was now thankful that it didn't, as it would have definitely come from his bones rather than the barrier. If at all, it was just tough as hell. Now I get what Gigi was saying. This is some crazy stuff, he thought. Breaking in through force was a no-no too. Well, he had to go the old-fashioned way, after all. He treaded through the streets quietly, ignoring any passers-by in his path. Finally, when he reached the entrance of the mansion, he was greatly relieved that at least it wasn't in plain sight. The wall from one side caved in a little while the other one continued straight. This led to the formation of a little passage that led to the main entrance. He was also amazed at the fact that the walls around the entrance had beautiful carvings which were not seen at most of the boundary it formed. He doubly made sure that no one was looking at him from around, otherwise it'd raise suspicion. After confirmation, he entered the passage that supposedly led to the gate. The walls slowly turned the passage towards the inside, curving around smoothly. These walls too weren't left out from being painted and decorated beautifully with various types of engravings. He was so involved in examining the walls that he completely forgot the passage had to be finished somewhere, and banged his head on something. Glancing to look at what blocked his path, he looked towards and had to force his gaze upwards to scale the height of the structure that stood there, completely forgetting about rubbing his head halfway. The entrance was huge. Okay, maybe not that huge, but compared to what one expects from the outside, it being in a narrow passage and all, it could definitely be said to be far bigger than what is imagined. The reason was that the passage had widened little by little after taking a turn towards the inside, and Naruto again was oblivious to it. The gates that stood there were a perfect representation of what a mansion gate should have looked like, or better actually. Rising from the ends of the wall towards the top in the middle, as a whole it looked like a mountain peak. Although being pitch black in color, these were nowhere near dull looking. Whoever had done the designing of the gate was a genius in art. The etching was masterclass. With the various combinations of bright colors, it was looking so artistic even under the almost dark sky. Although there was some issue with the layout, there didn't seem to be a bifurcation in between, and looked almost like a metal wall. Realizing that he was probably scrutinizing everything for some time now, he looked for a way to open it. He had to look closely since there was no depression where he could fit the kunai. Why couldn't they just have picked a normal lock and key? But again, lockpicking would be way too easier that way, he thought. He noticed that there was indeed a place in the engravings where it could fit. Not the whole kunai, but 3 cavities where the prongs could. He took it out and looked at it if it would fit. Shrugging his shoulders, he inserted it inside the openings to see if something would happen. Nothing did. Well, that's odd, he said to no one. He tried to twist it around a few times and got lucky as it did unlock a space to put the whole kunai in an exactly fitting depression. He pushed it upwards and into the said concavity so formed. Aha, now it's done. Is it open? He said as if asking the gate itself as he tried to push it. Nothing happened. Aw, damn it. What do I have to do? Maybe leave an instruction manual next time you leave a key, Dad. Naruto shouted exasperatedly. Thinking about what he just said, he gave out a sigh. He slapped himself in the cheeks and told himself that the work in front needs more focus. What else can be done here? He thought, examining the key. He noticed the seals intricately marked on the handle of the kunai that slipped his mind before. The pattern started from the base of prongs and spiraled around in 2 directions, making a double helix structure which ended at the base into the uzumaki swirl. Well, seals are basically fuinjutsu, so they're made up of chakra. So maybe if I just, Naruto said, placing a finger on the handle and infusing a little amount of chakra into it. He didn't have to think much as the strands of the seals started joining together, forming bands in between glowing red and yellow. Damn, I thought about this on the spot while writing. I guess double helix DNA structure is embedded into my mind, lol. Maybe I should try chlorophyll next time, XD. Climactically, the kunai got lodged deeper and was covered with the metal. The golden yellow light spread across horizontally in all directions, incandescing all the various shades of casts into a radiant bright glow. Suddenly, a mechanism seemed to be activated inside the door, releasing a burst of air, which in turn, stirred up the dust. Cough 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 asterisk. Well, that was anticlimactic. But again, it must have been a long time since it had star. Anyways, looking back at it, he saw that a bright red streak initiated vertically from the kunai and divided the wall-like door into 2 halves. The door looked like a real work of art, especially when it glowed in the dark. Nothing much happened though afterwards, as a loud unlocking noise came from the door and it opened on the inside as the lights waned off. Is it open? He asked nobody. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath and took the first step forward. When he found no resistance, he knew that the door had successfully opened. The view inside was wondrous. The pathway was curved twice in the shape of an S and led directly to the mansion. It divided the front yard into a bigger and a smaller area. He walked slowly on the pathway, looking around, observing everything. Surprisingly, the path started to light up. It was due to the small lights fitted at the edges at a regular distance, possibly attached to some kind of mechanical sensors. Also, the door made a rumbling noise and shut by itself the moment he had started walking on the concrete path, which was surrounded on both sides by grass. He looked back and a chill ran down his spine. Spooky. Nevertheless, he continued walking as the other lights had also automatically switched on around the front yard. The front was quite pleasing to the eye. There was a beautiful fountain on the right side which was bigger in size. 2 chairs were placed near the fountain along with a small table. The left side was also covered with grass, but on the edge there was a big tree whose canopy covered much of that side. A plain wooden outdoor swing was also seen placed under that tree. That tree wouldn't have been that big all those years ago, I guess. Naruto said, smiling. Trees in Konoha do grow quite quicker than any other place. Maybe there was something special that the Shoden did. The only problem right now was the overgrowth of the grass over all these years, which made the view a little unappealing. It was the same with the flower beds on the periphery that seemed to be improperly growing in every direction without any flowers. Looking around the entrance, it was the same with the pots, as all plants had wilted away. Rest of it couldn't be better. He reached the end of the path where the house entrance was situated. It was covered on the front by a big porch. There were also 2 narrow paths diverging towards both the sides of the mansion, which probably led to the backyard. Backyard? I guess later, he said as he walked to the door through the veranda. As he stood in front of the lofty yet aesthetic wooden doors, he placed his hand on the middle, yet he couldn't open it. He was in a turbulence of emotions. Excitement, happiness, sadness, anxiety, etc., etc. After all, it was a place of what could have been in his life. A calm mind and a deep breath was all he needed to push through, and he did. Gently pushing it forward, he opened the door. It was pitch black inside. However, as soon as he stepped through, the place lit up completely. A bright golden yellow light flowed through the place, illuminating it radiantly. To say he was awestruck was an understatement. The interior was far more dazzling than the outside. There was a huge hall in front of him which connected to the first quite conspicuously via a set of stairs ascending curvilinely on the right side. Overall, on the first look, the place was completely themed upon wood. Not that it is said in a negative sense, because the woodwork was undeniably admirable. Despite being given a vintage look, it radiated beauty and glamour. He moved forward slowly, looking around. The most striking thing he noticed was that even after being shut for more than an entire decade, it looked like it was made yesterday. Those seals and barriers must be great as hell. I mean, I can understand that termites don't feed on Konoha's tree wood for some reason, but to minimize the other wear and tear by cutting off external surroundings is plain awesome. It was also evident as the settled dust on any of the articles was only marginally more than what one would encounter on any normal day in a household. Even the wind movement was blocked. It was like an airtight container. On the other end, he could make out wooden framed glass doors, but it was too dark outside to see anything through them. In between, in the space that the huge hall contained, was a big seating arrangement. A few couches on all the sides of a table in the center. He also found various doors on both the sides of the house and decided to check them out quickly before heading towards the backside. The first door opened into a small living room, which by no means was small, but compared to the space he had just seen in the hall, it looked like that. It contained a bookshelf, sofas on both sides and a table. Simple enough. Why is this here? Maybe to meet someone or talk to them in private. After all, a Hokage must have confidential matters from all around. The next one opened into a bathroom. Nothing to look for specifically here, except that it was quite spacious. On the other side was the kitchen. It was again a classic Eiffel. Except the slab made of marble, the entire furniture was wooden. And lastly, there was a room adjacent to the kitchen. He didn't understand what its purpose was. It might have been made to be a guest room considering its big size and all. Or, it might be a room for a worker or servant to stay, since it didn't look as comparably fancy. Anyways, who cares now? There was just him, no one else. Although he did want to check the backside a few minutes ago, he settled on exploring the inside since it was dark outside already. Therefore, he ascended the stairs and reached the first floor of the mansion. I wonder what's around here. Maybe the bedrooms, but there's yet another floor above. I've never seen a house so big before, it's so confusing. He walked around and the most conspicuous feature he found was the balcony, which was quite huge in size and because it opened not in any room but into the floor hallway, corridor directly. However, his primary focus shifted to something else. A door at the end of the vision looked quite different from all the others. It gave a more distinct sort of vibe. Like if it was calling him. And before he knew, his hand was on the handle to unlock it. As he opened the door, he wondered for a moment if he should have done that or not. It revealed a large master bedroom. There was a nice double bed, a couch, a wardrobe, a small table, a large window and even an attached bathroom. One more piece of furniture that actually caught his eye mainly though was a crib. It was placed near the edge of the wall that was closer to the bed, which was the one along which Naruto was standing. There was no doubt left that it was the bedroom that belonged to his parents. It was decorated just before the day of his birth to welcome his arrival. As he moved inside the room, he felt his heart getting heavier. He wanted to get outside of this place and calm down first. But deep down he also knew that he won't be able to gather the courage to step inside once again if he chose to run away from here now. He slid his palm across every article that was there in the room, as if it would give him a vague feeling of his parents. Once again, in the periphery of his vision, he saw the cradle. As he walked closer, he observed that the crib was quite bigger than what he originally thought. It was made of pure sturdy wood. Inside, there was a neatly made white bedsheet over a soft mattress and a small pillow. Moving on the side of the wall, he sat down slightly, taking the support of the top edge of the crib and held it tightly with both his arms on the side. The palms could be seen trembling as they tried not to lose the grip, while that was just what was happening to him in the inside. It was a situation where he didn't know what to think, let alone be calm. There was such a big whirlpool of emotions like always that it just couldn't be controlled. He lifted his head while his eyes were closed. He had a good guess what was there as he had seen two frames hanging above the crib. As he opened his eyes for the first time, even if minuscule, at least a little of his anxiety had been replaced by happiness. The vision he saw had been blurred almost as soon as it had flashed in front of him. True enough, he was unable to control his tears from flowing freely as he had encountered the faces of his late parents right in front of him. In some time, as some of his vision returned, there was no movement in it as his eyes were fixated on the pictures the whole time. He looked at the image of his father on the left first. There was no significant difference from the one he had seen in the Hokage office, except the lack of flak jacket and Hokage robes. The same light blue shade in his eyes, with the bright yellow locks of hair similar to his own falling down around both sides of his face. Hell, he'd go as far as to say it almost looked exactly like the Hokage monument, plus a small smile. It was the same seriousness in his eyes, the same expression of his face, and wearing the pride worthy of the title of the Hokage. Turning to the right, he saw the image of a young lady. Without a second guess, he could easily ascertain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life. She was wearing a high-collared blue-colored sleeveless blouse under a long loose-fitting dress. She was also quite fair-skinned compared to his own, which he figured he probably got from his father. But the deep violet color of her eyes combined with the crimson shade of hair clipped on one side, Falling down even below the bottom edge of the frame were the traits that truly added to her beauty. Add on to that the happiest-looking mischievous smile she was wearing. It was indisputably clear where from his lineage had got his personality from. Right now, he tried to smile, focusing on the positive side that he had seen until now. Negative feelings come out quite more naturally in comparison, hence the need to keep them in control. Anger, frustration, sadness, depression, and maybe guilt. The fact that he still contained the monstrosity that was the root cause of everything that occurred. No matter how much one tries to get rid of all of them, they just can't be erased completely for long. That is human nature, after all. He lifted up his hand and brushed it against the frame that contained his mother's image. Mom, Dad. I wish I had a chance to meet you. At least once in my life. I just wanted to talk to you guys, once, just once. He couldn't say any further as his voice cracked, and he couldn't stay upright without clinging on to support as he clenched his left hand around the crib tightly while his right one rested on the frame. Although, to be a little more precise, his hand unknowingly pressed upon the frame. To his surprise, a mild click sound was heard, and as he looked, an envelope dropped down from behind the frame hanging by red tape. He blinked twice, a little phased at the unanticipated event. The envelope was tied at one side with the same ribbon from which it was hanging, and a flower was made out of on the front. He pulled the ribbon downwards and it easily detached, letting the envelope in his hands. On the front was written, "To our dearest son, Naruto." Looking at the face of his mother again, he understood the hidden reason of her mischievous smile in a way. He couldn't help but curve his lips ever so slightly in response. He suddenly looked at the other frame on the left, as he had a feeling there was another one having exactly the same diction on the front as this one. He gently pressed that frame, but nothing happened. Looking at the right one at a glance, he did it again, but instead applied force on the upper part. Apparently, it was the correct way to go about it, as the frame inclined slightly outwards from the bottom and a similar envelope hung down, albeit with a yellow tape. There was no flower here, just plainly wrapped around near the edges on two sides. He pulled down the envelope in his hands and read what was written. As predicted, it was the exact same wordings, although there was a considerably enough visible difference in the handwriting. His father's handwriting was, so to say, average, evenly spaced letters, small in size, just clear enough to be understood. It was without a doubt used only for formal business-like purposes rather than a handwriting competition, lol. In contrast, his mother's handwriting was just like almost any other female. Super amazing. Beautiful, cursive, and easily better than any handwriting he had seen until now. Seems like girls just have a knack of getting it good. His own was somewhere between the two. On present day, it wasn't as great as his mom, but definitely more pleasing to the eye than his dad's. All credit to Tsunade though, as she had made Shizune have him strictly practice initially on his previous inscrutable mess, which appeared like an entirely different script altogether. He looked at the letters and then oscillated between looking at the cradle and the picture frames. You guys knew I'd realized that you were watching me all this time in a way. Although, it was purely a coincidence by chance. A hint or two would have been better. Or I would have grown old without ever getting these things, he said, chuckling to nobody. He sat down in the cramped space between the wall and the crib, taking the support of the ladder at the back. The letter tied in red was put aside for once and put gently on the crib while he held the other one in his hand. Let's see what you have to say, Dad. Opens the letter. Dear Naruto, you must have already realized who has written this letter by now. But you may or may not know what is the purpose of writing it. If you're reading this though, then it means that this letter did serve its purpose. It is precisely intended to be useful only in the worst case scenario, and apparently it has come to be. I am writing this at the time when the day of your birth is approaching soon. First of all, I should say that I am very much proud of you. I had written to the Sandame to allow you to be here only if he judges you worthy enough. And I have complete faith in his judgment. You must have become a fine man. You must probably already know that your mother is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed demon fox spirit. Consequently, your birth will also be quite a dicey event. Regardless, at the same time, I can't seem to be patient enough to wait to see my son's face. The excitement is apparently contagious, coming from your mom. Now I certainly can't know how many years from now you would be getting this, but nothing else matters since you are here now. I can't say anything except completely apologize to leave you to your own so soon in your life. I know that it would never be enough, but this is all I can do. It pains me to write this even now in anticipation, and I had wished that you never had to open this letter. Still, we can do nothing else except believe that whatever destiny has planned is for the best of all. You must be angry at us all this time to leave you all alone like this. And I'm sorry about that once again. But what's done is done. I am asking you to move on, and do great things in life. To aid you as far as I can, I am leaving certain things to make sure you have enough resources on your hand as much as I can provide you. Materialistically speaking, whatever I have built and saved is all for you. You may do whatever you please of this place and all its valuables and paraphernalia. But I know that you're capable of acquiring all these things on your own, so I don't see any need to emphasize on this issue. More importantly, I have something much more important to entrust to you. Something that no one else possesses. Something that it's everything that I had devoted my life to. My speciality. My legacy. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Yes, you must already know about it. You could say, quite frankly, it became my claim to fame. It is a very fuinjutsu devised by the Naidame Hokage himself. I gained a good amount of interest in fuinjutsu early on, and your mother's help was something which I couldn't do it without. I aim to pass the knowledge on to you when the day comes myself. But again, since you're reading this, it will never happen. Hence, I must also make arrangements to have you learn it all by yourself. This jutsu, Naruto, is a very deadly technique, and it could very well lead to the disruption of peace of the entire shinobi world if it fell into the wrong hands. Therefore, I must warn you that once the truth is revealed, every single enemy of mine will be convinced to either acquire it from you through any means or to exact revenge due to my relation to you. For I have made numerous foes along my line of duty. I can't imagine what you've been through or what has happened, so it would be entirely wrong of me to put any expectations on your shoulders. Still, I believe that the choice should be yours in the end. All I can say is that with great power comes great responsibility, so choose wisely. Should you decide to take up the name of namikaze, I have left a key to my library along with the directions to look for what you seek there enclosed within this envelope. That place also contains a few more things that could be useful to you in the future. It is my wish that you do it, for you are the only son I have in this world. I was wrong though about one thing just now. The jutsu isn't my legacy. You are. You are my pride, son. I have no doubt in saying that you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Cherish your friends and comrades, and become strong enough to protect them from the evils that lurk within this world. Wishing you good luck and leaving everything else to you. Give my regards to the Sandame and the old pervert whenever you meet him. Yours truly, Minato. Namikaze. Naruto read the letter in less than a minute due to the excitement and curiosity the first time. He released his breath, which he didn't know he was holding until now. Calming down a little, he read the letter multiple times slowly and carefully. He sighed in the end. Written like a Hokage, all right. Looks like a formal apology letter with a bit of business deal proposal under it. Not once he talked about anything random or not useful. As he said this, his lips curved widely into a genuine smile. Precise and directly on the point. I guess that's how dads are supposed to be like, huh? Don't worry, Tusan. I've decided that I will make you proud one day. As he was about to fold back the letter, he saw that something was also written on the other side at one end. Huh, weird. I thought he had completed it with the complimentary clothes being there, he said as he flipped the letter. The handwriting was way worse than before, and it wasn't even directly decipherable, but it looked like it was because it was written in a rush. He focused hard enough and it started making some sense to him. The first thing he saw was the date written at the start. He froze as he recognized that date to be the same as his birthday. It was written on the same day he was born, or that his father died. He looked at the title and reconfirmed his doubts. Kyuubi attack Naruto. The attack is not a natural calamity. It is orchestrated by a one-eye masked individual who may or may not be working alone. He possesses the Sharingan in his right eye and is going to control the Kyuubi with his ability. He held you hostage by killing the Sandame's wife, and thus I couldn't protect your mother while he extracted the Kyuubi. I am currently watching you being held lovingly in your mother's arms, who is living her last moments. And I am sorry to say, but these will be my last moments too. That masked man will be back someday and somebody will have to stop him. I entrust this to you, my son. Knowing it will only make your life even harder, I am still going to seal the power of the demon fox into you, so that you grow up to control it one day. That is the only way to fight that man. Apologies, my son, but it can't be helped. You have to take the responsibility, no one else can. You're the hero of the village. I would have liked to write more, but with each passing second, it is becoming difficult for everyone to control the situation. And I must carry out my duty as the Hokage. Sayonara. Love, Dad. He kept staring at the letter as multiple things kept coming together in his mind. What the hell? I don't want to believe this, but it all makes sense now. How and why everything occurred. And why Dad didn't show up to fight the Kyuubi until late. He must have been engaged in a fight by the masked man. Kyuubi didn't kill the Sandame's wife, Okami, that man did, he said. That damned bastard. Now I know what the Kyuubi was talking about. He didn't attack the village, he was made to do it by putting a genjutsu with the Sharingan. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. With a newfound determination, he said, I'm not gonna lie down, you masked bastard. I will train hard for the day that our paths cross again. Just you wait until we meet, I will make sure to rip you to shreds. He took a few deep breaths to calm down, lightly pushed the letter back into the same envelope and dropped it on the cot. He picked up the other nicely decorated envelope into his hand. It looked like he was finally going to encounter the highlight of the day. Although this day will sure be etched in his memory, as a lot had happened, starting from a yawning leisurely morning to an entirely different evening. This was something he'd been waiting and wondering ultimately for years. Not literally this, but yeah, something like this. After having read the letter to the Sandame that his father wrote, He had subconsciously known that the pattern was going to be more or less similar. The guy was his dad, but the Hokage too. And the Hokage are wise men. Wise men don't speak much, after all. However, he had only seen as much as only an image of his mother just minutes ago. Other than that, he knew almost next to nothing about his mother. It sure was exciting as well as nerve-wracking to know what his mother had left for him. He opened it and pulled the letter out. To his extreme delight, it was quite longer compared to the previous one. And much more easily readable. Actually much better than just readable, it was a beauty. My dear lovely Naruto, this is your Ka-san here. I would like to clarify some things in the beginning. This is going to be long as hell, so get some popcorn ready beforehand. Naruto chuckled just by reading this, somehow knowing that it was going to be quite interesting as he progressed. Also, I absolutely hate this idea of writing a letter like this because I don't even want to imagine myself anywhere except with you my whole life. But your Tsunade insists that I do this for the worst case scenario since it will be the only way I can convey my feelings to you. And knowing that I host one of, if not the most dangerous creature in the world, I think it's fair enough. And since it has come to the part that you're reading this, your dad was right after all. So, I don't even know where to start. You're kicking around in my womb as I write this thing, as if you want to talk to me right now. And I find that so good. Although this is the very purpose of this letter, I still need to say that I will say everything keeping in mind that I could never meet you. And I also emphasize that my wish is that it can burn in hell or be fed to termites for all I care. I'm not letting go of my precious Naru-chan ever. I wonder how you'll look like. More like Tu-san or Ka-san. What color of hair will you have? What kind of eyes will you have? Oh, I can't wait to meet you Naruto, I'm so excited. I hope we meet soon. Maybe I'll see you at least after you are born, but I didn't see you growing up, and that is my greatest regret. I want so much to watch you become a fine young man. I wonder what will be your first words. Your favorite color, your favorite book, your favorite food. Your best friend. Your for me grandkids. I guess I'm getting too ahead of myself. Still, I would have wanted so much to see, so much to learn, so much to experience. It's amazing how I'm almost at tears just thinking about a mere possibility. Coincidentally, your kicking has stopped. It's almost as you felt my sadness and reacted to soothe me down. To continue, here are some advices to you. Always remember to stay cautious of these three things: money, alcohol, and women. Money is always a great resource to have. But it can corrupt the minds of even the best. Greed is a very powerful persuasive factor in pushing a person the wrong way. Always keep money in your hands but never let it get to you. Alcohol is strictly forbidden until you're an adult. Even then, keep it in moderation. I have seen lots of people succumb to its addiction and die meaningless deaths. If possible, avoid getting in the mess altogether. Women are the most dangerous out of all three. Be highly aware. Not only can they keep you enchanted, unlike money or alcohol, they have their own minds and carry their own interests. You might be able to detach from the addiction of money and alcohol for once, but if you get involved with a girl who doesn't love you, it will be disastrous. I'm telling you this because I've seen many of them. Hopefully, you get someone exactly like your Ka-san who will always love you. Smiley face. You also ought to have friends who you can trust your life with. Make a lot of friends but choose them wisely. Even if you don't have a lot, cherish those limited number of people who put their trust in you. These are the people that will make your life worth living. I'm telling you this because you must have been alone for so long. You couldn't get your father's love, your mother's love. I wasn't there with you. Only your friends can help fill up the loneliness that lingers inside you, trust me. Hopefully, Sandame-sama will be there to take care of you. Listen to him and don't get mischievous. Sometimes, it's okay to be like that though. Behave well. Also, you must absolutely don't get the bad habits from that old pervert teacher of your father. Learn the good qualities from him, nevertheless. Look at me, getting all emotional even if nothing has happened. Maybe it's the pregnancy hormones. Be that as it may, I also have something to tell you somewhat similar to what your Tu-san did. And before you might think about that, no, I never read what he wrote for you but I am positive he did include this. I know him at least that much. You must have known by now my full name, and that I belong to a distant clan from the land of whirlpools. I am the last living member of the entire clan in Konoha along with you, and now that I am no more, you are. I had decided long ago not to involve myself with the clan and live a normal life with a family, and I am happy about that decision to this date. After all, how would I be able to spend time with you as a mother? Your dad has taken up the duty of being the Hokage and I can only hope that he would be able to spend time with us as well. He tries his best, though most of his time is spent in his study. Now, I am categorically stating that you keep it clear in your mind that you absolutely don't have to be taking any responsibility regarding the uzumaki. It is perfectly normal to want to live a normal life just like any other person. But feeling you all excited here inside me, I can say that you will definitely be a restless, enthusiastic person just like me. The choice is yours, Naruto. I have kept whatever you will need beneath the surface. Should you wish to go for it, I hope you can find the pathway there. It's not that tough, however. Call it a small test to see how good a prankster you are. Winking face. I know I said that this was going to be long, and I do have so much to talk with you. But this is all I can convey for now. I hope the day you read this never comes. To reiterate, I also have to say that you surely don't have to listen to anything your dad or I say for that matter. It is your own life, live it to the fullest. Do what you wish, give it your all. More importantly than being successful, be happy. That is all I wish for. I love you and always will. Your loving Ka-san. Kushina Uzumaki. There was no rush this time around. He had read it all so slowly, engrossing all concentration in the letter. He even had lost track of time. When it ended, he felt no need to read it again. Rather, he wouldn't have been able to even if he tried. You may ask, why is that so? The reason was that he was already in tears halfway through, and by the time he finished reading the letter, his face was all wet. Damn it. Why did you have to leave me so soon? I wanted to talk to you so much too. So much, there was so much to say, so much to laugh about, so much fun to have. He kept on crying continuously for a long time, thinking about various things that could have been. And as he got tired, without moving an inch from his position, sometime in the middle of the night, he fell into deep slumber. Chapter 14. Naruto's eyes squeezed reflexively as some light rays reached them. He flickered his eyes a little before opening them fully. He saw the sunlight coming to him through the slits in the frame of the crib from the window. He was slightly disconcerted and surprised at the change of scenery from his regular morning routine. Still, he managed to orient himself soon as he sat upright and looked around. Oh, so it sure wasn't a dream, Naruto said. Unless it's Inception, and I'm still dreaming, he added. Huh, wait. What am I even saying? I'm mumbling gibberish. I don't even understand myself. Guess I should go wash my face first. He stood up from the place he had been the whole night. He stretched a little and cracked out some sounds from his back as he had stayed cramped in the same position the whole night. Ah, my back hurts so much. I will never sleep like that again. It will probably take some time to get rid of this pain. He approached the window and saw the view outside. This one actually opened not on the front or back but on one of the sides. As a result, it gave a good view of the neighborhood since the side lanes weren't as much wide compared to the front and backyards. Come to think of it, this floor is quite higher compared to your regular first story. Maybe it's because the roof of the ground floor was also quite high. He was basically trying to think about miscellaneous things to divert his mind, but it wasn't very effective. He went back to the place he was before, in front of the photo frames, and inhaled deeply. I know it wasn't your fault, Mom and Dad. It just had to happen that way, and it did. And I'm really thankful that you took the time to leave these to me. It means a lot. I will make sure to become a man that you would be proud of. I will become the strongest Hokage, Datbeo. Knowing that he would surely get their blessings, he grinned and picked up the letters. I'll be holding on to these forever. I guess I gotta take a bath first. I've been roaming around for the whole day yesterday and I didn't even take a shower last night. But again, I'm too curious to see the rest of the place, so I guess it won't hurt to look around for a bit. He decided to explore the second floor first, as he didn't ascend any further last night after encountering his parents' room. As he reached there, he found that there was apparently no balcony as there had been on the first one. Pondering around, the first room he encountered was actually the store. It didn't have the usual look of the storeroom where everything is just haphazardly dumped, but there was enough material stored in there to give the hint. He wandered around and found different rooms, mostly kind of empty, except for one big room which was probably supposed to be a playroom considering all the toys and stuffed animals that were stashed around in a corner. The last one he found looked quite a lot like a young child's room. It had a single bed, a table and a cupboard with attached drawers. It must have been designed for him to live in once he grew up old enough. It did look awesome though, no doubt. He went up straight to the huge windows that were on the other end and opened them. He was enthralled by the gigantic area that formed the backyard of this home. To any common man, it was more of a field than a backyard. A long stretch of grass lied for quite the distance. Although it had same problem of overgrowth, that was just a matter of a few hours to clear everything out. He saw that there was a pair of cherry blossom trees at the far end corners of the walls. They looked beautiful, giving off the light pink color which was quite soothing to the eye. Apparently these ones were a unique variety of the species. Even in Konoha, where they bloom for far longer than any other place in the world, since it wasn't exactly the season of these flowers to bloom. He brought his gaze downwards and was awestruck at the view. Holy shit, there's even a swimming pool here. True enough, there appeared to be a big swimming pool on the left side with some ducks and tubes floating still in the corners since Kami knows when. He jumped down onto the balcony and then on the ground. The entrance looked the same as from the inside with those big glass doors. On the opposite side of the pool was a very splendid patio. It had an angled wooden roof, standing on 4 expertly carved pillars. The couch and table looked as nice, although the pots at the back would have to be redecorated with new flowers again. Whoa, what a nice place. Dad sure didn't leave anything out in making this home for us. Well, I guess I've more or less had a tour of it. Now, I need to liven this place up a bit again. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly, 100 or more Narutos popped up from a cloud of smoke. He started giving instructions to them. Listen up guys, we'll have to make this place shining again. We're gonna clean up this lawn as quickly as possible. Half of us will clean up the back lawn and yard. The rest can divide into half again and take up the front and the inside of the mansion respectively. Let's do it as a part of training and do it as quickly as possible. Then we'll go have some ramen. Yeah, alright, Yosha, Akuzu, ramen? A chorus of cheers came from the clones and they ran away to do their respective chores. One might think that the clones would get dispersed anyway, so why the enthusiasm? But it was just a feature of the jutsu that the clones take up the personality of the user more or less. Naruto interlocked his fingers and extended them, working out some cracks as he announced. Let's get to work. Scene break and time skip. You make this ramen almost as delicious as the old man, Ayame Ne-chan. Ayame puffed her cheeks and pouted. What do you mean by almost? Am I not good enough? Hee, slurp slurp, I didn't mean it that way. I like it good enough. Hell, I actually love it. I just meant that you were making it almost perfect just like the old man does. You must have practiced a lot, right? Naruto replied. Ayame blushed a little and said, well, yeah. I've been learning to make it as good as possible. So I observe every time whenever dad prepares the ramen. I knew it. Hard work and patience always give fruit. And this one might not so particularly be sweet, but it's certainly delicious. Naruto said, grinning as he pulled up the ramen noodles from the bowl with the chopsticks. Oh, thank you so much Naruto. I'll make sure that I make even more tasty food for you from now on. Ayame replied chirpily. Naruto was about to reply in appreciation and encouragement but was interrupted. Hey, why don't you rather make me a bowl of your lovely dish, cutie? Both of them were startled by the voice as they looked at a person who had just entered the ramen stand. It looked like some random shinobi to Naruto. He was wearing a konoha headband and a regular green shinobi flak jacket. He was also wearing a bandana covering his long hair and had a full beard on his face. Although, one look at Ayame and he knew something definitely was up, going by the borderline scared uncomfortable look on her face. Still, as long as nothing happened, he was no one to say anything. He quietly ate what was the 9th ramen bowl since he came here. Hi. Welcome to Ichiraku's ramen. What would you like to have today? Ayame said with a forced smile. How about I have you today instead, he replied. Naruto turned his gaze towards the man through the corner of his eye. He had realized why Ayame looked so uncomfortable. This guy must have been irritating her like this for quite some time. Looking at him, he wasn't around Ayame's age either. He looked like he was in his mid-20s while she was 16? Anyways, that wasn't the point. There was no problem in him trying to ask her out if he liked her, but the way he did it wasn't very decent, and it didn't look like Ayame had any interest in talking to him. She only talked to him the way she did because he was a customer in the shop. I'ma like a dish from the menu here, she replied politely. Hee, you're no fun like this. Well, I guess I'll have a tempura vegetables bento box, he said. Of course. Please wait for a few minutes, Ayame said. Sure, I like my things ripe and fresh even if it takes me a lot of time to get them. It's just a different experience altogether, won't you agree? He said. Ayame had turned to make the dish he had asked for and didn't reply anything. However, Naruto could clearly see that the guy was ogling her body from behind and that Ayame was also aware of the fact. As the dish was prepared, she quickly took it and placed it in front of the man, hoping he would gobble up and leave the shop soon. Have a nice meal, she uttered her usual greeting. Nevertheless, the shinobi didn't have any intention to leave her be like that. He placed his hands on hers as she was putting on the chopsticks on the box. It would be so much more nice if you feed me this with your own hands, he said. I'm sorry, but doesn't happen here. Please enjoy your meal as I have to go serve other meals too, Ayame said. She tried to pull her hand but he had grabbed her wrists tightly. He looked around only to see Naruto finishing his ramen bowl with his eyes closed. There's just one guy here. I'll have him scurry off so that we can have some alone time. That old man is always at the shop, so I couldn't ask you before. Say Ayame, I think you should come with me on a date tonight. We'll have some great dinner and then we can go to my place and have some fun by ourselves. I'll show you things that will rock your world. Things that only adults can do. You look like a good girl, so be like that and say yes. Ayame was now scared as she had tried to pull away her arms but they had started hurting as he was holding on too tightly for her to break free. Moreover, he wasn't even looking in her eyes while talking but rather at the chest that was somewhat exposed in the robe as she was bending down a little. Please leave my hands. I will have to report you to the authorities if you don't stop right now. I don't have any intention to go anywhere with you, she said, trying to sound bold. Authorities, huh? I'm a ninja myself, girl. I am one of these authorities. You think they'll listen to you rather than me? He replied, laughing. All the more reason for you to uphold the law rather than break it. The ninja turned his head to the left as he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Naruto was standing there with his head bent slightly downwards with his hair covering his eyes. The guy made an evilly angry face as he said, huh? Look you Brad, I know it must seem like an opportunity for you to look like the good guy. So I'm warning you now beforehand. Fuck off from here as soon as you can, or I'll beat you to a pulp. You call yourself a shinobi and stoop down to this level? Naruto said with a frighteningly calm voice. Yeah, you got a problem with that? The man started saying but stopped noticing Naruto's headband. Oh, I see. You're a ninja yourself. Man, those guys making these ducklings shinobi at this age. Listen here, I am a chunin. So is your superior. I suggest you go somewhere else to look for a chick. This one's mine. Maybe you'll get lucky somewhere to have some fun with some money, if you can get hard at least, that is. He said, laughing loudly at the end. Naruto said nothing but his grip tightened around his shoulder. The man winced a little in pain but made a straight face and said, What, you want to pick up a fight? Ayame was afraid of the man but at the same time also concerned about Naruto's well-being. This guy was right, he was a chunin and Naruto was still a fresh genin out of the academy. No, Naruto. Please don't do anything. Just go, I'll talk to him myself. You don't need to get hurt, she said. She's right. Don't get beaten up without any reason. Scutter off. Then Ayame and I can talk closely without any interrupt. He suddenly stopped talking and released Ayame's hands immediately as a feeling of pain jolted to his spine. Ayame reflexively backed off as her hands were released. Naruto had grabbed one of his wrists with his left hand and was clenching it. The man tried to release his grip by forcing it off with his right but to no avail. Ah, you fucking, he was cut off once again but more violently this time as Naruto grabbed his head with his right and crashed it into the solid wooden counter of the stand. A splinter of wood flew away with the impact and he had started bleeding. His vision blurred due to the concussion he thus suffered and his head was spinning wildly as he experienced vertigo. It was sheer pain that brought him back to reality which was due to the fact that Naruto twisted his hand behind his back hard enough. He looked towards Naruto turning his head with his cheek pushed against the counter. I'll fucking kill you, you basta? This time there was no physical interference by Naruto. The moment he looked into his eyes, he couldn't utter another word. Fortunately, they weren't red in color. Still, the menacing gaze that was directed at him by those deep azure eyes was highly intimidating. Now, you listen to me instead. You are a shinobi of Konoha for God's sake and yet you have the audacity to actually give rape threats to a defenseless girl. I'm not even going to say anything further because words don't get through to guys like you, he started. A senbon needle appeared in his hand and he placed it at the side of the neck of the chunin. This senbon is laced with a neurotoxic poison, and it's conveniently right on top of your vagus nerve. If they connect, well, to say in layman's terms, you won't even be able to live properly, forget getting hard. You'll be paralyzed from the neck to your mouth, won't be able to breathe comfortably, experience constant palpitations in your heart and especially wet your pants involuntarily exactly like you're about to do anytime right now, he said. The shinobi looked at him with fear and closed his eyes, knowing that Naruto wasn't far from the truth. Do you realize your mistake? Naruto asked. The shinobi nodded slightly with closed eyes. Naruto removed the needle from his neck, dug it into the counter right in front of his face with a thud and said, Okay. Let me tell you what you will do now. You will first apologize to her. Then you will promise never to behave like that with any girl ever again. And lastly, if I ever see you anywhere near this shop ever to stalk her or anything, I'll make sure your license is stripped and you spend more than a few nights in jail. Trust me, I don't even want to get to the part where I tell you that there is no shortage of trees in Konoha to hide a body under, should the situation demand so. With the last part being convincingly intimidating. He just nodded again wanting to get away as soon as possible. Naruto released his arm and neck. He was very much relieved to get his arm back unbroken considering the force of the hold Naruto had used. Not wasting any time, he bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Ayame-san. I won't ever do that again, to you, or anyone else. I promise, I promise. Ayame was dumbfounded by the scene but nodded slightly without thinking. Looking at Naruto, who showed agreement by nodding his head, he apologized to him too. He turned to get out of the place as soon as possible. Hey, wait, Naruto said stopping him. He didn't want to stop for one bit, but obliged and turned back. Yes? Pay for your food, at least. You ordered it, didn't you? Naruto said. The man hurriedly took a few bills out of his pocket and placed it on the table. He didn't even wait for the change since he wanted to leave before he did something to get his ass handed to him again. Wait. Food should never be wasted. Take it home, you can eat it there. Naruto said as he covered the box and handed it to him. The shinobi nodded and took the box. He ran away as soon as he left the shop. Naruto sighed as he looked back at the mess he had created of the furniture. I'm sorry, Nei-chan. Get away. Don't worry, I'll have my shadow clones clean up and repair the damages. He couldn't complete the statement as he was encompassed in a tight hug. It was an awkward one because Ayame was leaning on the counter but Naruto understood that she needed it. Her sobbing could both be felt and heard by him. He placed his arms behind her and slowly rubbed her back trying to soothe her. When she calmed down, they separated and Naruto smiled at her. You don't need to be afraid of guys like him. You can ask for my help anytime, he said. Thank you, Naruto. I was so scared back then, but you shouldn't have to fight anyone for me. People like that might try to hurt you, she said. Nonsense. I've been getting that treatment from people since I was a kid. The reason I got stronger was so that I could protect myself and my friends. If I can't do anything even now, what good was all that for? He replied, gritting his teeth. Ayame smiled at him as she was very grateful to him. However, her gaze went to something from the corner of her eye. Naruto, isn't that thing dangerous? You said it was poisoned, she said, looking at the senbon that lied on the counter. Oh, don't worry, there's no poison. I was just trying to scare him. You really thought I would play around with poison in a food stall? And that too, my favorite one. Who do you think will be the first one to die then? Naruto said, laughing, with Ayame joining him, surprised. But seriously, thank you again, Naruto. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been here. He didn't misbehave like that when Dad was around. I don't know what can I do to repay you, she said. You can repay me though, like no one else can, Naruto said as he winked. Ayame got the slightest shade of pink on her face as she asked, what do you mean? A bowl of Ayame's special ramen, what else? That guy interrupted my meal, Naruto said, grinning. Ayame shook her head, smiling as she said, haha, sure, coming right up. Scene break and time skip. Welcome to Yamanaka Flowers. Hey there, Ino. How've you been, Naruto? What do you want? I'm busy here, Ino said, surprised. It was just another boring day for her watching the shop, as her sensei too had to sort out the paperwork and he wasn't the quickest of them. Since she'd be going on missions in some days, her mom had asked her to watch the shop so that she could do some housework or shopping for essentials. Whoa, and here I was so excited after getting such a warm greeting, Naruto said. As I said, Naruto, get to the point. What do you want? It's the middle of a hot day. I'm already irritated. Don't push me to kick you out of here, she said. Well, why are you even sitting here if you can't help your customers? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrow. Wait, customer? We sell flowers, not ramen, Ino replied. Yeah, I'm literate enough, Naruto replied as his sweat dropped. I still can't believe it. What do you want flowers for? Oh, you want to give them to some girl, don't you? Ino asked. What? No, not yet at least. I wanted to get them to keep some pots in my balcony. The flowers look beautiful, right? That's why. Now can you help me with that or not? It's not like I know anything about flowers in detail. I heard this was the best place to get flowers, so here I am, he asked. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry, I know a lot more about flowers already than you ever will. I'll help you choose some nice flowers for your, balcony. Oh, you live in a place which has a spacious balcony too. Must be using up quite a lot from your allowance. I hope you didn't come here broke looking for flowers. I'm not going to keep anything in debt for anyone, including you, Ino said. Yeah, no kidding, Ino. I've got the money, now can you show them to me? Gosh, now I think I know why your shop looks so empty. You will be the one broke if you keep running the family shop like this, Naruto said cheekily. Ino was about to retort but felt too embarrassed to reply anything since he was technically correct. She was a blabbermouth. She showed him around different kinds of flowers and ornamental plants in the shop. She was actually surprised that even if he didn't know much about them, he did make an effort to understand and absorb the knowledge, unlike most of the people who just picked up something random or left it to the florist. You must have some bigger plants too. Like the bougainvillea or such. Bush clovers maybe, it's your speciality I guess, etched in the crest and all, Naruto asked. You can't grow a bougainvillea in pots, Naruto. It requires a lot of space. And I'm impressed that you know about our clan's crest that good, she said. It can be grown in a garden, right? Along the wall I guess, Naruto asked. You have a garden and a balcony at the same time? Ino asked, raising an eyebrow. What? Oh, no, an acquaintance of mine also needed some flowers for their garden, so he asked me to look for whatever's good, Naruto said, getting caught off guard. Ino looked at him with suspicious eyes but didn't say anything. He's probably making up a lie, but he is just a customer here. If he buys anything, who cares what he does about it? Good for me, good for him, she thought. Come here, Ino said as she opened a sliding door on the side wall behind a rack of flower pots. Naruto followed and surprisingly found a small garden full of plants, flowers, shrubs and whatnot. You can see anything you like, but don't even dare to pluck a leaf, Ino said. Sure, I won't, he said as he walked into the garden cautiously, not wanting to step on any of the plants. Ino closed the door and sighed. Phew. Finally, I can think alone for a bit, she thought. The reasoning behind this statement was not something to be just ignored. Apparently, before Naruto had entered the shop, he was already there occupying her mind. XD. She was thinking back to the graduation exams when, in a stupefying turn of events, Sasuke Uchiha, the crowd favorite, was trounced to the second position. And it was by the courtesy of none other than the class clown, Naruto Uzumaki. Her particular interest was in the fact that she had a really great intuition about it years ago. At that time, when he looked into his eyes, she had somehow encountered a different kind of intensity that she had never seen in anyone of their age before. Assuming it is some weird imagination of hers, she had ignored it. Now, she was startled to see him in her shop suddenly, so decided to act normally as she always, whatever limited number of times, did back in the academy. But she couldn't deny the fact that he had changed. Somehow, all of a sudden, he was way more smart and intelligent. He looked so cool now that she couldn't digest the fact that she ignored him all those years even after getting a good hint before anyone else. "Ino, are you there?" Her eyes opened as she heard the voice of her close friend calling her out. "Yeah, come on in, forehead," Ino said. An annoyed Sakura entered the shop who looked like she was already irritated and now oil had been thrown into a fire. She approached Ino who was already at the reception desk. "I have been calling you since 5 minutes. Where were you? And can't you just call me normally just like I did, Ino pig?" she replied. "Oh, I am pretty sure you had to do that because you didn't know if my mom or any customers were here, forehead," Ino said mockingly. Sakura was about to explode but then drooped her head out of exasperation. Ino knew something was up so asked softly, "Got into some problem or something?" Sakura just shook her head. "Not a problem, per se. Just that Sasuke-kun doesn't want to spend time with me. Whenever I try to approach him, he vanishes suddenly or tells me that he has to train alone. I came here to tease you about me being on his team but apparently being on the same team doesn't mean much after all." "I see. Maybe when you're on missions, you'll have a chance to talk to him. You can help him or something maybe, and then he'll start thinking aloud." "Yeah, that's right. He has to come with me on missions, so I'll have lots of time. Thanks Ino. I feel better now," Sakura said. "No problems," Ino replied. "Something isn't right. You didn't even say once that you will be the one to get Sasuke instead of me," Sakura asked eyeing her. Ino got caught off guard and said, "I didn't, well, I guess I don't have much chance with you on his team so it doesn't matter, right? Hehe." Sakura wasn't convinced as she asked, "Ino, I'm not buying it. Tell me the truth." Ino wasn't sure what to say at this point but had an idea. It would achieve the purpose and tease Sakura at the same time. "Okay, you asked for it. Don't cry later just because truth is bitter. Your teammate is in that garden over there. You said that I was late answering your call, right? Well, I was in there, alone, with him showing him all kinds of things," Ino said, speaking the last sentence as slowly and seductively as possible to make the impact, surprised herself and embarrassed that she didn't hesitate at all in saying all this. Sakura looked wide-eyed at her friend and waving her hand said, "Haha, Ino, you can't be serious." When Ino looked at her expressionlessly dead on in the eyes, she asked again, "You're serious? He's in there?" Ino looked at her trying to contain all the laughter inside and nodded slowly. Sakura knew the look in her eyes that told that whatever she said wasn't some joke. She was mortified at the idea and looking at her face she was about to cry so much there wouldn't be a need to water those plants around for days to come. "Hey there Sakura-chan. When did you come here?" Sakura froze at the voice and looked towards the person. "Huh?" was all she said. Naruto stopped in his tracks looking at her face assuming that there was some serious talk going on. "You idiot. You just had to come out at the worst possible time," Ino said loudly. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was done in there, but okay. Should I go back in there or maybe come back later?" he asked hesitantly. Ino facepalmed wondering how this guy could look so cool yet so dumb at different times. Sakura was just plain confused so looked questioningly at Ino. Ino caught it and replied, "Oh don't worry, this guy came into the shop asking for some flowers for decorating his balcony. I was showing him around different things, flowers and such, hehe." Sakura understood how Ino was pulling her leg yet speaking the truth at the same time. She was very embarrassed at herself that she came to conclusions so easily. "Hi Naruto. I came here a few minutes ago. By the way, have you seen Sasuke-kun around?" she asked. Ino was somewhat startled that the first question she asked him was this. However, Naruto didn't seem fazed as he simply replied no. "Oh, do you want to come look for him?" Sakura asked. Ino was now more than surprised since that was an absolutely absurd question. Naruto though, seemed unfazed again but still asked, "What for?" "Nothing in particular. We are all on the same team so maybe we could use this time to, I don't know, build stronger friendships," she said. "Of course, not," Naruto replied. "What, why?" Sakura asked. "Look Sakura, I would have loved to do that above all things. But it is Sasuke who doesn't want to do the same, and you know it, although somehow choose to ignore that. He is deliberately avoiding you. Yet, if you manage to get him to come, I won't deny. I'll even ask Kakashi-sensei to come. But don't think I would go tailing around a stuck-up Uchiha in the whole village for no reason. I have more important things to do," he replied, running out of patience. "Oh really? Like what?" Sakura asked, raising her shrill voice. "Like, decorating my balcony," Naruto said, emphasizing on every word to get the point through that he couldn't care less about the Uchiha at this point. Sakura was fuming at this point and she couldn't do shit about it, since everything he said was true. She turned and left the shop briskly without saying anything to either him or Ino. Naruto turned to Ino and said, "I don't think she was here to buy flowers, but still I am sorry if I lost you a customer." "No she wasn't, but still, you could have gone easy on her. She looked like she was gonna cry any minute, Ino said. She's your friend, right? I'm gonna ask you if that behavior is good for herself and you have to honestly answer about it. Sooner or later, she will have to face the facts. Better do it now, Naruto said. Ino couldn't say anything since she knew Naruto was not in the wrong one bit. Changing the topic, she asked. Anyways, did you check out all of that? What final conclusion did you reach at last? Yeah, I've decided what I want to get. You might need a notepad or something to write that down, Naruto asked. Ino was going to memorize it, but rather than argue she pulled out a notepad from the drawer. She held it up and smiled forcedly, asking as if, now happy? Naruto's sweat dropped slightly but then took it from her hand and started scribbling down the names. Ino looked at the names like daffodils, tulips, roses, chrysanthemums, carnations, etc., which were all good, but double-checked if she was seeing the numbers correctly. As Naruto handed her the list, she counted a total of 80 to 100 potted flowers alone. Add up the garden flowers, ornamentals, etc., and it was even longer. Your balcony is bigger than this shop, I assume. Or are you here to joke around with me? Ino said, wondering if Naruto was wasting her time playing a prank or something since he came here. Hey, no need to get aggressive. I already told you about this fellow who has a big garden, so he needs flowers. He might keep them in his balcony or roof or patio, I don't know, Naruto said. That must be a really rich guy to have all that space, Ino said. Yeah, kind of. You can say that, Naruto said mildly. Nevertheless, for an order this big, I will have to have some payment in advance. And it will take a few days. You may want to call him here for that, Ino informed. No problems. You can take all the payment beforehand. It's the quality that matters, he said to me. Nothing else, Naruto said, taking out his card. Wow, how'd a guy like you know a guy like him? Ino asked, swiping it. Beats me, he replied nonchalantly. Here's the receipt. Where will they have to be delivered? Ino asked. No need. Me and my shadow clones will take care of collecting the items. I'll come by in a few days to check, Naruto replied. Sure, whatever suits you, Ino said. Naruto voiced a thanks and turned around to leave the place, but turned around again. Forgot something? Ino asked. No, actually I had to ask you something else about the flowers, Naruto said. Normally, I don't take lectures on flowers, but since you placed such a good order, you may go ahead, she said, trying to look bossy even if she was up for anything related to flowers, as she had a keen interest in them. Thanks for the help, Ino-sensei. I've got some flower seeds which were lying around for some years. They were sealed in a scroll, so I guess they wouldn't have been spoiled. I thought if those could be of some use, then they won't be wasted. So, do I have to just put them in a pot and water them, or are there some extra steps? He asked. It's not that simple. Every flowering or even non-flowering plant requires a certain set of nutrients and conditions to grow optimally. Bring me the seeds sometime and I'll instruct you. Or you could have me do it, or anything else for that matter, but that won't be free of cost, Ino said. Naruto turned red for some reason and coughed. Ino was startled at the abrupt change in expression. Before she could ask anything, Naruto cleared her doubts. The last line could have been phrased better, he said. She frowned as she tried to remember what she said and realized her error quick enough. It sounded straight out of what a call girl dictionary would have at the first page. Yet she didn't scold him or anything and kept quiet. Whict expect. But who was he to complain? Actually, I brought them just in case, Naruto said, taking out a small, neatly knotted scroll from his pouch. Ino was not in the mood though. Sure, she had assured him that she'd instruct him about the plants, but she had enough for today. She just wanted her mom to come home soon so that she could go outside and do something fun. For instance, window shopping. Since excluding flowers, and maybe bickering with Sakura, shopping was her favorite hobby. Window shopping was the next best alternative since money doesn't grow in their plants or trees, after all. Can we do this later, Naruto? Please, she asked nicely. It won't take long. Okay, just tell me about one of them. I'll try planting it at home. Then we can do the others later on, he said. She dropped her head on the desk in vexation but said, fine. Hee, I know you're irritated with me by now, but I've got to say thanks, really, Naruto said. Honestly, if you weren't a customer, we would have ended this discussion an hour ago, Ino said without looking up. I know. But some of the seeds I saw were too weird to even say. I've heard about roses, I've heard about carnations, I've heard about daffodils, but never have I heard about something called parrot's beak, Naruto continued. At the same time, he unsealed a box of the first one he saw on the scroll. Yeah, it's quite she started. She jerked her head up faster than anyone could say, Ino. Did you just say parrot's beak? She inquired. Naruto replied, wondering how he got her curiosity suddenly. Could it be possible that she hadn't heard these weird names? Yeah, weird, right? And that's not the end. Some dude must have been crazy to name flowers as Vulcan's trumpet, ghost orchid, and hear this, chocolate cosmos. Ino snatched away the box of seeds from the scroll before he could pick it up and was seen completely and utterly flabbergasted. Do you know what this is? She asked him softly. He replied confused, yeah, it's a packet of seeds, as far as I know. The flowers must look good, going by the picture on the front of the box. I will ask again. Do you realize what this is? She asked fiercely. I'm not sure what I have to look for here. Any hints? He asked rather meekly. Read the name, right now, she said, visibly trying to control her anger. Yeah, it's called the Jade Vine, Naruto said. Yes, damn it. This is the Jade Vine. How dumb can you be to not realize that? You were roaming around carrying all these like they're nothing, she said. I get it, I guess. This is some special kind of seed? It's expensive or maybe fragile? He said, extending his hands in all directions metaphorically in hopes of catching the correct answer. A flat-so-lutely wrong, Ino shouted. This is origin of one of the rarest flowers you will ever find. I don't even know how it ended up in the hands of someone like you. Wow, that's awesome. Can you tell me how to plant it? Naruto asked, nonetheless to her irritation. Have you gone nuts? You think I'll let a novice like you grow this plant? No chance in hell, Ino replied. But wait, that is mine. Shouldn't I be the one who decides what I have to do about it? Naruto said calmly. Where did you get this? Answer me first, Ino said, eyeing him. Well, Ino, I was checking out if there was something useful in the store and found this scroll in the drawer labeled, Garden. I didn't think much of it until you made me realize that these were some rare-ass expensive seeds that my parents must have bought sometime. That is what I would have liked to said and brag about it in your face, but I can't, he thought. You got me. These are not mine exactly. The fellow I told you about, the rich guy. Remember? He gave these to me telling me that his grandfather had kept this safe for him and now he wants to grow them. I just thought these might have emotional value for him, but it appears these are monetarily and of course floristically, for the lack of a better word, valuable as well. Naruto said in one go, wanting to make it sound as plausible as he can. Ino looked at him with the same intensity in her eyes. And cared to share who this acquaintance of yours is? He knew that she was looking directly in his eyes. Lying in the face to a member of the clan who are born mind readers wasn't one of the best options. He did what he asserted was the best answer. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. It's supposed to be a secret. Maybe I'll tell you someday, but not now, not today. He looked equally intensely into her eyes to tell her that he had his own reasons and he wasn't going to budge. For the first time, Ino got on the defensive as she blushed yet again, watching the fierceness in his deep blue eyes. Fine, but you will let me handle these things. That okay with you? Ino said. I don't know, if they're so good maybe I should do it myself. Naruto said, knowing that he had to have the upper hand in the conversation. But you didn't even know about them until now, Ino replied, annoyed. But now I do. Thanks, but I guess I'll test my gardening skills, Naruto said. He took the box out of Ino's hand at a speed she couldn't even fathom what happened. Upon realization, she tried to get it back, who looked precisely like a child desperate to get her plush toy back. Alas, Naruto was too quick on his feet to allow her to lay hands on the box or scroll. Naruto, you are an amateur at this. Scratch that, you're not even an amateur yet. You can't possibly hope to try out your novice skills on something so rare, Ino said. Oh, you're saying it like you grow these things every other day, Naruto replied. Still, I'm a florist. It's surely common sense to have me look for it, Ino said. My seeds. My choice. You didn't buy them or anything, so these are still mine, Naruto said. That's perfect. If you want to sell, we'll buy them all. You can tell your friend that he got a high price, Ino said, trying to persuade him. After all, even if they grow these flowers, they'll end up with a huge profit due to the rarity of these items. Plus she'll get to see the flowers firsthand. I'm not giving in to the greed. Sorry, Ino. But I guess I'll have to figure something out myself. Or maybe some other florist can give me tips, he said, teasing her. Fine. Go to hell. If you can't listen to me, you'll regret later, Ino said. At least I will have tried. Better to regret on your own work than someone else who's too proud to even ask nicely. I'll see you in a few days. Inform me whenever the flowers are ready, Naruto said as he started walking away. Ino was now shaking. She thought she could force Naruto into believing that it wasn't his cup of tea and he'd easily relent. Now, the golden goose was walking away. Before Naruto could step out, she blocked his way. Naruto smirked internally, as this was exactly what he had wanted. He was bluffing her. Of course he wasn't going to just randomly waste them if what she said was true, which of course was. Why would she lie? But at that moment he was holding on to something she desperately wanted, which he had observed very well just ago. Fine. You win. Please give them to me. I want to see those flowers so badly, she said. That was enough for him, but he wanted to try provoking her further, just to see her reaction. I don't know. Maybe you could do better than that, he said questioningly. She looked downwards as her head dropped down slightly. Her eyes couldn't be seen behind her bangs, but her shoulders got slightly stiff. Oh shit. Bad news. It's how Sakura always does before trying to pummel me down, he thought. But what she did baffled even him. She closed the distance between them and put up her hands onto his chest. Their bodies were pressing onto each other. She looked at him directly in the eyes with a seductive look, and said, "Naruto, please. I just need them whatever happens. I'll do anything you want. You just have to say it." He definitely wasn't prepared for this, at least. He skips almost tumbling down. Hey, chch chato mak kudasai. I was just pulling your leg. You don't need to do anything like that. You requested me, that's enough. I'll give them to you. Just stop, he said. Ha, I know that already. I was just taking my revenge because you were acting all high and mighty back there. But nice guys like you always just cannot handle a girl. The look on your face was hilarious, she said laughing. It's not like that, okay, you got me, he relented. So, are you sure you're going to hand them to me until they bloom fully? Ino asked. Well, yeah I guess. But you'll have to promise me one thing, that no one except you should know who these seeds or plants belong to. I really can't tell anyone who's this for. Naruto added his condition. Not even mom and dad? Ino asked. Your father is the head of the TI department, Ino. You really need to ask that question? Naruto deadpanned. Ino humphed as she turned her head but agreed. She quickly yet carefully opened the box of seeds and looked at them in awe. They were neatly arranged inside a glass body. To the normal eye, those didn't look any different. But to a florist's eyes, these were a beauty in themselves. Wow, these are simply gorgeous, she said. Only a jeweler knows the shine of a diamond, I guess. Naruto stated nonchalantly. What else did you say you have? Ino asked, putting the glass case back in the box. Naruto opened the scroll and laid it out on the table. The names of the plants or flowers were written along with the seals. Wow, this has to be some stupid sweet dream. These are all rarest of the rare gems. Many of them can grow within a few days and many can survive even a few years without wilting away, even in harsh conditions. This is like the ultimate treasure trove for a florist, she exclaimed. I see you're excited, but I gotta ask. Why is it so that you can't find them nowadays? Naruto asked. Many of them only naturally grow in certain places which unfortunately are not found anywhere in the Land of Fire. Imports and trade has been cut off since the Third Great Ninja War with various nations I guess, since my dad said these used to be available, although in very limited amount, before that. Also, many of them are just not available because of the labor to grow and cultivate, and short period of bloom. I myself have seen barely any out of them, and that too in my childhood. Apparently, nowadays people have better things to spend money on than some measly little flowers, she explained. I see. So, you take care of the flowers. I leave them all in your care. I'll drop by every now and then to check if I can pick up anything. Or maybe you can ping me whenever it's done, he said. Deal, Ino said smiling. As he appreciated the door, he was stopped by her voice calling him once again. As he turned around, he found her arms around his neck enclosing him in a hug. Whoa, hey. What's this for? Naruto asked. Well, let's just say you made my day. It's an attempt to make yours too. This is not something just anyone gets to have, so be grateful, Ino said. Before he could have had the chance to say anything witty, she loosened her grip a little and turned her neck inwards to plant her lips onto his cheek. It was a chaste one, and didn't linger on for even a bit. Yet, he felt so embarrassed or something, he couldn't even move let alone say anything. See ya, Naruto. Ino said as she went inside. He was just left there standing with the slightly moist unfamiliar sensation on his cheek. Nobody could say he was feeling normal since his face was visibly redder than the roses he had seen just ago. Hey there, young man. He turned slightly and looked towards the direction of the voice without moving an inch. There seemed to be standing a lady with groceries in her hands. It's a pleasure to see you here, but I would suggest you visit the infirmary first. It appears to me that you seem to be suffering from a high fever right now, she said. May I ask who are you? Naruto asked and then mentally facepalmed at being sounded so rude. Yamanaka Flowers, you see here, she said pointing to her right. This is my shop. Scene break and time skip. He was now breathing easily as he reached his new home once again. It was too much at once when Ino gave him a thank you kiss and he found out the lady he met right after was none other than her mother. He was initially scared that she might have seen that very scene and he was a goner. Fortunately, when he had introduced himself, she just accepted it as a normal greeting and said nothing more. It was safe to say that she had missed it, for his own good. It's scary being on the head of T's bingo book of his daughter's too close for comfort friends list. Phew. Why did I even go to the florist in the first place? Should have just put some random seeds and water in the pots. I must have more important things to do. He was nonetheless pleased that all the miscellaneous household jobs were completed in such a short time thanks to his shadow clones. There had been enough slacking off for the time being. Now, there was only one thing left to do. He had already been dead set on achieving his goal to become the greatest Hokage and protect the people of Konoha. But now there was a known threat looming over in the darkness and the situation required accelerating the efforts to not only save Konoha but possibly the entire shinobi world. Fortunately, he had also been passed on a great asset which would undeniably become one of his greatest strengths. The jutsu that had rocked the shinobi world and instilled the great nations with fear, being effective enough to neutralize entire armies in mere moments. The jutsu created none other than by the Naidame Hokage. The signature move of the Yondaime Hokage, Flying Thunder God. Before he knew it, he was standing in front of what was presumably the study which belonged to his father. He pulled the key out of the envelope, inserted into the socket and twisted it before opening the door slowly. The view was unexpectedly foreseeable. It must sound like an irony, but he was so used to getting surprises that normal seemed abnormal somehow. There was a desk with some chairs, a couch on the opposite side, a bookshelf on the back and a cupboard. Granted, it was as lavish as it could seem, but other than that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He pulled out the piece of paper that was with the key and opened it hoping to find directions. When the force of grief pushes back, one should tread carefully on his track. For even once if clouds block the light's flow, it takes a lot for the sun to regain its glow. There was nothing else written on it. What kind of directions are these? Why can't you just give simple steps? I'm too restless to decipher some damn clues which make absolutely no sense. He looked at the books and scrolls in the shelf carefully but didn't find anything similar. He went on to open the cupboard to find something useful. Come on, is this really a place to keep snacks? I mean, sure they're packed but you could literally walk or maybe teleport to the kitchen and get yourself a whole meal. Naruto said, taking out some stale chocolate biscuits. Damn it, where should I look for it? He said as he smashed back the cupboard door loudly. He looked back at the piece of paper that contained the puzzle. It was getting to be a real nuisance. But something was off from before. Weird. I handled this paper with soft hands delicately to make extra sure that it doesn't get lost or damaged, but it's somehow visibly crumpled. After some contemplation, it dawned upon him. And his eyes got wider and wider every passing instant he looked at the piece of paper. Oh my, Kami, you sneaky old man, he said as he started laughing instinctively. As he was laughing, he simultaneously infused chakra into the paper and it ripped so much it vanished into nothingness. His laughter abruptly died down as he looked at an entirely normal piece of paper, the chakra paper. How interesting, you found out the trick. It's as you assume, the lines weren't any clues, just some random thoughts that came to my mind sometime in my life. You already have the clue to find what you're looking for. You must have been taught by somebody, hopefully, something important that a ninja should know. Look underneath the underneath. That's so mean. Telling all this ninja stuff to me, and all you're doing is playing with me. It's like having a match of hide and seek. Well, I won't complain. This is interesting, Naruto said, grinning a little. He had already figured out the meaning of the phrase. He put the paper on the desk and crouched down, carefully analyzing for any trapdoor mechanism or such. In the end, he found a small keyhole just below a corner. Underneath the underneath, huh? That was way too obvious. I'm disappointed, you know? Having no other key, he reinserted the same key and it opened with a click sound. Not that I'm complaining, but having the same key for two different locks isn't kinda dumb, anyways. He found out that a drawer existed there which loosened enough to be able for him to pull out. There was a sole large-sized envelope placed inside it. Something doesn't feel right. Too anticlimactic. Couldn't you use something fancier? He opened the envelope and pulled out its contents. Safe to say he was utterly staggered and horrified, judging by the look on his face. And why wouldn't he be, for there was a good reason behind it. That very envelope contained the details and backgrounds of literally all the serving anbu at that time, and even those of the retired and prospective recruits. I came looking for gold, and found bronze instead. That didn't sound very cool. Anyways, why the hell would he leave this kind of thing in a place like this? It wasn't the scroll for which he had hoped to be there, but it was something quite important, even though not as much. Well, somewhere else maybe. He decided to keep that envelope with him and hand it over to the Hokage as soon as possible. It was too valuable to be lying around somewhere like this. About to close the drawer back, he had a brainwave. Hold on a minute. That is exactly what I would do too. He tapped at the base of drawer and judged the height compared to the outside. There was no significant difference that would matter, and the sound was not that sharp to indicate there was something beneath. However, he remembered a little trick that he had picked up some time ago during his training. He had found it interesting even though it was an unorthodox way listed on the miscellaneous end sections of the book, since it wasn't commonly used. Or that there were far better ways to hide such documents or such. It was a foolish way to secure something, yet the most effective once you fulfill a certain condition. You will have to sacrifice another important piece of information. Hell, he wouldn't even have looked any further after finding this envelope if he wasn't specifically looking for the scroll here and had been given those clues. Underneath the underneath on a whole next level. Well, I guess sneaking into anbu libraries has its own perks. Remembering back, it was difficult only at the part where he had to sneak in. Afterwards, there was rarely any sign of trouble since the library was the last place a roughed up and tired anbu ninja after a long mission would wish to crash in. Those guys mostly learned everything on the field rather than on pages, which was of course the better option of the two. Although, Naruto didn't have that advantage, so used what he could. Carefully angling the drawer a little upwards, and pressing down on the base on the inside, the back gave way and a flap let loose. He pushed the flap on the hinge and finally got his reward. As he ducked down to reach the level of the drawer, he saw it. "Dad, that was too reckless coming out of a smart guy like you. Still, I can guess this was far more important than anything else." Fortunately, there didn't come a need to test this gamble out. The scroll was placed inside a tri-pronged kunai-shaped cavity horizontally. It had a vantablack shade background with golden stripes on the ends and tied with a bright yellow thread. "Yep. That cannot be anything else. That's got to be it," he whispered. He couldn't help but control the very slightest shaking in his hands that were certainly physical representations of his hesitance. Nevertheless, he didn't falter by giving in to self-doubt for even a moment and grabbed the scroll. Somehow, he felt far more relieved the instant it was in his hand. He pulled it out and stared at it. His hands were now visibly shaking and he couldn't control it. It showed how much excited he was, going by the expression on his face and the look in his eyes. "This is exhilarating, time skip, this is so tiring." Naruto was ruffling his hands through his own hair out of frustration. Apparently, understanding the scroll was indeed not just kids' play. The fact that it had been explained in great detail made it just barely simple enough to be interpreted by him. He had read a lot about fuinjutsu too wherever he could. Even then, he didn't have enough knowledge on the art as it was quite high-level subject and rare to find good explanations everywhere. A large part of which also depended on the fact that no one could actually claim to be expert enough that he could seek advice or demonstrations. Thus, he didn't force himself too much into fuinjutsu at that time and focused on other strengths. He was now fumbling through the pages of many good texts that he found in the bookshelf of the same room along with a few other shadow clones. Quite conveniently, many of them were based solely upon the ins and outs of spacetime ninjutsu. Spatial bending. The easier way to get around temporal rotation. Effects of high accelerations on time. Theory of relativity. Length contraction and time dilation. Wear and tear. Effect of recurring tensions on human body. Whoa, looks like this section contains a lot of relevant information. Therefore, it was a relief to him that he didn't have to master all of fuinjutsu just to get this one particular jutsu up and working. Nevertheless, the texts were too lengthy and detailed to be completed even in a year by a regular person. Add on to the fact that each line of description in the scroll needed lots of reference from all those books that it was absolutely mind-bending. He had come to realize that he would undoubtedly have to put his heart and soul into it if he wanted to be able to master this jutsu soon. Although he did have the tailored layout of the workings of the jutsu courtesy of his father, unlike the latter he didn't have the same luxury of years of time to have it perfected. This was going to be one hell of a task. Scene break and time skip. "Naruto, baka, get your lazy ass to work right now." Naruto turned around away from the screeching voice that belonged to none other than his only female teammate. Kakashi looked up from his book towards the trio through his only uncovered eye and sighed. All of them seemed to be picking up weeds from a big garden that belonged to some rich guy who couldn't hire civilian workers due to the fear of rumored presence of lots of wild snakes around the area. Although, there was a slight misjudgment in the first glance. The Naruto working with the others was merely a shadow clone, while the original one was dozing off on a bench in the corner under a tree shade facing away from the others. Almost 1 week was over since they had started doing missions and it had been like this since the beginning. Flashback. Sasuke and Sakura were already there waiting for their sensei to arrive and even their teammate this time. "Cha. I hope he doesn't show up before sensei does. That way either only me and Sasuke-kun will be on the mission or he'll be punished to do it alone and we can spend some time alone together," inner Sakura shouted. Sasuke was annoyed only because he had to pull while the others were coming at their own leisure. Kakashi appeared on the top of the bridge and announced, "Yo, I see all of you are ready to go for your first mission, although none seems too enthusiastic." "You're late. And what do you mean all? Baka Naruto isn't here yet, so he should be punished. You said last time that everyone has to be on time before you." Sakura said, smirking inwardly that her wish came true. "True, I said that. But I guess you're mistaken," Kakashi said, amused at the statement. "What do you mean?" Sakura asked, but Sasuke was also curious. "Naruto is right there," Kakashi pointed out. Both of them looked in the direction, which they'd later realize was their blind spot from where they stood and were surprised to see Naruto having a nice siesta on a tree branch without making the slightest noise. "You ought to be more cautious of your surroundings. I don't know since when is he here, but if it had been an enemy instead of a friend, you'd end up with serious injuries. Out on the missions, it more or less translates to being dead," Kakashi said. Sakura was shouting around in the loudest voice in her head while Sasuke just gritted his teeth at not being able to detect him earlier. "Naruto, it's time you come down. We're about to start," Kakashi announced nonchalantly. Naruto opened his eyes groggily with a yawn and flickered to where all of them were standing on that bridge. He stood there attentive, having woken up almost completely focusing on whatever the mission would be. However, before Kakashi could say anything, Sakura butted in. "What have you been doing?" Naruto turned to her in confusion. Must be talking about these eye bags, he realized. "I was working," he said, On what? She asked. None of your business. He thought. Something, he said, trying not to sound rude. Sakura was annoyed that he didn't reply to her questions, but Sasuke knew that it was some important training and he was probably yet to be bested again by his teammate. Okay. This is the objective of our first mission. Let's not start off bad, Kakashi said, unrolling a scroll. A few hours later, they were standing in the Hokage office while a stout lady, one of the relatives of the daimyo, was squishing a black cat named Tora. As she left the room, the only ones left were a frustrated Sasuke, who had almost caught the cat but it managed to slip through before Naruto caught it easily, and almost crying Sakura, whose face had been roughed up by the cat's claws, a confused Kakashi, who had thought the mission would promote teamwork, a sleepy Naruto trying not to show it, who hadn't slept last night as it was the last day of full-day training, and an amused Hokage. Good work. That was a record by a great margin regarding the time you took to subdue Tora, nicknamed the Monster Cat, the Hokage said. All of them bowed slightly as per protocol and were dismissed. The Hokage remembered the time when he received Naruto's invitation for a cup of tea at the old mansion. He had accepted and was amazed to find that it was almost, scratch that, exactly the same as he had seen what felt like ages ago. Even the gardens had been taken care of along with the floral embellishments. Talking over the promised cup of tea in the patio, he had told the Hokage all about what he had found inside the mansion, including the letters. The Hokage was surprised to know that the secret to Hiraishin was actually there inside the fourth's home. Regardless, he told Naruto that it was up to him to do whatever he wanted, and that he'd be there for him whenever he needed any help. Looking at him now, the Hokage knew he'd been working hard day and night, maybe even overstraining himself. But only Kami knew how to stop the boy when he was determined to do something. Flashback over. Since then, every day Naruto either finished the job quickly or deployed his shadow clones to do his share while he rested as much as he could. Sakura had objected strongly against him using this trick, but it was of no use. Technically, work had to be done by the appointed shinobi and he was doing just that except via proxy of himself. Still, Kakashi would have interjected had he been lazing around, but one look at him told that whatever he was working on day and night was tiring him the most. He knew better than to worsen his students' health despite realizing that much. Sasuke just cursed himself not to be able to use the shadow clone jutsu as efficiently without draining a lot his chakra lest he'd have been training rather than picking weeds. Naruto, you slacker. If you've got time to rest, come help us here, Sakura shouted. She was getting more and more irritated by the itching caused by the long blades of grass brushing on her legs. Sakura. Her face lit up like a bulb. How in the world could it be Sasuke-kun's voice calling her? But it was. He was calling her. She turned her neck sideways to face him. Maybe he finally wants to go on a date with me? What is it, Sasuke-ku? A kunai flew right across in front of her face over her shoulder with a speed she couldn't even register. She stumbled backwards and fell down on her butt. She was so surprised she let out short breaths after holding one subconsciously. When she looked straight, it was none other than Naruto who had thrown it. And to add fuel to her anger, he had a pleased look on his face. Are you freaking insane, you moron? That was too close for comfort. I could have died if it hit me. Enough with your stupid pranks, I'm gonna pulverize you, sensei, did you see? She was suddenly shocked to see that Kakashi had also drawn his kunai and was ready to do what had just been done by her teammate, but was relieved for some reason. Looking across, she saw that Sasuke's hand was down his pouch, as he was trying to pull out some shuriken. She had failed to notice it before due to the sudden movement. He didn't look like he was too happy about being a few fractions of a second late. Puzzled as to why everyone was behaving that way, she looked at her side and screamed loudly, getting the shock of her life. Lied there with its mouth wide open was a big snake, with its huge fangs ready to tear through flesh and bone alike. The only thing that stopped it was the blood-covered kunai that lodged itself through half of its head. Sakura looked at Naruto, who still had that satisfied look on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't how do you even know that it was going to attack me? Snakes inhabit this area, so you gotta keep an eye around every time. Kakashi-sensei is one real badass though, sitting around under that tree knowing that there was a snake hanging down from one of the branches above. Sasuke was on alert the whole time too, so I didn't need to look out for him. You, on the other hand, had your hands full of shouting at me, so it was obvious you weren't paying attention to your surroundings. Plus, if you listen closely, you can also hear the hissing sounds from the openings of the burrows. Naruto explained. You analyzed all that while you were sleeping? Sakura asked, bewildered. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and went back to the bench. Kakashi just sat back down to read one of his soft porn books, knowing that Sakura will have to learn the lesson herself. Sasuke was again disappointed that while he had complete focus on his own surroundings, it was too late until he had seen that snake behind Sakura. Time skip as they finished the job quickly and reported to the Hokage. He approved the completion and dismissed them, asking Naruto to stay behind. Did you need something, Gigi? He asked. Nothing in particular. How have you been these last few days? The Hokage inquired. As good as I've ever been. Naruto replied, although a yawn at the end betrayed him. You've always been sleep deprived? The Hokage chuckled. Guilty as charged. I've spent a little less time on the bed and more in my training, but it's worth it, Naruto said. Nothing is worth your health, my boy. Either kick it down a notch, or else I'll have you checked by MH Avenue to undergo mandatory bed rest. I can't have my shinobi out in the field in this state, the Hokage said. But I'm so close to learning it, Naruto pleaded. Don't be ridiculous. It'd take a lot more time to actually grasp the jutsu completely. I may not know how to use it, but I've seen my fair share of the parts to know that it's highly complex, the Hokage chided. I'll make a bet, Naruto said instantly. What? The Hokage asked confused. 1 week. I've done all of the theoretical part already. I just need some time to test it out practically and smoothen it, so that I don't make a clown of myself. I can absolutely finish that in a week. If you're so sure, let's make a bet, Naruto said. The Hokage was surprised to hear it, but he couldn't just push aside the claim easily. After all, he had the confidence to say it and he had done a lot of unimaginable things until now. Still, he did think that it was a big chance as it could come when he could win a bet against him, since it was quite more formidable of a task than it appeared to be. Fine, I'll play. What if you lose? The Hokage asked. I will do all these menial D-rank tasks for a month without complaining, Naruto said. That's too low. Afraid of your own claim now, boy? Hiruzen asked, puffing out a smoke ring from his cigar. Fine. 3 months. Naruto said. That's more like it. And what if I lose? The Hokage asked. Naruto gave the most devilish smile as he clenched his fist, looked him in the eyes most intensely and said. You give me a real mission. I'm itching to let loose. Chapter 15. Well, fuck, this wasn't supposed to happen. He had failed. I assumed it to be too easy. I was totally wrong. No wonder it took Dad years to get used to it. 1 week had passed, and he was in the private training fields that belonged to the Hokage. He had practiced day and night along with lots of shadow clones, but something with this jutsu highly diminished the effectiveness of that particular training method. It was due to the strain it put on the body that most of the cage bunshin couldn't handle it being dispelled instantly. As a result, most of the results were produced due to his own intense training. He had a really huge advantage over his predecessor in the fact that he already had a very sturdy build in comparison. Yet, the strain wasn't something you could handle without experiencing it and getting used to it over and over and over again. Therefore, he sat there, kneeling on one leg, his forearm on another, putting all his body weight on itself. Breathing heavily, he closed his eyes to get rid of the mild vertigo. He didn't want to show any signs on the outside, lest he'd be admitted to the hospital for Kami knows how long. He would have to practice a lot harder to be able to actually use it in battle. There isn't a fraction of a second to spare out there, and he'd be roasted mincemeat before a spinning world in his head went stable. Naruto Uzumaki wasn't satisfied yet. Well, fuck. This wasn't supposed to happen. He did it. That son of a bitch, he fucking did it. Ahem, in the name of Kami. I can't believe it. He may have surprised me many times before, yet this is almost inhuman. After 1 week, Naruto had invited him to see the results of his training. The Sandaime Hokage was too curious to pass up such an opportunity and accepted immediately. Naruto had placed a seal on a large piece of paper in front of where the Hokage stood. It was a long one, far bigger than what the Yondaime used on his kunai. It doesn't work the same for everyone. Since everybody's chakra is different, it's imperative to create a seal that would complement your passing through the spacetime void. This seal was a bit similar to my dad's since our chakra is similar, but I am in no way an expert in fuinjutsu that I could compress it into such small seals. Dot was the explanation he had got. Naruto had shunshined away in a swirl of leaves to reach the farthest point of view of the Hokage. There was no doubt it was him, as the Hokage couldn't sense any other trace of chakra, including shadow clones, except for the yellow-haired figure in the distance who was actively releasing chakra to make it clear it was himself. There was not much delay or show-off, as the Hokage put his hand up to signal him to get ready. As he swung it down to indicate a green signal, Naruto produced a series of hand signs. It's how Minato used to try to do it back then in the beginning, months before he could actually enforce them properly. Took him years to get rid of them. The boy is still too immature at this stage. Nevertheless, I have complete faith that he will achieve it someday, he thought. But in the next moment, like an absolute mad lad, he appeared. And not just like anyone else can, he appeared in a yellow flash. Like the countless times he had seen the Yondaime disappear and appear out of nowhere, Naruto appeared in front of him, and immediately went down to his knees. It was the after effect of the jutsu, which invariably required getting used to by practice. But he had done it, there was no doubt. It might not be at its best, but it was complete. Sharpening a few rough edges was no big deal, compared to what he had done. There was no visible expression on the Hokage's face except for that involuntary widening of eye, lifting of forehead crease and the jaw that struck the ground, metaphorically. He was speechless. Stunned. What could he say? What could he speak? What could he think of it? The Sandaime looked up at the sky, relieved for a moment that Naruto was too tired to see him, and said mentally, "Nidaime-sama. I have respected you a lot and believed that there was no one I had seen in my life who could match your marvelous skill and prodigiousness. I am so glad to say that I really might have found him this time." Hiruzen Sarutobi had lost the bet. Scene break and time skip. Hokage's chambers. The Hokage was sitting in his desk having set aside all his paperwork. Naruto was now standing there in attention and he was back to normal. If being normal considered barely awake state, bruised body and tired eyes, then yes. The Hokage broke the silence. "I lost the bet, fair and square. You can get your high-ranked mission, but I would still advise." "I don't want it." The Hokage paused, startled. "Pardon? Just yet?" Naruto finished. "Oh well, surprise." He might not look it but he was completely awake. One look in his eyes and the Hokage knew that Naruto understood his situation perfectly. "I know the jutsu worked somehow, but it's useless if I can't utilize it in a battle. A high-ranked mission would have to wait until then, when I'll be confident about it. Let's say I'll get that mission for sure when I'm able to swipe that hat from you before you could catch me." The Hokage smiled at the cocky yet mischievous expression of his former apprentice and replied, "We'll see about that. Nobody gets it that easily." Both of them laughed and lightened the atmosphere. Now. You're too tired by your body-wrecking training. I can't allow you to do anything but recuperate for now. Go home and rest," the Hokage ordered. "Yes, sir. I won't let you down next time," Naruto replied, saluting him and turned to exit. He was stopped by the Hokage's voice. "You never do. And you did not this time too, regardless of what you think. I am proud of you." Naruto just smiled and turned the doorknob. "And one more thing. I had picked a good C-rank mission for you in the meantime. Notwithstanding the outcome, it was meant to be a small prize for your dedication. Make sure to be in your top game by that time. Whether it be of any rank, a mission is a mission. You won't be in the village protection anymore." The Hokage knew that was worth it just by watching the lively beam on his face as he said, "Arigato, Gigi." "Hua? What do you mean Naruto's on leave?" Sakura asked. "I don't mean anything. I was just stating what I've been informed. He won't be with us for 3 days. It's not a voluntarily one, though," Kakashi replied. "HMPH. Sasuke frowned. "Must be that training work of his. Why am I doing all these petty jobs anyway?" "That's not fair. We'll have to do all the work," Sakura said, pouting. "Wait a minute. If Naruto's not here, then that means I'll have Sasuke-kun all to myself." "Cha!" Inner Sakura shouted. "He's not bound to do it, but if hearing it makes you feel better, he volunteered to do double the number of missions to compensate. You can have that time off," Kakashi informed. "That means free time for both Sasuke-kun and me. That Naruto did something good for once. I'll look for a good place to go on a date." "Cha," she thought. "Serves him right. It's only fair that he does all this petty work too while I train. I hope this fangirl doesn't pester me at that time," Sasuke thought. "What have you been doing, Naruto?" It was almost a whisper, and while none of his students heard anything, it was the voice which contained deep concern. A voice that carried the concern of a teacher for his student. Yes, even though he may not show it, he was concerned about the well-being of each of his students. He didn't have to worry much about Naruto initially because he was the most balanced and intelligent one. But sometimes, even smart people burn themselves out of overenthusiasm. And that was exactly what Naruto was doing, as far as he knew. I guess it would be unwise to go meet him now. I'll let it slide this time and leave him to rest. Scene break and time skip. Few days later, Ichiraku's ramen. Now, just going by the Nasame that he would be sitting there eating away what was his 7th bowl or so. What if I tell you that it was not the case this time? He was just sitting there since the last 10 minutes while Ayame refused to give him ramen until Tuchi came himself. "Owner's orders," she said with a mischievous, mysterious smile. He was confused but still sat there waiting and knowing that this would be his last visit probably before he set out for a mission outside the village. Since it was his first, he sure was anxious as much as he was excited. Granted, Kakashi was an elite ninja and he was no joke himself, but still there was a chance that any situation could go haywire. Almost ironically, he somehow knew something would happen and more surprisingly, he wanted it to. That feeling was the most thrilling in the whole world. That was absolutely why he couldn't miss his possibly last bowl of ramen. "My soul would haunt this shop till eternity, otherwise," he whispered. "Huh?" Ayame sure had keen sense of hearing. "Oh, nothing. Hey Nei-chan, I was wondering when the old man would come. You see, I'm kind of on a schedule so," Naruto asked, desperate to get some ramen. "Oh, you have become quite a busy man, haven't you?" Before Ayame could have said, a voice entered from the back entrance of the stall. "Oji-san, oh, it's nothing like that. But I've got to tell you, I was so hungry waiting so much that." Tucci hit him on the head with a pan like a teacher would punish his student for carrying out mischief. "Ow, ow, ow. I didn't even do anything yet. What was that for?" Naruto asked, wondering what prank he had done to get this punishment. Tucci just looked at him with his naturally squinted eyes and pointed to the edge. Naruto looked right and saw the splintered off part of the platform. Apparently, it had been made use of as a decoration by putting some napkins which emerged from that part. Oh, I am so sorry. I absolutely forgot to repair it. I'll do it for sure when I get back from my... Another hit. A bump appeared on his head. Chato mak kudasai, okay, I'll do it right now. That was too reckless, you little fool, Tucci said as he finally broke his silence. Huh? He grabbed Naruto's collar and tugged it. You didn't need to do that. You could have been injured. As much I'm concerned about my daughter, I'm worried about you. You're like a son to me too. Naruto just smiled and said, I'll be more careful, next time. Making no attempt to deny the possibility of himself engaging in combat should the situation demand so. The old man just couldn't stop himself from letting a smile on his face and released him. Comically, he grabbed him again but by sandwiching his neck between his own elbow and pulled him. I haven't finished yet, he said, and he started releasing an anime tear waterfall. You don't know how precious Ayame is to me. She's my only daughter. I can't thank you enough for saving her. That bastard hasn't shown his face after that, she tells me. You sure must have looked like some big shot back then, he added. Hee, I guess. Naruto didn't know what to say. Tucci released his grip and there was fire instead of his eyeballs. Watching this, there was no surprise in what he said next. You said you had a mission, right? Prepare yourself, my daughter. We're going to empty the whole ramen supply of the shop in front of him. Naruto, you will have stuffed so much ramen that you won't even be able to walk, and it's all on me today. I don't know if that would be useful or counterproductive, but hey, who can refuse free ramen? I'm gonna eat as much as I can, Datbeo. Scene break and time skip. Hokage Chambers, Team 7 was assembled in front of the Hokage. Team 7 reporting, Sir, our mission for today? Kakashi asked. You guys. I've selected a C-rank mission for you this time. The Hokage said taking a glance at Naruto. I hope it wouldn't be as boring and will give you better exposure. Yeah, Naruto shouted. Sasuke didn't express himself as much but the smirk told that he was not against that decision at all. Sakura wasn't too much enthusiastic about going on more dangerous missions outside the village, but seeing how her teammates looked forward to it, she put on a happy expression as well. What's the mission about, though? Naruto asked. While Kakashi was taking a look at the details in the scroll, the Hokage said, it's an escort for a bridge builder from Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. According to him, some bandits have been threatening to harm him. You have to keep them away until he completes building the bridge. It's almost finished, as I've been told. As if on cue, a mildly drunk man entered the chamber with a bottle of sake in his hands. Meet Tazuna, the bridge builder. He finished. Oi, you mean to say these punks are going to protect me? I'd have a better chance if I asked my grandson to do the job. And especially that shorty over in the middle. What's with that stick you've been carrying tied to your waist? You going to fight the bandits with that? He said loudly. A tick mark appeared on Naruto's forehead. True, he was a tiny little bit shorter than Sasuke. And Sakura too was a little taller, but hey, girls do grow earlier in puberty, right? No need to rub it in his face. And the stick? Oh well, a demonstration might be needed after all. Before he knew it, something whooshed in front of the old man. Despite being half drunk, Tazuna had his full concentration on Naruto and yet he could only see Naruto's hand on the supposed stick. It was only when he heard the shattering of glass and the sudden lightening of weight in his hands he knew, his bottle of sake was sliced. Sasuke was watching Naruto with a scowl on his face. He hadn't been able to notice the sword until Naruto had swung it completely and was slipping it back into the sheath. True, he was taken by surprise but still, he hated the fact that Naruto had so much over him. Both Kakashi and the Hokage had seen it clearly and sighed, show off. Sakura was as clueless as Tazuna. Not wanting to complicate matters with the client, Kakashi said. Understood, Lord Hokage. Okay you guys, pack up whatever you need and meet me on the gates in half an hour, go. And Naruto, next time you'll be the one cleaning up the mess over here. The Hokage added referring to the spilled sake. Hi, Gomen, Naruto's sweat dropped. All of them complied and disappeared in a flicker. Tazuna-san, I'm sorry about that. He's a bit hyperactive, Kakashi said. No, Shinobi-san. I like that attitude if that's what's in store for any enemies. That's some fine young crop you got there, Hokage-sama. I'm amazed, Tazuna said. Yes, you should go pack up too, though, or you'll be late, the Hokage suggested. Tazuna nodded and left the room. Kakashi still stood there hesitant to talk. I know what you're thinking, the Hokage said. Are you sure Lord Hokage? I mean, going by the protocol they'd have to have a lot of D ranks before this, Kakashi asked. Naruto will be the end of me if I keep giving him the usual D ranks. Sasuke too seems enthusiastic about it. Sakura should gain some more confidence by field exposure. It's not a big deal anyway, the Hokage said. I get it, although I'm still a bit unsure since this is my first time having to babysit them outside the village. What if they get homesick or something? Kakashi said, rubbing his head. Hirizen's sweat dropped. Was that all he was afraid of? Anyways, it should be a cakewalk. Naruto is already leagues above your average genin. And most of all, I have one of my best to take care of them, he said, smiling. I'm humbled, sir. I'll try my best, Kakashi said. Truth be told, if it's just you and Naruto, I could even send you guys to an A rank if the need arises. That's how powerful and smart you both are. He has got everything to accomplish it except for experience, the Hokage said. Kakashi went speechless for a second or two, but he knew it was true. And he also realized what the Hokage wanted to do. And I'll make sure that he gets exactly a good amount of that in the field. Very well. Dismissed. Scene break and time skip. Is your teacher always that late, kids? Even Tazuna was tired of waiting for Kakashi, but the latter didn't seem to show up. Well, yeah, but don't go taking a nap or something. He'll be here any minute now, Naruto said, looking at the time. Hey there, I hope I didn't make you wait. Kakashi popped up out of nowhere. You teach your students discipline and yourself are late, Tazuna scoffed. Now, sorry. Let's go, we're already late, Kakashi said, pushing everyone. Everyone's sweat dropped. That's because of you, only Tazuna said, as the rest of them were already used to it. There was some rustling of leaves in the trees a good distance far away from the scene. Someone was hiding there, keeping an eye on them without anyone being aware of it. As they left the village gates, it was time for their first real mission, off to the land of waves. Hey sensei, can I ask you something? Sakura said. Hee, you just did. Naruto whistled. Urusei, baka, Sakura retorted. Go ahead, Sakura. Kakashi permitted. Why is it that he came to us asking for protection? Why not just seek help in his own land? She asked. I heard that, little girl. Not every land has a shinobi village to safeguard their protection, Tazuna said, who was a little further ahead. I assumed you were a bookworm, Sakura. So you must have been knowing about the shinobi villages of Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, Ki. It was just for a split second, when Kakashi gave Naruto a glance as Naruto ceased talking for a moment, and he looked back. A silent agreement seemed to pass. Ri and Suna, Naruto finished. Of course I know that, baka. I just thought there might be more of them in other villages too, Sakura replied. You're not entirely wrong, though. Some like Grass and Rain do have their own shinobi but majority don't, Naruto said. Oh, is that right, Sensei? Look out, Sakura shouted. Kakashi raised his only visible eyebrow out of surprise as four chained kunai wrapped around him from behind and tightened around, cutting him into pieces. No, Sensei! Sakura shouted in shock. Tazuna was equally shocked and completely frightened. The assailants didn't stop for a moment before continuing their attack. Their primary target was the bridge builder, it was evident. The secondary target was every one of them. Leave no survivors, if possible. It would be a headache if their whereabouts were disclosed everywhere. Hence, one of them moved with precision towards Tazuna and threw his kunai chain. It was Sasuke who took action first and with a deft movement threw shuriken which lodged themselves into a tree along with the chain. The enemy shinobi didn't lose any time to discard his original weapon to replace it with a regular kunai. He dashed at Sasuke with considerable speed. Damn it. He's not a genin, that's for sure. And even if I might be able to hold my own, there's no way I can protect the bridge builder at the same time, Sasuke thought. As the enemy closed in, he blocked the latter's kunai in front of his left shoulder. Good. I still have one arm free, he thought. The enemy shinobi suddenly tilted to the right and attempted to deliver a left kick to his gut. He instinctively blocked it with his right hand. Blocked as he was, he saw the left hand coming from behind in the form of a fist. His range was too close to return a roundhouse kick, so he couldn't do anything yet. It's fine. The bridge builder is safe just behind me. I can take a jab no sweat with his non-dominant hand, Sasuke finally conceded. To his surprise, the shinobi quickly swiped out another kunai from the thigh pocket of the leg which was still in the air and carried on with his course. Shit. I can't take that jab now, and I can't dodge either. Tazuna is just behind. His reflexes aren't fast enough to dodge this, Sasuke cursed. Yes. No dodge, stay, move, stay, what to do? There wasn't just enough time to decide. As the kunai came dangerously close to his face in full swing, he waited for the inevitable. And then, it connected. No, not the kunai. A fist connected with the man's face from the side and he was sent flying across a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. What the hell? There was nobody there a second ago. Not left, not right, not above. Where the hell did he come from? Hey Sasuke. Thanks for distracting him. I was able to deliver a surprise attack. Naruto stood there with his confident toothy grin. Dobi, where's the other one then? Sasuke said as he pushed Naruto aside but was met with a sight of the other shinobi lying on the ground in front of Sakura. Did Sakura? Sasuke prompted to ask, not believing it in the least though. No Sasuke, it was Naruto. It was in too familiar voice. Kakashi was sitting atop that very tree branch where Tazuna and Sasuke stood. He had pulled out a kunai in his hand and was at the brink of throwing it on the man's arm just when Naruto punched his daylights out. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted, breathing heavily due to fear. But, I thought you were. Come on Sakura, Kakashi-sensei is a seasoned jonin. You can't expect some runaway chunin to be able to take him down, Naruto replied. Forget that, what happened there? Sasuke asked Sakura, furious that Naruto managed to take two of them down while he couldn't handle one. Sakura started, scene flashback. As one shinobi had chosen to target Tazuna, the other one decided to make Sakura his target. Reasons, you ask? Well, weaker female, for starters. Hey wait, what's up with these incoming pseudo-feminists, XD? But the primary reason was that she was frozen stiff after witnessing Kakashi's apparent cold-blooded murder. She could barely pull out a kunai but didn't have enough courage to even lift it, and the chained kunai thrown at her meant certain death. There was nothing going on in her mind, it was gripped with fear. Despite the situation suddenly being in their favor in a few seconds later, those moments felt as if those were her last. Only a voice could be heard in her brain. Somebody save me, please, and somebody did answer. As the kunai closed in to within a feet of her chest, a loud clang indicated that it was forcibly deviated back by the powerful swing of a sword. You fucking brat, don't interfere, or I'll kill you first. It seemed Naruto had decided to save Sakura as Sasuke chose to protect Tazuna. Before the man could say something else, he appeared in front of him. What the fuog? Naruto kneed the man in the gut hard. With that much raw strength, the man didn't even have any chance to cough as he went unconscious at that very moment. Sakura couldn't fathom what was happening, but was happy that she was saved. Yet again, Naruto disappeared from her sight altogether. One moment he was standing above the ninja and the next second. As she turned towards where Sasuke stood, she only saw the other shinobi in the air about to eat dust like he never did. And Naruto was there. How? She had no idea. It wasn't possible using regular shunshin. Yet somehow, in the end he had managed to save the day. Scene flashback end. And that's more or less how it turned out, she finished. Of course she hadn't been too descriptive about how she was frozen stiff, but the objective details regarding Naruto were well conveyed. Sasuke was fuming now. Naruto had superiority in both speed and power. He had been equally pushed to save a hostage, but he had done it effortlessly. How the hell am I supposed to get more power, Kiri-nin? Naruto sent a questioning glance at Kakashi. They had tied them to a tree and sent a message to Konoha to retrieve them. They weren't going to be up and about until the next day, according to Naruto, and the place wasn't too far from the village. Everyone looked at Kakashi for some explanation. Don't look at me. I don't think they were after us. Try asking our client over here. Kao turned his gaze to Tazuna, who was clearly avoiding eye contact. Tazuna-san, care to explain? Naruto asked. Tazuna wanted to put up some fake argument for an excuse, but looking at them he knew that it wasn't going to be enough now. He exhaled a sigh and started, the mission wasn't a lie. I needed protection. These people don't want me to complete the construction of the bridge. You know that these kids are not trained enough to take on shinobi right now. A C-ranked mission only fulfills the criteria of protection against bandits, robbers or mercenaries in extreme cases. What you required was a B rank or an A rank protection squad depending on the threat involved, Kakashi explained. I know. But the land of waves is not a rich country. We are barely able to make our ends meet. Even after everyone's contribution, I was able to manage this much, Tazuna said gloomily. It's one thing to not be rich, but entirely different to be in such a plight. How'd your country end up like that? Naruto asked. It wasn't always like that. We lived happily without ever being greedy for much. It's a prime travel and transportation hub, so there were a lot of people around. Earning enough money by catering to them, the people did not have any troubles. That is, until he came, Tazuna said. Who came? Sakura butted in. Gato, he replied sadly. You don't mean that multi-millionaire Gato, do you? Kakashi asked. Precisely him. In reality, he's just a big fraud. He had promised the people of our country that mutual prosperity would be achieved if we worked together. Many accepted. He has now acquired many key assets in the land and has blocked the economy both physically and on papers. He has hired ships that don't allow travelers or goods to pass. Every day has become a struggle to find the bare minimum. He has proposed that we give up our land to him and in exchange he'll hire us as workers. But we have our own pride. We can't give in to that filthy snake. Rumors are that his underside business is smuggling of drugs, although it hasn't reached our land yet. Our only hope is the bridge. Once connected to mainland, we can start trades again. Gato doesn't want that to happen. I am the only bridge builder who can finish the task, Tazuna explained. Naruto's blood was close to the boiling point when he heard how the rich bastard committed atrocities over the poor innocent people. So, what do we do? Kakashi asked. Nobody said anything, but then Naruto broke the silence. I say we help him. Our mission says that we have to protect him. We won't be doing anything against it. He technically cheated us, so we do have the option of walking back, but I can't think of just leaving those people like that. He said that it was almost complete, so it won't take much time anyways. Moreover, when the bridge is complete, and trade returns, you can always come and apologize. I don't think some extra monetary penalty would be a problem. As for credibility, I think Gigi would understand her situation. We're not doing charity work, but we're also not just some thick-skulled savages. He added with a smile. Sasuke and Sakura weren't in denial. Although not vocal too, since they just didn't want to take the blame if anything went wrong. Kakashi closed his eyes, knowing that was exactly what Naruto would do. Now, it was up to him. Since it turned out to be a high-ranked mission, it would be equally risky. He could handle pretty much anything, but the same couldn't be said for his students. Guess I'll just have to take the gamble. Okay, we will proceed as usual, he declared. Tazuna was the one most relieved. I can't thank you enough, he said, trying not to cry. That's really not required. We're just doing our duty, Kakashi said. He turned to his team and said, now listen to me carefully. Naruto, great work out here with these Kiri shinobi. You analyzed the situation and managed to save both Sakura and Tazuna. Sasuke, I'm impressed. You did everything to save Tazuna, and due to that Naruto got enough time to launch a surprise on the enemy. That's a good example of teamwork. And Sakura, you might already know this, but I'm a little disappointed. I don't expect you to face off enemy shinobi without any prior experience. Still, if you can't hold off your own, you'll become a liability to everyone. You have to work with your team as effectively as you can. It's not guaranteed that someone will come save you each and every time like Naruto did. You have another chance now. Clear your mind, start afresh. All of them shouted, hi, although Sakura did have a dejected look on her face. Only one thing came to her mind, am I even good enough? Scene break and time skip, some faraway lair in a forest. A man banged open the doors of the place. He was of quite a short stature and was followed by two big burly bodyguards. He had an overgrowth of hair and wore tiny sunglasses. It was Gato. What is the meaning of this? I pay you to finish the job without any excuses. You sent some underlings to take care of it and now they're done for. Explain yourself, he shouted. Another figure was sitting on a couch with half of his face covered with bandages. The most intimidating feature about him was the huge-ass sword that lied just behind him as if waiting to wreak havoc. Without a doubt, this was Zabuza Momochi. I know. I didn't expect him to have company. Apparently some newbies and a teacher have been assigned to protect him from Konoha, he said. Listen to me, Momochi. I'm paying you a good sum to just do your fucking job. Kill him before he can build that bridge or you'll be sorry, Gato said. Yeah, don't worry. I'll go myself this time. Your bridge builder is good as dead, Zabuza replied. In reality, Zabuza didn't like the guts of the man one bit. But he was paying a huge sum of money in return of doing the job, so he couldn't complain. You better do. Or consider our deal cancelled. Gato threatened and walked away, banging the doors hard. Scene break and time skip. The group had reached the land of waves after traveling through the waters in the thick mist. The unfinished bridge seemed gigantic above them. And in all honesty, it was almost complete. Sure explained why Gato was in such a hurry to finish the builder off for good. Once the bridge would be complete, his grand plan would have all but succeeded. They thanked the fishermen who had been kind enough to give them a ride across and then set foot on the land where all these troubles brewed. It seems our journey went without a problem after that one mishappening. Please accept my welcome to our land. My house isn't very far from here, Tazuna said as he started walking into the woods, showing them the way. Really? Oh, thank God. I'm very tired. I just want to rest and have a nice shower, Sakura admitted. Oh, how far was she from the truth of what was about to unfold? There was rustling in the bushes beside the group. Sasuke immediately threw a kunai towards it. Nobody knew what happened inside since the fog was very thick. You just had to jinx it, didn't you, Sakura? Naruto said out loud. A few seconds later, a white rabbit with red eyes came out from them. HMPH, false alarm, Sasuke said. Don't worry over such things, Naruto. It's just a cute little rabbit, that's all, Sakura added. Something wasn't right. Both Naruto and Kakashi knew that. Although Naruto was more focused on his instincts, as he was sure he had sensed someone out there, Kakashi was analyzing the rabbit itself. Why is there an albino rabbit roaming around? The climate isn't cold and it has too much fur on its body. It seems as if it was specifically raised to become a decoy just in case. Get down, Naruto's voice was too sure to just ignore. He had already leapt at the bridge builder as he would be unable to act quickly. That left the two others. Kakashi immediately grabbed and pushed their heads downwards while ducking himself. And not a moment too soon, a huge weapon flew across above their heads, threatening to tear through any path, and lodged itself into half the trunk of a tree. As all of them looked at it, a figure appeared on the handle of the blade. I'm impressed. You're good for a fledgling ninja. You somehow sensed the killer intent of my blade before it reached. It's a pity that you'll die here and now, he said. Who is that guy? Sakura asked scared. Naruto was at a loss of words since he had never met this guy in his life. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. Oh, I'm impressed you know me, Kakashi Hitaki, of the Sharingan. Both the adults had an intense stare while the others just looked in confusion. Sasuke was staring at Kakashi in surprise after hearing the name of the Sharingan. Who, again? Naruto asked. He's a rogue shinobi from the Hidden Mist village. He's been in my bingo book for a while now. A former member of one of the most feared group in the shinobi history. The Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, Kakashi explained. Naruto jerked his head back at the scary-looking guy. He had never bothered and nor needed to look up for any criminal or such people until now. He had been too focused in training. Maybe he would need a bingo book of one of his own from now on. However, he had studied a lot about the characteristics of the seven ninja swordsmen of the mist. It seemed like an interesting topic at that time. Not that he knew he'd encounter one of them on his first mission. Then that means that Blade is the Kabikirabocho? Naruto asked with his mouth wide open. Haha, you've done your homework alright. You might have interested me if you had taken a place in my bingo book. But as I said, you'll all die here, Zabuza announced. Yosha. A formidable enemy on my very first mission. This will be perfect to know how strong I have become by going all out. Naruto shouted internally. I'll write my own name in your bingo book after I defeat you. Don't be so cocky, he shouted. If it's possible, I would have liked not to engage in a fight with you. We are on a mission so it would be better if we go our separate ways. Kakashi said trying to calm things down. He was really hoping that it was only a chance encounter although he knew perfectly why he was here. Why, of course. Just leave that old guy with me. I have business to take care of, Zabuza nonchalantly declared. Afraid we can't do that. I guess it has come down to it. Kakashi sighed. And a chill went through everyone's spine. The battle between the shinobi opponents was bound to happen. Zabuza went into battle mode immediately as the mist around the area intensified. Visibility was almost zero. Everything looked white. Do you know where my area of specialization lies in? A deep voice almost as soft as a whisper was heard, but the impact it created even surpassed that of a loud roar. That was the sound of approaching death. Everyone, Formation B, protect Tazuna. Kakashi issued orders quickly. Each one of them complied in no time. It was a triangular formation. Each person would only account for a third of the area and leave their backs to their comrades. Interesting. Let me make you aware of it. I moved stealthily in the mist without anyone being the wiser. I approached the enemy slowly instilling fear for their own dear life. There it was, really, the sound seemed to be coming closer and closer with each passing second. The pressure was intense. So was the killer intent. Even moving a muscle was getting harder. Breathe. Just breathe. Focus. I just have to know where he is. I can do it. Naruto thought under the pressure of the potent killer intent. What is this feeling? Why can't I move? Is this what a real battle feels like? Sasuke thought. Sakura was once again scared stiff. She was the most affected with the enormous pressure that she could collapse on the spot. Surprisingly, a gentle voice called through the mist. Everyone stay calm. You don't need to panic. I would never let my comrades die, not on my watch. It was Kakashi. He knew how terrified his students must be. This had turned from a regular mission to a damn fucking nightmare the instant Zabuza was upon them. It was supposed to be an invitation for Zabuza to engage him instead of the others, yet it had a real effect of calming everyone down, to a certain degree. Hee, what am I getting anxious of? Even if he gets me, Kakashi-sensei can easily defeat him afterwards. I just have to deliver the best I can. Naruto thought clearly, without his mind being clouded. Yeah, right. If I'm scared of this guy, how am I supposed to face him in battle? Sasuke thought, thinking about someone else. Sakura gained some of her confidence as she thought, that's right. We will fight as one. I'm not going to let my team down again. Unable to control his amusement, Zabuza let out a demonic laugh. You think some words of encouragement would be enough to stop me? Greenhorns these days don't understand what a shinobi has to go through. Let me finish on my explanation. The voice was dangerously close now, yet nobody was able to locate where it came from. It seemed as if he was everywhere around in the mist. I get behind my enemy's back and slit their throats before anyone could make a sound. Only the gurgling sound of the blood is heard when the victim makes futile attempts to breathe. This is what I call. He was on them. They could feel it crawling on their skin. The silent assassination. There he was, behind them. Everyone was completely concentrated on their fronts, yet he had managed to break into their formation. Excluding Tazuna, who was downright terrified, there were three very surprised faces inside that formation. Sasuke. Check. Sakura. Check. Naruto. No, not Naruto. It was Zabuza. He had barely been able to dodge that hard kick meant to break his face into pieces. It was so surprising that he completely forgot about his silent assassination. XD. Not entirely saved, though. That kick had been able to graze through the target's chin. Zabuza had been disoriented through the sheer force of the kick that grazed his bone. Through his spinning vision, he could see Naruto's perfect stance in his face. His eyes were entirely shut. He could sense me through all that, and what power. He flickered away in the next instant to orient his balance back before he could strike again. Damn it, Naruto said to himself. I was frightened after all. I had pinpointed him well. I could sense him coming from above. I had even let him enter my range. For all that, I actually overestimated him. I thought he might be too fast for me. I shouldn't have been so hasty. He never saw it coming. If I landed a solid hit, we would have been in an advantage. Now he just knows to be cautious around me, Naruto thought. What incredible skill for a sensor. Not even the best can detect me through the diffused chakra in the mist. You're a gifted one, Zabuza said somewhere from the mist. Yeah, I'm so cool, aren't I? Naruto replied mockingly. You snotty brat. I felt a little bad for letting such talent to waste, but now thanks to you I have no regret in killing you, Zabuza announced. Sing your prayers while you can. Before he could proceed further, he was suddenly stabbed in the neck from behind by Kakashi. Alas, the target turned into water. TCH. He replaced himself with a water clone at the last moment. I really need to do something about the mist and quickly, Kakashi thought. In the next moment, he was sliced in half by the monstrously giant blade from behind. Phew, a shadow clone poofed out of existence. Damn it, I guess I'll have to take care of Kakashi Hitaki first. The brats can be dealt with easily. I'd have trouble if I take him lightly, Zabuza thought. However, he wasn't ready for a counter feint and was kicked in the chest squarely by Kakashi. Yes, a clean hit. Kakashi-sensei will defeat him, Sakura said with a ray of hope. Instinctively, Kakashi went after him while he still recovered from the earlier attack. Unfortunately, that was not the best course of action. Stop, Kakashi-sensei, don't go into the lake, Naruto shouted all of a sudden. He had kept his senses activated to keep a solid guard when he felt Zabuza pulling in a lot of chakra inside the lake somewhere. Still, it was a tad bit too late as Kakashi had already jumped into the water body. Realizing that himself, he knew he had no way of getting back out without being attacked. He attacked Zabuza first when he seemed to be picking up his blade. After all, offense is the best defense. Soon after though, he was deceived by yet another water clone. As the water fell on his arm, he spoke, "This water, it doesn't feel normal at all. It's too heavy." Oh no, he didn't. As he was interrupted, a spiral of water rose upwards on his legs and encompassed him in a sphere in a matter of merely a few seconds. The mist was still present but lightened enough for the others to know what had happened. Sweden. Suiro no Jutsu. Water style, water prison. Kakashi-sensei. No, Sakura shouted. She was terrified of the way that the situation unfolded. Their Jonin teacher's life was now in the hands of a ruthless enemy shinobi. That did not mean that the rest of them were calm. Shit. Naruto thought out loud. Sasuke was a little surprised. Though he had his own distress to handle, he had imagined that Naruto would still be able to not let it get to him. To see his face all worried like that wasn't something you see every day. The situation was nothing less than a nightmare after all. And why wouldn't he be? That was the worst possible scenario out of all possibilities. In the end, he was relying on Kakashi's battle experience to get them out of any clutch situation, if need be. Now, he had been virtually trapped and was at the mercy of the enemy. Until they did something, that is. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly as he thought, there is no time to be in doubt. It's a do-or-die situation. This is what being a ninja means. No safeguards, no one to save you. To always put your life on the line is definitely a part of the job. Listen up. We absolutely have to rescue Sensei at any cost. Are you guys with me? He said to his teammates. Both of them looked at him in surprise. Not that they didn't know it, but it was another thing to say it out loud and affirm the plan. You guys don't need to worry about me. Take the bridge builder and leave. He won't be able to follow you till he's not done with me. The clones won't get much far either. Run, now, Kakashi shouted. Tazuna was terrified and turned to run away with the others when. Stop, right now. Don't waste your breath. You don't have much luxury at the moment anyways. Naruto shouted back. Kakashi was taken aback at the statement, but you aren't enough to. I said just shut the hell up. Naruto shouted with evident concern in his eyes. Kakashi knew at the moment that he was dead serious on not leaving. Better to just stay focused on conserving his own breath to give them as much time as possible. Naruto turned to his friends and said, okay, we have about 1.5 or at best 2 minutes before Sensei runs out of breath. Even after that talk, I know he can do it since he had managed to take a deep one just before the jutsu caught him. The water's too chakra dense, no one can bear it for much. Both of them listened intently as all their lives hung in the balance. Now, I think there needs to be one person with Tazuna. If there's no problem, Sakura should be the one to do it. Sasuke, we're gonna have to do this ourselves, he added. Both Sasuke and Sakura knew that it was the best possible course of action. Sakura wouldn't be of much use with Zabuza, while Sasuke would better be suited at combat. Affirmative, both said in unison as they prepared for battle. You kids don't know what it takes to be shinobi, Zabuza said. Oh really, we wear this headband because we were given the right. We earned it, and Konoha recognizes us as their ninjas, Sakura replied. So, did you have to kill your comrades to earn your headband? Zabuza asked menacingly. Everyone was stunned by the question. Zabuza let out a demonic laugh. Ha 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 ha, yes. Yes, it was the time when Kiri was known as the Blood Mist. Only those who could kill their own comrades were deemed worthy to be called Kiri Shinobi. The one who survived was capable enough to be stronger than what the rest of them could have achieved together. Their sacrifice was worth the result. Babysitted punks like you could never understand. Sakura, take your position. Don't listen to him, Naruto said. Sakura just nodded mildly and did as asked. She took her guard in front of Tazuna with complete intention to fulfill her duty. Regardless, she did hope for her life that she wouldn't have to face such a situation. I might be able to force him to let go of Sensei if I keep attacking, but we don't have enough time. He's one hell of a swordsman anyways. We have to land a surprise attack. Just one will do. Enough to strike him off balance, Naruto thought. Hey Sasuke, listen up. I have an idea. Do you see that? Naruto said as he finished explaining the plan in a matter of few seconds. You sure about this? Sasuke asked surprised. Set percent. I'm counting on you, Naruto confirmed. Plan as much as you wish. You runts will never be able to get even close to me. Hand over the bridge builder and I could consider letting you out of here alive. Zabuza announced cockily. He created a few water clones to block their way while he was just standing there with his executioner blade ready to butcher in his left hand. I'm getting annoyed of his trash talk. Let's go, Sasuke said and Naruto nodded. Naruto dashed forward directly into the bunch of water clones to engage them while Sasuke jumped above and released a flurry of shuriken from many directions at once closing in on him as they deflected one another. It was something close to what Itachi had his expertise in. Zabuza easily flicked away all of them with a swift motion of his more than enough sized blade. He was toying with them as if it was nothing to him. Demon Wind Shuriken, Sasuke said as he opened a huge shuriken taking it out from his back and launched it at Zabuza with full force. As the spinning blade flew in the air producing a slicing sound that would scare any normal person, Zabuza simply laughed. Silly tactics out of inexperienced shinobi. Do you think a bigger tool would be able to take me down? If you want to see something big, then check this out. He swung his huge blade upwards from below and hit the shuriken squarely, disfiguring and throwing it across the lake somewhere. He had also kept his eye on Naruto, who was still engaging the clones with his sword but barely managing to deflect the Kabikirabocho clone sword's trajectory. After all, his own sword seemed like a bakken in comparison. It was taking all he had to either dodge or deflect the swings of the swords from all sides. Know the difference in power? Zabuza stated the obvious. He saw it coming a little late, but there was another large shuriken coming at him. Demon Wind Shuriken, Windmill of Shadows, Sasuke finished. Interesting, I'll give you credit, but you throw as much of them at me as you want and it won't. Zabuza had intended to do the opposite swing from last time and hit it into the water below, and succeeded, only to find that it was a trap. The moment he struck the shuriken, he activated all the explosive seals present on the underside of the tool, resulting in a big explosion. Fortunately, he was able to force it quick enough to get it into the water, which dampened the intensity of the shock waves. He did stumble a bit due to the turbulence of the water but managed to hold on to Kakashi's water prison. TCH. Annoying brat. He scoffed. Not realizing the quick play of hand signs behind the smoke of the explosion, he gritted his teeth under the bandages as he felt the heat from above. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. A giant ball of fire made its way towards the captor and the water prison. Is he trying TTER of the jutsu? A wide-eyed Zabuza said, how futile. He immediately infused almost all of the chakra into his jutsu as a stream of water countered the big fireball moments before it could hit them. As the area got filled with thick white steam due to the vaporization, Zabuza thought about his situation. That was a bit too close for comfort. I had assumed that the blonde kid was best in skill out of the kids, judging by the kick he gave me. Yet he doesn't seem to do much against the clones. Most probably, he's here solely because of his sensory skills. On the other hand, this one looks much more suited to combat. I should be more cautious. Still, after those attacks he's sure to be exhausted. Got him, Sasuke said while lying on the ground breathing heavily with his eyes closed. Realizing that the genin might have come to conclusions earlier than he should, Zabuza roared in a menacing voice, not in a million years. It was a situation as bleak as it could be for the Konoha shinobi. Sakura had lost all hope. She too had imagined that the fireball jutsu was an excellent opportunity to cause damage right after the deceptive exploding shuriken. Kakashi was impressed by the double deceiving attack combination, to say the least. Too bad it didn't work. He had been a little disappointed though, as he had expected at least something more out of Naruto. Sasuke should have acted as the decoy. But it wasn't his fault. The Mizu Bunshin might also be tough opponents, since those were Zabuza's copies. And still, Naruto was a genin. He had little battle experience. Overall, it was a real bummer that the plan didn't work. It was time for the rest of them to retreat. Zabuza won the last laugh. Or so he thought. Play raising fighting spirit right now. In the blink of an eye, even before anyone could comprehend anything, Naruto was right in front of their faces. And with a look in his eyes that screamed certain victory, and a conceited smile, he said, "Konnichiwa, Demon-san." Zabuza was staggered and reflexively took a step back as far as his extended right hand could allow to be stretched to keep Kakashi in check. His face was one of extreme shock and anger, along with a shitload of bamboozlement. What the fuck? Kakashi was not far from the same expression of bewilderment. He instinctively looked at the side to watch the water clones still going on at Naruto. How can it be? Shadow clones aren't that durable, he said to himself. He wouldn't have realized the truth had he not seen a chunk of his cheek flung off by the hit of a sword and crumble away into dust. He used a mud clone. Water element has a natural weakness to earth element. The Doden Bunshin was deliberately buying time taking on the hits instead of aggressively attacking all the Mizu Bunshin. All while Naruto suppressed his chakra and snuck up to us, without anyone being the wiser. That last sudden boost in speed would be his shunpo, after he was close enough. He looked back at the original Naruto who still had that confident smirk on his face. And it's not just that. Sasuke's whole attack was a diversion. He was a decoy. The fireball was ultimately supposed to make him use up all his chakra-infused water to prevent him from using it as a shield later. It was all perfectly planned out from the very beginning. Sasuke said it himself, "You got him. Naruto, that was ingenious. You are the #1 unpredictable ninja." On the other hand, Zabuza had ran out of options. He had realized much of the plan himself by now, but only had the opportunity of delivering one last blow before the ball would be in another's court altogether. He saw Naruto swerving his right hand behind his back to generate momentum for a powerful right hook. With only one free hand left, he swung his executioner blade at Naruto. Fortunately, with that step he had took back, there was enough time for the blade to reach Naruto before it could connect, or at the very least it would be a mutual strike. Taking a punch was worth it if you could slice your enemy into half at the same time. The situation wasn't bad at all. This was definitely a win-win. As Naruto stepped forward, his body weight suddenly shifted to the opposite side and onto the water as he squatted down. Nani? He gave up on his attack and is now trying to dodge by ducking. How shameful for a shinobi. Does he think he can dodge my blade just by getting under it? How reckless. After all, in the end fear overcomes reason. He could have at least tried to damage me before dying. Now, in a picturesque moment, he'll be decapitated and finished. Zabuza reasoned. As the blade approached Naruto, he pulled out his own to counter the enemy. Since it was tied on his back, he could only use the reverse grip and use only one hand due to his position. That's even more ridiculous. He thinks he can stop my blade with that tiny sword of his in a single hand. That's what you get for getting over your heads. Even if you manage to block me, the force alone will be enough to throw you out of this lake altogether. Zabuza contemplated quickly. Time to say goodbye, he finally said as the blades collided. The connection was perfect. Naruto was still drawing his blade out from the sheath and there was nothing that could stop Zabuza's attack now. It was supposed to be the last straw that would be severed. Play heaven-shaking event this time. That was an event Zabuza would even remember in his nightmares. The sword of Kusanagi itself was too much durable to break from just some huge sword, but there was more to that. He had missed the light glow that encompassed the grass blade right before the connection occurred. And he was in too much of a momentum to stop himself. There is no point in describing the rest of that part in slow motion time. What happened was absolutely, purely crazy badassery, and in the blink of an eye. The Kabikirabocho was decapitated. Oh, the irony, the irony. The look of horror on Zabuza's face as his executioner blade got cut was bliss. Goodbye. Naruto complied. Naruto had used his futon chakra at the last moment to coat his own blade. Combined with his own strength to keep it stable, it had sliced through the Kabikirabocho with laser precision. Only the handle and the proximal part of the sword were left in his hand by the time Zabuza had completed the swing. Kakashi was stumped himself. But that didn't end here. This was the good part. Now Zabuza understood why Naruto had shifted his weight to the other side. It wasn't desperation at all, rather the initial right hook was a feint. He had backed his ability to get through the Kabikirabocho and succeeded. Now, it was too late to stop him from proceeding into the attack. With Naruto's left arm already in mid-swing, and his own inability to step back further left absolutely no option to get out of the situation in his own favor. Zabuza braced for impact. Getting the momentum from squatting on the water surface and combined with his own arm strength and a chakra-enhanced punch, Naruto delivered a devastatingly heavy cross to the midsection of the Kiri legend. Skadoosh! Zabuza could have swore he saw the Grim Reaper for a moment or two as the pain was excruciatingly high. Whatever the kid ate was some witchcraft cereal. He had never taken such a punch in his entire life. He flew across the water surface and came to a halt by pushing against the water a few dozen meters afar. He stayed still in a kneeling position, twisting in pain. Swallowing his pride, he pressed the area of the impact with both hands to alleviate the pain. Never had he been compelled to show that he was hurting. A few of his ribs were certainly shattered. It would be a blessing if all his internal organs survived without any considerable damage. "Yo, Kakashi-sensei, you okay?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, that was great. You too, Sasuke." "Amazing teamwork, I'm impressed," Kakashi replied. "Hey, still think we leave shinobi are weak? Maybe ask your sword about it." Naruto shouted, picking up the severed part of the big sword and swinging. Zabuza stood up painfully, although the pain had now dulled, and told Kakashi, "I don't know about weak, but I take back my words. These kids sure are ruthless. Especially this runt. But I'm far from finished. You're gonna pay. I could have done this in a lot of ways if I just wanted to free Sensei, but I wanted you to know that you shouldn't underestimate anyone. Especially not us," Naruto said, pointing to his team. "Cocky brat." Zabuza scoffed. "I wish the punch had connected properly. He would have been finished," Naruto said in a low voice out of nowhere. Even Kakashi was surprised, as he asked, "What do you mean?" Explaining further, he said, "I had poured a lot of my chakra into that punch. But it was supposed to be hitting an immobilized target. You must have seen that he released you right before impact and leaned backwards. It doesn't seem much of a difference in a regular punch, but the more powerful it is, the more reduction of strength occurs even with the slightest change in point of impact. He got away just broken ribs because he reflexively changed the impact point by a few centimeters. Had it been accurate, well, his internal organs would have been juggling around right now." "Whoa, he's right. You're ruthless," Kakashi said, raising his eyebrow. "It's alright if the other option is dying, right?" Naruto said nonchalantly. "Fair enough," Kakashi replied with a sigh. Naruto started, "Now let's finish this," and Kakashi put his hand on his pupil's head. "It's okay. Leave the rest to me. You've used a lot of chakra. Sasuke's tired too. Help Sakura protect the bridge builder. Anyways, you've damaged him enough to help me already," Kakashi said. Naruto looked at his eye-smiling face. Whatever 10% is visible LMAO, and knew that he had no choice. He went back out of the lake to meet up with Sasuke and Sakura. "I'm going all out this time from the start," Kakashi said, facing Zabuza as he revealed his Sharingan. "Ah, so there's the famous eye, copy ninja of the leaf." Zabuza growled. "Now I'll show you what a real demon looks like." He started weaving a long set of hand signs. Ushi saru u nei tori ushi uma tori nei tora inu tora mi ushi hitsuji mi e hitsuji nei jene saru tori tatsu tori ushi uma hitsuji tora mi nei saru u e tatsu hitsuji nei ushi hitsuji tori je nei e tori. Instantly, Kakashi started weaving the exact same set of signs along with him. Ushi saru u nei tori ushi uma tori nei tora inu tora mi ushi hitsuji mi e hitsuji nei jene saru tori tatsu tori ushi uma hitsuji tora mi nei saru u e tatsu hitsuji nei ushi hitsuji tori je nei e tori. Zabuza was flummoxed. It wasn't like Kakashi was mimicking his hand signs. There was absolutely no delay. He was performing them at the exact same time, almost as if reading his mind. This created an anxious feeling inside Zabuza, yet he continued with his weaving. As the jutsu was about to be prepared, he looked into the spinning red eye of the Sharingan and caught a reflection of his own in Kakashi. This put a moment of fear in Zabuza's heart, and he faltered. Kakashi completed the jutsu one step earlier than him. Sweden. Daibafuku no jutsu, water style, great waterfall. What? But how? Zabuza said to nobody. A giant vortex of water crashed into him and washed him away several hundred meters into the woods as he crashed into a tree. A.N. This fight is the same as canon. Refer episode 9 Naruto for more detailed version of two water dragons cancelling out each other and whatnot. I'm too tired to write it again. And there's no way I can rewrite exactly canon better than canon itself. All of them approached the rogue shinobi with caution, but he wasn't moving at all. The added damage and fatigue from both Naruto and Kakashi's attacks was enough to immobilize him. Zabuza, you lost. You were a skilled ninja. I'll remember this fight till the day I die, Kakashi said as he took out a kunai and moved in to finish the job. Everyone's stomach turned at the thought. Although they were shinobi, they had never encountered such a situation. Someone was going to be killed right in front of them. But there was no other way, as he would surely return if left alive. And if luck turned in his favor, he won't think twice about killing them all in cold blood. However, fate had other plans. A kunai flew into a tree branch suddenly from the group. Naruto, are you crazy? Don't surprise us like that. What was that for anyways? Sakura shouted. She got her answer as a masked figure appeared beside Zabuza. My, how perceptive. Since when did you know I was there? The ninja asked. The figure was wearing a dark green haori with white stripes. A brown sash was tied around his waist. The hair were folded into buns and nails were polished green. There was an anbu-like face mask with squinted eyes. Most importantly, she wore a kirigakure hide. Since the beginning, I kept a watch on you, but I didn't want to handle another enemy at the same time as the demon of hidden mist. So as long as you were not actively involved, I had no intention of dragging you in forcefully, Naruto replied. What makes you think I'm with him? I'm a hunter nin from the hidden mist. I have been sent to capture Zabuza, dead or alive, the ninja said. Save your breath. You'd have killed him long ago if you wanted to, Naruto scoffed. Enough already, Zabuza said, indicating to leave the place as soon as possible. The shinobi nodded and helped Zabuza up. And what makes you think we'll just let you leave like that? Sasuke said angrily. The masked ninja looked at them with killer intent and asked, would you rather fight me instead? Sasuke was taken aback but replied nonetheless, of course. Zabuza is already down. You're nothing but a dam. No thanks, we'll take up on your offer. Kakashi-sensei might be a hotshot but we're all genin. I'm so tired I can't go on. We'll surely face again, you know that. Until next time. Naruto said with his own intense gaze. A wise choice. The shinobi said. Sakura was angry about Sasuke being ignored so butted in. What the hell, Naruto? You're scared of that guy or what? Naruto just turned his gaze at her without letting the intensity down by even a notch, and that was enough to indicate Sakura to shut the hell up. Sasuke was angry but didn't object any further. Kakashi just stood there quietly as the masked self-declared hunter shinobi took Zabuza away. Everyone let out a sigh of comfort. Sasuke couldn't stop himself from arguing now though. We could have fought that guy right here and now. We had the advantage of numbers. We had the advantage of the momentum. Zabuza had already been down. That was only one measly ninja. You're wrong, Sasuke. That guy was scary. Even more so than Zabuza, Naruto plainly said. What? Sakura asked. Yes. An advantage of numbers. Look at us. 3 tired genin who just escaped death, and a civilian, Naruto replied. Yeah, but sensei defeated Zabuza. Surely he can handle another one of those. Sakura couldn't complete her statement as Kakashi fell down on his knees. Yeah, but not today, Naruto said as he walked to Kakashi and helped him up by giving support. You guys can't sense the chakra like I can. Kakashi-sensei was already at his limit, but I didn't want the enemy to know about that. Just know this, we might or might not have won the fight. But trust me when I say this, one of us would have been dead, that's for certain. Naruto said as he started walking slowly with a limping Kakashi. All of them stared at him and gulped at the thought. Naruto wasn't kidding around. He had that certainty in his voice that said it all. Tazuna-san, if you would be so kind to lead the way. Sensei can't go on much longer like this. We all would rather want him to reach your home like this before he's entirely exhausted rather than having to carry him, Naruto shouted. Hi, Tazuna said as he ran towards the duo. Scene break and time skip, good morning. Naruto was sitting on the window panel in Kakashi's room enjoying the serene of nature. Apparently, he had seen Kakashi waking up and wished him. Good morning to you too, Naruto. How much time has it been? Kakashi asked trying to get out of the grogginess of sleep. Oh, don't worry. That was just yesterday. Zabuza won't be here for at least a week, I guess. And even that's stretching it. Broken bones don't heal overnight, Naruto replied. Kakashi was about to ask something but Naruto interjected, everyone here is alright. I took yesterday's evening shift and the early morning shift today while Sasuke and Sakura took night shifts. There was no activity at all. They must know that sending goons won't help at all. They'll come themselves when the time comes. Good to know I'm up the next day. Had I used more of the Sharingan I would have to be hospitalized, Kakashi said. Yeah, but the question is what will we do now? Zabuza will be more prepared, and he knows most of our fighting styles. And he won't be alone this time. Plus we don't have anything on that Kiri ninja, except that he's strong. This is the first time where I don't have the upper hand in a battle, so it's nerve-wracking, Naruto said concerned. I concur. You've surpassed all of your peers, so you never needed to fear a loss. It's even more frightening when your life is on the line, Kakashi said, but you will understand this someday, that only tough times forge you into a better shinobi. You did an excellent job yesterday under pressure. Sasuke too. I have faith that you can pull through. Thanks, I guess, Naruto said, not entirely convinced. And that's after you go through a good training regime, Kakashi added. Huh? Naruto asked. I might not be in fighting condition right now, but what better time to train you? We've got around 1 week, and a powerful 4. I'll make sure all of you are nothing like he saw you yesterday. So are you up for a week of training camp? Kakashi asked. If you looked closely, you could have seen stars twinkling in Naruto's eyes as he said, "Hell, yes, I'll go tell the others right now." "Hell yes, huh?" Kakashi repeated with a mischievously evil eye. "That's right. Yes, it will be hell." Scene break and time skip. All three of them were lined up in the woods near Tazuna's house. Kakashi was standing in front of them with a crutch under his left arm. "I'm sure what happened was not an experience you guys were ready or prepared to take on. Yet you displayed an excellent show of guts and spirit against an enemy way out of your league. Naruto and Sasuke demonstrated perfect teamwork in combat while Sakura protected a potential hostage and target. You have my praise for that." Everyone waited for that inevitable conjunction. However, the job's not finished yet. To be blunt, it's only begun. The bridge builder needs around 10 more days to finish building the bridge even with all the manpower working overtime. It's our job to ensure that nothing happens to him in the meantime. Fortunately, our enemy is injured as well. It is safe to assume that we won't be attacked for the next 7 days. The last 3 will be crucial. So I hope everyone is ready for a week of intense training. "Hi," all of them said. "Okay, first step is walking up that tree," Kakashi said. "What do you mean walk up? I don't see any stairs," Sakura asked. "You don't need stairs if you're a shinobi." All of them looked at the direction of the voice which belonged to Naruto. He had already vanished from his place and was now hanging upside down from a tree branch. He easily walked his way down the tree and towards the group. Sasuke was infuriated because he didn't have any prior experience of walking on vertical surfaces and Naruto was doing it like he's been doing that for the last 10 years. "This is supposed to be intense training?" Naruto asked. Kakashi sighed. "I knew it would come down to this, so I guess I'll have to customize a training session for each one of you. Both of you also try doing what Naruto just did." Sasuke went up a tree first. If Naruto can do it, there's no reason why I can't. He walked up a few steps before he had to jump away after making a dent in the tree trunk. Sasuke frowned. "Damn it. Only a minor change in chakra expulsion throws me off balance. It would take more practice to get the hang of this." "No need to get impatient. When you accomplish your training, you all will certainly be stronger than you were before in your own ways. Everyone had their own weakness and their own strengths," Kakashi said. "Like Sakura seems to have found her own strength," he added. Sasuke looked at Sakura who, unlike him, continued to walk upwards on the trunk. Although wobbly, she didn't seem to have any problems with the chakra control. Slowly but steadily, she reached the first tree branch. "Way to go, Sakura," Naruto encouraged. This was the fuse button for Sasuke. It was one thing to be constantly beaten by Naruto, but now Sakura? The good-for-nothing useless fangirl. How the hell could she do it on the first try? "It's natural for her to do that better than you," Naruto casually informed. Sasuke, already boiling, grabbed his collar and growled, "What did you say? Try that again, Dobi." Oi, easy there, Teme. Don't take it the wrong way. It is easier for her to control her chakra because her reserves are already low," Naruto explained. Sasuke released him and ordered, "Explain." Although he didn't like the way the question was asked, Naruto continued. "In layman's terms, you can understand it by comparing the water pressure in your tap to that of a fire hose. You know which one is tougher to control." Sasuke looked at him doubtfully. "Don't look at me with that. Then how can you control a whole damn dam?" Bad pun, I know, but some things are just meant to be, face. Exceptions are always there. And I've been training on my chakra control for a long time now, Naruto said. Hoping to quell the arguments, Kakashi said, "Next exercise is to increase stamina. Sasuke and Sakura, come here." Both of them complied at once. "Since we'll be training, we'll need to stay hydrated. Fetch me 2 bottles each from Tazuna-san's home," Kakashi asked. "Sensei, I have a water bottle if you want," Sakura started. Now, Sasuke dashed towards the house as soon as he got the signal and Sakura followed suit. "Sensei, why didn't you send me with the others?" Naruto asked. "Quite frankly, with your speed, I don't want to give them more of an inferiority complex than they already have," Kakashi replied. Naruto just laughed in response. Kakashi turned towards him and gazed at him for a few seconds. "Now, I have come to a conclusion that normal training wouldn't be suited for someone like you. So you're the only one who's going to be seeing hell this week," he said with a very genuine serious look in his eye. Naruto could only gulp at what lied ahead for him. Sakura dropped to the ground panting like a thirsty bee. Never mind. She had been running non-stop to catch up with Sasuke, but he was too quick on his feet to give her any chance. It must have been 5 minutes since Sasuke had arrived. She was just too slow, period. Sasuke had already started training to climb the tree using chakra in his feet. Kakashi had explained to him that he did not need stamina training for the time being, unlike Sakura. He had grunted at HNN in response and moved on. "Sakura, as you can see, you really have a lot of scope when it comes to building up your stamina," Kakashi said as he took the water bottles from her. He opened one and offered her water. "Rest for 5 minutes, then you're going to the bridge." "The pant bridge?" she asked. Yes, you'll be doing this for the rest of your training. Go to the bridge and volunteer work for the bridge building team. Run around as much as you can. Also, you can alert us quickly if something wrong happens. I'll be taking rounds to check up on all of you, so think twice before skipping work," Kakashi explained. "And Sasuke-kun?" she asked meekly. "Sasuke will be training here on chakra control." Hiru asked. "Naruto is given a different type of training and I've sent him to a different place. I don't want all of you to compare or compete among yourselves. Anything else?" "No, sir." 1 hour later, somewhere in the woods. R. Loud muffled grunting could be heard throughout the vicinity. "Everything alright?" the teacher asked. "Like hell it is," a voice roared back. Hell. That was the plan, of course. Kakashi was silently sitting against a tree trunk which was opposite to the tree on which Naruto was training. Naruto was slowly walking down the tree on his hands. His whole body was horizontally linear, which meant that the whole of the body weight was centered around his core muscles. "Enough slacking off. Move your legs," Kakashi prompted. "Sure, as soon as they respond I'll give you a call," Naruto shouted. He slowly moved his legs, trying to force them to swing around as much as he could. "What have I got myself into?" He sighed exhaustedly as he saved himself from slipping down for the umpteenth time now. Flashback. Kakashi went to the place where Naruto was going to train after sending off Sakura to the bridge. "So what will I be doing? You better not give me some lame exercise and call that training," Naruto asked. "Trust me, you'll be swearing by the end," Kakashi replied. Naruto just waited for the explanation, opting not to provoke him any further. Who knows, he might have a real tough deal waiting for him. "Climb this tree," Kakashi asked. "Huh? You already saw me doing that back," Naruto said. "With your hands." Naruto blinked for a second but then did as asked. "I thought we were going to learn some super cool jutsu from your Sharingan directory," he couldn't help but whine. He grabbed the trunk and started climbing using only his hands with his legs hanging down like a normal person. "You can use chakra to affix your hands," Kakashi said. "But then it'll be too easy." Naruto pouted, but started doing as told. "Yes, now do a headstand like that," Kakashi said. Naruto raised his brow in surprise as he knew it was going to get tougher, and did as he was told. "How do you feel?" Kakashi asked. "A bit out of the ordinary, but nothing I can't handle," Naruto replied truthfully. Kakashi raised his crutch and started hitting Naruto's feet. Naruto blocked the crutch attacks swiftly as they came from different directions. Hey, what are you?" Kakashi stopped hitting him and said, "Keep doing it every time when you cross a quarter of the tree for 30 seconds. And make sure you put the same force as you do in your serious kicks." "Okay. You could have said that soon. What do you mean every time I reach a quarter of the tree?" Naruto replied, baffled. "Nothing like it doesn't sound. Walk on your hands to do laps on this tree. It goes without saying that don't stop until you can't go on. And no skipping the kicking practice. You have 90 seconds to reach the top and another 90 to reach the bottom again. You can face whichever way you want depending on which core muscles you want to strengthen," Kakashi explained. "Are you crazy?" Naruto asked with his mouth agape. "All talk and no trousers," Kakashi teased. "Damn it," Naruto said as he started walking up the tree. "I'll be back to check up on you later," Kakashi said as he started walking away. Naruto just grunted in response as he hit the ground on his head after falling off the tree due to a minor slip. Flashback over. "You must already be tired. But that's acceptable. You can't possibly hope to move forward unless you push yourself," Kakashi said. "But isn't this a bit too much? I don't think I've ever seen anyone training this way," Naruto asked. "What you say is true. Nonetheless, you are an exceptional one, don't you say that yourself? The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes," Kakashi said. Naruto just yielded and carried on with the training, chanting a nonchalant, "Hi." Kakashi sighed and continued, "Look, the speed and power of your movement is nothing like I've seen in a genin. If there's any comparison, you can move directly to a jonin level. It might look like the skill set of both is the same. Yet, there's a remarkable difference. Elite shinobi gain their strengths through years of experience and training. Their bodies are well inured to withstand any conditions in the battlefield. You, on the other hand, have somehow accelerated that process by pure determination and dedication, I'm sure. Nevertheless, your body still needs all-round training to adjust itself to the attrition of battles. You're the best sensor I have ever seen, and your chakra control is even better than mine. You have the ability to convert a single punch into a deadly killer move. What you need is to beef up your basics to the maximum," he finished. Naruto ceased his training for a few moments and then resumed quietly. After a few seconds, he asked, "I knew whatever you asked to do would naturally be the best training for me. Still, thanks for the explanation. I can now focus more on exactly what I have to aim to achieve. I have another question in my mind though," Naruto said. "Shoot," Kakashi prompted. "How exactly is this specifically supposed to help?" "Don't feign ignorance. I know you had something in mind," Naruto asked. "It's not something very scientific, so I was hoping to just let it slide," Anyways, I guess it's okay to say now that you've asked. You see, I've been noticing from the start that you have quite a great physique. Strong arms and shoulders, ideal for punching. Well-developed glutes and calves, ideal for movement. And a fairly good core group of muscles. Kakashi started. Yet, not everything is ideal in battle. You fall and land in a position that you can't consider as ideal. Maybe you won't get a chance to balance yourself as fast as you expect yourself to. There is not a moment to spare in the midst of a combat. The one who falters, loses. You don't feel it because the kyubi heals you constantly, but the stress your body experiences with that extreme level movement is too much. Don't look away with that pout, I've seen it happening. In any case, my goal is to make you capable enough to completely utilize the ability that you already possess. I don't need to teach you any flashy jutsu, you've got more than enough, he finished. So you just randomly thought that making me walk on my hands on a tree would do the job best? Naruto asked. Well, your teammates were doing the tree climbing exercise, so I thought why not everyone does the same, just in a different manner, Kakashi replied. Naruto looked at him for a few moments and then chuckled. 30 seconds. I'll climb up and down the tree in half a minute by the time this training ends, he declared. That's 6 times lesser than targeted. Sure those aren't empty words? It gets tougher the closer you reach to the goal, Kakashi asked, knowing the answer full well. I never go back on my word, that's my ninja way. Scene break and time skip, 4 days later, phew. Kakashi-sensei is so unrelenting. My whole body is fatigued. It's merciful that I even got an evening off. I'm getting so thirsty though, Naruto said aloud. He had been training since early morning, so Kakashi had finally told him to call it a day. Any more and the effect will be negative, he had said. Currently, he was roaming alone in the town in hopes of some fun exploration. Boy, he had chosen quite the wrong way of having a light time. It was late evening and dusk had started to engulf the sky into the darkness of the night. Yet, unlike Konoha or other towns, there was rarely any crowd bustling in the streets. Weird, I'd usually find drunk men wildly laughing around in taverns at this time. Or maybe chasing after women, hee. No shops have many customers either. Where did everyone go? Is Gato's terror this much in the common folks? Many of the shops had been closed and a number of them looked almost out of supplies. A few leftovers here and there, it seemed. He slowly trudged ahead, approaching night, due to the accumulated fatigue combined with the depressing atmosphere. As he reached the end of the road, he met with a surprise. There was a store which stood out among all the shops in the street. That specific shop was so well decorated and bright that no one could ever miss it. Hell, it looked so big that one could misunderstand it for a supermarket. On the illuminated boards, it was written in bold letters, "Cartel Goods." Ah, I see, at least someone is able to keep things going for the people. Funny guy, with that peculiar name, he thought. As he moved forward, except that particular shop, he encountered even more of the misery that the streets had shown him yet. Poor children lying around in mothers' laps, men too weak to work for daily earnings, and old people waiting in the corners for their inevitable and miserable deaths. He felt good at the fact that at least it will all be resolved when they finally complete the bridge. All the more reason for them to prevent Gato from causing any harm to the bridge builder. As he thought about the bridge builder, he realized something. We've been staying at his home since days. His daughter is so nice to all of us. They took care of Kakashi-sensei when he was out cold and even prepare our meals. He must be hard on their pockets too. I think I should at least do something to show gratitude. Yeah, I know, I'll buy a nice gift for them. That will be great, he said to no one. When he was about to enter the store, someone tugged at his jacket from behind. There was no force behind it, just a little request to listen to him. Huh? Naruto said as he looked back. There stood a young boy, not more than the age of 6 or 7. He had pitch black ruffled hair and a pair of chocolate brown eyes. Yet there seemed to be an acute paucity of hope in them, with visible features of destitution on his face. He was malnourished from head to toe. One didn't even need to be a doctor to tell that much. Excuse me, mister. Sorry to disturb you, but by any chance could you spare anything to eat? You see, my younger sister hasn't eaten anything for the last 2 days. God will bless you if you can feed her anything you can, he said, holding back tears. He had visible fear in his eyes. It seemed that he was apparently used to getting admonished by some people for doing that. Naruto saw his little sister, who was peeking from around the corner of the next alley. She must have been around 5 years old. She looked the same as him, although it looked like he had sacrificed a lot to keep his sister's stomach filled as much as he could. Naruto couldn't bear to watch it in the end and decided to help them. I know that I can't help everyone like this, but I just can't leave these guys like this while I enjoy a nice dinner back there. Where are your parents? Naruto asked curiously. They went to work somewhere and have not come back yet. The bad people took them and were alone here, the boy said. He kneeled in front of the boy and said, "Could you call your younger sister over here?" He shook his head and said, "She didn't do anything. If you want to punish someone, it should be only me." Naruto gave him a kind smile and said, "Look, I'm not here to hurt you. I cannot do anything to prove it, but I hope that you can trust me." The boy looked in his eyes for a few seconds, then turned and gestured his sister to come over. I can know by looking at someone if they're a good person. You're one, he said. Naruto smiled and replied, I'm honored. When the little girl reached them, she held her brother's arm and hid behind him shyly. What are your names? Naruto asked nicely. My name is Ichiro, the boy said. I am Kiko. The girl said. Ichiro and Kiko, it's nice to meet you. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I am a shinobi from Konoha. Although, I'm sorry to say that I haven't got anything to eat on me right now, he confessed truthfully. Both of their faces dropped at the mention of the fact. However, I happen to be going to that store over there. You can come with me and buy something of your choice, Naruto said, hoping to brighten up their moods. Surprisingly, instead, the opposite happened. They were avulsed at the thought of entering into that shop for some reason. What happened? Naruto asked as he looked at them stiffen up. And nothing. We'll just wait outside here. It would be a big help if you can give us anything. Anything will do, Ichiro said. Oh, don't be shy. Come on, you guys, Naruto said as he grabbed their hands and dragged them to the shop before they could resist. As he entered the shop with the kids, he was greeted by a rather overweight salesman. Greetings, dear customer. We have a lot of options to choose from. What are you looking for here today? He said. Hey there. I was looking for something to gift someone. Maybe a box of cookies or something like that. You get me, right? Naruto asked. Yes. I absolutely do. Follow me, I can show you through many options, he replied. Just then, he spotted the two kids hiding behind Naruto. You kids here again? Didn't you get the message clear last time? Want another taste? He rebuked with a stern face. Hey, easy there, man. They're with me. I'll pay for them too, Naruto said. Of course. If that's what you wish, the salesman said, albeit a little hesitant. And you guys, stop clinging to me. Go select something you like, while I go search a gift for someone, Naruto said. Both of them reluctantly let go and wandered away together in the store to look for what they wanted. After some 10 minutes, all of them reached back at the bill desk. Throw in a can of soft drink too. I'm so thirsty. Anything carbonated, non-caffeinated will do, Naruto said. He turned to the kids and asked, you guys want to? They just shook their heads quickly and negative. Naruto just shrugged and let it go. The salesman compiled all the products and billed them. A loaf of bread? Seriously? Naruto asked, surprised as he looked towards the boy. Kiko was holding a medium-sized bar of milk chocolate as she spoke meekly. Nissan likes chocolate too, but he is choosing bread so we can eat for some more days. Ichiro just hushed her harshly and said, I want to take the bread, please, I hope you don't mind. Naruto just sighed and said, suit yourself, kid. He turned to the shopkeeper, pulling out his wallet, and asked, how much? Only 2,650 ryo, sir, he said casually. 2,000 what? You know which one is mine, right? Must have mixed up someone else's order. Naruto asked, dumbfounded. Why, of course sir. A pack of cookies for 1,600 ryo, a bread loaf for 250 ryo, a milk chocolate for 450 ryo and a soft drink for 350 ryo, the salesman explained. Naruto just stared at him for a few seconds and asked calmly, is that a joke? The shopkeeper replied as calmly, but his sweet expression vanished in an instant. Do I look like I'm joking, dear customer? So you mean to say that all of it is true? This joke of a bill is true. It isn't even a premium version. She picked a generic chocolate. How can you charge something like that so high? It's manufactured in the land of fire for 10 ryo and you can't charge more than 80 ryo for that even in this land. And most of all, you mean to say that a loaf of bread costs oops children around, 50 ryo? That's beyond ridiculous, Naruto shouted. The shopkeeper stared at him silently and suddenly shouted, you shouldn't have come into my shop if you're so broke, go back to your land of fire if it suits you. I will decide the prices here. I should have known the moment you brought these little rascals inside. I didn't say anything because you said you'd pay, now, you've done it. Either pay or it'll end badly for you. Naruto was even more infuriated at the statement. Like hell I would. Keep your damn things to yourself. Your business will be shut before you know if you run a shop like this. I ain't gonna give a single penny to your fraud ass. Earned and started walking to leave the shop. The kids quickly left their goods and caught tail of Naruto so as to not be left behind. They were scared of the fact that the salesman might target them instead. What makes you think I'll let you leave so easily after wasting my time? The shopkeeper asked, trying to approach the trio with malicious intent. Naruto, already angry, turned to the man with a fierce look in his eyes. Want to pick a fight? The man flinched upon looking into his eyes and stopped. Even he knew that he shouldn't take Naruto head on. Hell, like I'd waste my time on you runts. Get lost, and never come inside my shop again, he said and went back inside. Naruto swore he had heard something on the terms on fucking bastards, but chose to let it go. He took a deep breath outside in fresh air and cooled his head. There was something wrong with this place. A mild voice broke his train of thought. It's okay, Naruto-san. You tried to help us, But these people in the shop are very bad. They rob people, so it is very hard to get food. We will look somewhere else, Ichiro said. Naruto looked at Kiko, who was more upset as she had believed more in the fact that something good will come out of it. After all, it's easier to pacify yourself when you see a ray of hope. Naruto kneeled down and put his hands on their shoulders. Listen to me carefully. I promise you one thing. You will not sleep hungry tonight. And I will do everything in my power to ensure that happens. If I have to give my own dinner to you, then so be it. So don't worry, just bear with me a little more. The genuine smile and kindness in his eyes won their hearts. They couldn't stop tears from falling on their face. Hey, now. No crying. You can do that later. Come on, I'd rather not miss my own dinner if it can be helped. Naruto said as he ruffled their hair and signaled them to follow him. He saw a shop right across the street which was a general store too. It had a big entrance, but the rest of the shop looked way too old and damaged. As he barely saw the sign at the front named Nami Goods in the twilight, he entered along with his two companions. There was a soul light bulb glowing in the shop near the reception desk, and an old man was sitting there dozing off. A look around the rest of the shop told that there was scarcely anything in the entire store, aside from some old, probably expired, grocery left. Ahem. Ahem. Naruto coughed to get the old man's attention before he gestured the kids to move a little away to the corner. Hoo-ha. The man awoke suddenly, fumbling in his chair. Oh, good evening. I'm sorry to have been catching some Z's on my job. How can I help you? Naruto eyed him with scrutiny and said, Good evening, I'd like to buy a few things. Of course, that's why we're here, although we don't have much to offer, the old man replied. Yeah, I can see that alright, Naruto thought, wandering his gaze. Would I be able to get something I can gift, sweets or cookies or anything like that? Naruto asked. I'm afraid not. You can look around if you see something you like, though, the man said. Can I get something cold to drink first? I'm parched in the heat, Naruto said. The old man hesitated for a moment before he called out loudly, Chido-chan, come here for a bit. All of them looked as a young girl poked her head out from the door on the inside. She was about the same age as Kiko, but not malnourished. Not that she had any extra calories, but it looked like she was able to get twice-a-day meal. Hi, you need something, Gigi? She asked with a pencil in her hand. Fetch this young gentleman a soft drink from the refrigerator, can you? He asked. The girl had a sad expression on her face as she said, but that's for us. It took 2 months to get it in our stock. We can have it after a few weeks. The young man here is thirsty, and we cannot just leave him be. You're a good girl, right? Her grandfather asked nicely. Fine. I'll go get it, the girl said. As she was about to leave, Naruto, having heard all the conversation, told her, Wait, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. If it's not available then it's not. Can I get a glass of water instead? Really, I'll get you water right now, the girl said as she ran away without looking at her grandfather, who attempted to stop her. Ahihi, sorry about that. She's just a kid, so a little cleaning about these things, the old man apologized. Nothing to be sorry about. Can we get something to eat for dinner? I know you haven't got much, but at least a loaf of bread, I guess, Naruto asked as he chided off the earlier remark. Yes, we do, he said as he picked up a packet from a carton. As a matter of fact, it's fresh. We don't get any supply from anywhere, but my younger daughter bakes them from the raw materials. Oh, great. That's so cool. How much for that? Naruto asked. 100 ryo, please, the old man said. Naruto clenched his forehead and slammed his hands down on the counter. Good grief, not again. The old man was caught off guard a little bit but managed to stay calm. Why is it that every damn place is like this here? Naruto shouted. I just came from that shop on the other side telling him that he'd be shut down before he knew if he ripped off people like that. And now here you are doing the same thing. Except for the fact that you're cheaper, there's still the fact that you're way costly for normal standards. The old man stood there listening to him quietly and then replied, I wish there could be something I could do, but I have no choice. Naruto came dangerously close to him as he said, The hell you don't, you said that you bake it all on your own. There is nobody who can overcharge you, so I think you rather need to give me a damn good explanation or else. Splash. Naruto lurched backwards at the sudden wetting of his face with ice-cold water. What the hell? He said as he rubbed his eyes so as to open them. As soon as he did though, he was face to face with a very angry little granddaughter, beside whom was a now empty glass. She had climbed on the counter in a matter of few seconds and grabbed his jacket with both hands. Don't you dare make us the bad guys, especially not my grandpa. What do you know about us to accuse us like that? Naruto was dumbstruck at the reaction he got. She shook him more and asked, and if you're so brave, why don't you go in there and ask them this question? It's nothing but shallow bravery when you come and try to show your false bravado on weak people. Take a look around. Do you really think that we can cheat people when we can hardly have anything to live on? The old man grasped at her hands as he pulled her back before saying, Chateaus. That's rude, say sorry to the young man right now. The young girl was crying by this time and turned her head away in negative. I apologize for her behavior, but she didn't lie. Our hands are tied too, you see, the man said sincerely. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. The water had actually worked for the better, his head being cooled off even if from outside. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Me and my team have been hired by the bridge builder Tsunade to act as bodyguards against Gado's men until the construction of the bridge is complete. I will do everything possible in my power to make it happen. Hope I introduced myself well enough, he said. And then added, now it's turn to hear your story. It will not be a short one, the old man warned. As he slid a chair from the back and sat down on it comfortably, Naruto replied, and I'll be here until it ends. Naruto sat there and listened to all the parts of the past of the land carefully, starting from when the place was a decent countryside spot, to the present where it had become nothing more than a graveyard of the living. How Gado had baited everyone into false dreams and then betrayed them to take control of the land, taking advantage of their naivety. He got to know that the very shop was one of the oldest ones here and thus our ones. Yet it had been forced to function in this pathetic condition. Also, apparently the guy in other shop also was a small timer before Gado came along. So what's with that guy on the other side of the street? Surely he must also be having trouble accessing the goods. Despite that, his store's stock is as full as it can be. If he can manage, why can't you? Naruto asked. He's not one of us. Well, not anymore. He was just like Gado, a backstabbing scoundrel. He acted all sweet around us and fed information to Gado from the inside. Now, he's being repaid the favor as he is the only one who gets the supplies unhindered. There's a storehouse beyond the shop where he keeps all his stock piled up and protected by mercenaries. Small shops like us are given a small part of the stock each for a higher price than the usual. For example, all the raw materials combined for a loaf of bread cost us 85 ryo. People say that he does that because Gado doesn't want entire shutting off of supplies to cause people to revolt. He just wants to crush our spirits slowly with time, so that we give up our home to him. The shopkeeper is free to sell everything at his own cost in his shop though, the old man explained. So he is Gado's goon. Explains why he was so full of himself out here when everyone is leading a miserable life. That bastard, Naruto growled. The bridge builder is an old friend of mine. He gave us the idea of building a bridge to break Gado's monopoly. The bridge Tsunade is working on is our last hope. We had conjured every last bit of our strength and money into this. If it's completed, trade will resume again in the land of waves and we can live peacefully like before. And if not, we'll have no choice but to surrender to Gado. I pray that you achieve success in helping us attain our cause, the old man said. Naruto stood up slowly in front of everyone. He pulled out his froggy wallet and placed it on the table. Oji-san, I need you to do something for me, he said. What do you need? The old man asked, seeing the scary yet determined look on his face partly hidden by the shadows of his hair. Chitose was looking at him curiously and shyly from behind her grandfather's leg as she had never seen such a fierce and determined look on anyone's face before in her entire life. I made a promise today, and I will fulfill it at any cost, Naruto said. Regardless of whatever happens from here on. I need you to ensure that these two kids sleep on full belly tonight. Here's all the money I have on me. It's more than enough to cover everything. But what are you going to do? Are you sure that you're not taking any decision in haste which you might regret later on? The old man asked, concerned. Naruto looked up in his eyes, and the old man skipped a beat. Those are not the eyes of a man who is in doubt. He has made up his mind, and no one can stop him now. All I can do is ease the burden on his mind, he thought. Alright, I accept. These kids are my responsibility. Not only today, I will make sure that they don't sleep on an empty belly again, even if I have to do that in their place. You go and do what you have to. Leave no trace of doubt in your mind, the old man said. Naruto just nodded slightly and turned towards the shop exit as he said, thanks, I appreciate that. Gado isn't playing with the country's economy. He's playing with people's lives. Unacceptable. I swear upon my headband and my duty as a shinobi, I will not turn a blind eye to an injustice that is so evident. He stopped at the corner and pulled out his sword from his back along with the sheet. He handed it over to the boy standing there and tapped his hand on his head. Ichiro, I need a favor. Hold on to that until I come to get it back. Ichiro gulped and nodded as he said, Ni-san, your hands are shaking terribly. Yeah, I don't know if it's because my muscles are all cramped or due to the blood that is boiling inside of me, Naruto said and started walking away. At the moment, Chitose came out of her hiding spot and shouted, where are you going? To restore something that was taken from everyone. And what is that? Hope. Heavy footsteps were heard in the corridor of Cartel Goods store as a very pissed off ninja entered the store once again. Welcome, dear Custo, you again. Naruto walked up to the man in no time. I'm not going to sell anything to you, dickhead. Get out of my store before I beat the shit out of you, the storekeeper shouted angrily. I don't have money on me right now anyways, Naruto replied plainly. What was that? Did you not see this notice here? The storekeeper asked, pointing beside the entrance. Naruto looked up and read, broke people not allowed. Don't step inside if you don't have money. Didn't see that before. Naruto mumbled to himself before he said, Do you work for Gato? You have nothing to do with that, punk. I guess you won't leave without getting a thrashing. Seems like those kids rubbed off on you, the shopkeeper said, smirking evilly. Naruto looked at him in puzzlement. He pulled out a long wooden stick from under the table. Moving around the desk to come face to face with Naruto, he said, I hope your cries are as satisfying as that little girl's. Or maybe like that of the older runt with her who tried to interfere. Naruto stood there wide-eyed looking at the floor. Oh, I see you didn't know. Those street thugs must have deceived you. They couldn't steal anything from here though. I whacked them quite a bit until they ran away like rats. Nasty little shits asking for food when they have no money on themselves. Since you're following the same footsteps, it's only fitting that you get the same treatment. Or it won't be justice to them, the keeper added. He pulled the wooden rod back into a full arc and swung it at Naruto, who was just standing there motionless. Crack. Naruto hadn't moved a finger, but the stick snapped into two parts as it made contact. And he didn't flinch even a bit. So you beat innocent little kids who ask for pity and beg you to fill something their empty stomach. And then call it justice. Naruto said as he picked up the broken piece of the wooden rod. What the hell are you? The storekeeper asked, terrified out of his wits upon feeling the hard impact in his palms. Naruto covered the rod in his chakra. It seemed as if it was flowing out from the blade into the air and being dissipated, giving it an indigo luminescence. Almost as if it had become a lethal weapon instead of a good old beating stick. This would look absolutely awesome in imagination. I just can't explain it that well. But refer to One Piece episode 892, or easier, a 15 seconds YouTube video named Zoro Shows Haki with Small Blade at Wano by some YouTuber Straw Hat Itachi. Replace that haki with chakra, which is blue. Man, it would look sick AF. Damn it, why don't I have a talent for good descriptive skills? The shopkeeper backed off as Naruto closed in on him. Kill me if you want to. Gato won't let it slide. All those people outside here talking about will die of famine. It is me who keeps the supplies incoming. You should be grateful to me. Naruto smashed the rod into the reception desk. And not exaggerating a bit, it broke into hundreds of pieces. Duh, the desk. If one could look closely, he would have noticed that there was a tint of red in the dissipating chakra in the end. Grateful? To filth like you? You're the reason everyone's had to live like this? You're equally responsible as Gato, Naruto growled. He pulled back his hand in rage to smash the guy's face in the wall for good. The shopkeeper braced his hands in front of his face for impact, not that it would have helped even a bit. Not a moment too soon, as the fist had almost reached its target, a voice called out. Hey, Junji-san, everything okay? We heard a loud noise from around here? As Naruto looked sideways, there were two men dressed entirely in black who had just approached. What do you mean everything okay? Where the fuck were you guys, bodyguards? This fucker was about to kill me here, Junji shouted. The two men immediately rushed towards him saying, very sorry, sir. We had gone to receive Manabu-san. Everyone is there partying with him in the warehouse. Manabu's here? Perfect. Beat this guy up and take him inside. His scream will reach back to his homeland when Manabu breaks his bones like twigs. Don't hold back though, he's got some monster strength, Junji said. As you wish, Junji-san, one of the men said. Both of them charged at Naruto with daggers in their hands. Naruto immediately pushed aside the shopkeeper roughly as he fell down into the rubble of the broken furniture. He dodged the thrusts of the daggers that were intended to pass right through him. Up, left, right, swipe, right, up, back, up, swipe, down, right, left. Naruto was dodging the attacks effortlessly, keeping an eye on both of them. These goons aren't complete novices. Their movement isn't random and there is a certain amount of coordination between them, still. Naruto sidestepped smoothly, twisted the wrist of the hand which held the dagger and flicked the weapon out of his hands. In the very next moment, he stabbed it in the palm of the other guy along with the dagger into the wall. He shrieked in pain before Naruto solo punched him out of consciousness. They're no match for a shinobi. He pushed the other guy onto his stomach on the ground, with his own foot on the man's back, and pulled back his left arm. Look, if you promise to leave quietly, I'll let you. I have business with this guy and no one's gonna stop me. You must know by now that you're too weak as a bodyguard at the moment. I won't give you another chance, Naruto said. The man spit on the floor with a scornful look and said only two words, fuck you. Crack. Ah, the bodyguard shrieked in pain. Oh, that was just the tearing of a ligament or two. You must wait until I actually break something tough, Naruto replied. Erg, only if I could call Manabu-san. He'd tear you in half and feed you to the dogs. Or maybe those people outside will have something to eat, the man said. Naruto twisted his arm further as the muscles in his shoulder started to tear. The bodyguard just screamed in agony again. Maybe that's a good idea. If these people rule over the land by instilling fear in people's hearts, I might as well burn it down first, he thought. Oh really? You piqued my interest. Call this Manabu guy or whatever. I'm feeling lucky. I guess I'll try my hands on anything today, he said as he released the bodyguard. The bodyguard just stood up holding his left arm as he said, "You just invited yourself to your funeral. Consider it the last and final mistake of your life. Ha 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 ha," and ran away. "Hey wait, don't leave me alone," Junji said scared. Naruto turned and showed him that devilish look in his azure eyes. Junji was almost about to piss his pants. Naruto grabbed the man by his hair and dragged him on the floor towards the main entrance. As they exited the door, he pulled hard, sending the old pudge tumbling on the street. The spectacle was too surprising for anyone to ignore. All those on and around the street started to gather in that place. Even the old shopkeeper on the other side came outside to check all the commotion. On both his sides were the children he had met just ago. All of them were confused and surprised at the same time as to what had transpired. "Everyone, stop this boy. He is going to kill me because I asked money from him. Whoever will save me will get a reward," Junji said. Naruto, tired of his nonsense, kicked him in the stomach and said, "It's not about me anymore. I've dragged you here to the streets for all of them to see. Your downfall, that is. You have humiliated them long enough. Arg. Just stop him. Anyone. I'll give everyone food today from my shop. Just fucking stop him," the man said, holding his abdomen tight. Some of them were tempted to move at the mention of food, as it was a rare occurrence that everyone could sleep with full bellies in the night. Naruto looked around and said, "Listen well, people of Wave. I am doing this not for myself but for each and every one of you. You have suffered a lot because of him. And I hope that the moment never comes when I have to fight someone amongst you defending against myself. I promise you, if nothing else, I am on your side." The people knew that it was true. This was indeed a rare occurrence. If they sided with their oppressor at that moment when they could actually repay him for all he's done, what would they be left with? Another few years of miserable life and inevitable death. Yes, the boy was there to save them. He was standing up to the storekeeper. How could they even think to help that scum against their savior? Everyone backed away. At that moment, a lot of completely armed men started rushing out of the door of the store. They took positions near the growing crowd to deny any of them to approach Naruto to help. Soon after, a huge figure exited the store entrance. He was so big he had to bend down so as to not hit his head on the wall. And that door was at least 8 feet high. He seemed to be completely made of muscle as he showed it quite conspicuously, choosing to wear only a small pair of shorts. He was fairly dark-toned, at least more so than what tanning could achieve. Going by the general assumptions, the race and the overly muscular build were characteristics that indicated he might belong to the land of lightning. "Ha ha 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 ha, who is the man that challenged me? He must be out of his mind. My underling came hurt to me and I won't tolerate that. It is an insult to my name," he said. "So you're more afraid to hurt your pride rather than actually care about your underling. Phew, expected," Naruto called out. "Do you know who you're talking to, little boy? I am Manabu, head of the security unit here. Scurry off before I accidentally squash you like a bug you are. Ha 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 ha," he said mockingly. So this is the man they were boasting of. Honesty, I could circle the island 5 times before he could reach the end of the street. Typical buff guy. It would have been another thing if he had been a shinobi. Guy's got great raw muscle power, Naruto thought. "Manabu, you came at just the right time," Junji said. "This is a perfect opportunity for another public execution since Gato-san did once before. These people have become far too disobedient for their own good." "Ha ha ha, Junji-san, don't you worry. I can easily crush anyone who comes in my way. But first, at least tell me who did all of this. I can't see anyone around here who looks strong enough. Did he run away after hearing about me?" "Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha," Manabu said. "What are you talking about, meathead? He's standing right here," Junji shouted, pointing his finger at Naruto for added clarity. "Hua? This tiny little midget? Don't play with me at this time, Junji-san," Manabu said. Junji replied, "For the last time, Manabu you foo." Clank. 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 Lots of metal hit the floor producing a clanking noise, and everyone looked at the source, flabbergasted. All of the armaments were lying at Naruto's feet while the mercenaries were baffled as to how they were suddenly empty-handed. The people were equally surprised, but a few of them caught the guards off guard and the element of surprise to restrain them. Rest of them followed suit immediately. "Sorry about that, Manabu. I really didn't want it to end up as a hostage situation. Those are some dirty, desperate tricks used in the end that I usually like to avoid," Naruto said, clapping the dust out of his hands. The expression of the brawny guy changed from surprise to anger real quick. "You puny little shit. I'll pound you into the ground right here so that people can watch your grave every day and know that you shouldn't try to go beyond your limits for your own good." He charged at Naruto with a right uppercut. The latter easily dodged the swing by ducking down. Soon as he did, he had to dodge a no-in for his gut. The muscular man continued to attack relentlessly in order to get at least a good start from a clean hit. However, Naruto didn't give him a single opportunity to do so as he fluidly avoided the hits at the last moment, adding to the opponent's frustration. The people were starting to actually have fun as the most feared man out of all the mercenaries seemed to be struggling against a 12-year-old child. Manabu growled and said, "Run like the monkey you are. Because when I get my hands on you, I'm going to rip apart those legs first. Then I'll start pummeling your gut until the street is properly splattered with your blood." Then he looked at the multitude. The crowd had grown to a very large extent as word spread that trouble had brewed at the cartel store. Everyone was anxious about the outcome. All of them wished that it wouldn't turn out to be like last time when one of them was publicly executed. "And you all expect some loud cheering when I dispose of this unruly element out of you mob," he added. Naruto suddenly appeared on the top of his head. "I suppose they're not too enthralled about that specific outcome. Respecting public opinion, I'm not going down." Manabu attempted to grab his legs but he had already vanished from that spot. "You speak as if you're winning this fight. All I see you is running away like a monkey. Once I get my hands on you, it's over." Naruto exhaled a deep breath. "This has carried on for too long. I've trained all day so I can't possibly go on much longer too. My legs will give way soon enough," he thought. "Don't give in to his demand, keep moving. He'll tire out soon. Wear him out, kid." Naruto looked at the crowd where few people had started speaking out loud in his support, and the surrounding aura showed that everyone was in his support, even if not as vocal as others. He just shook his head smiling as he announced, "Fine, challenge accepted." Everybody's jaw dropped. "I won't move a step from here. You get one chance. Give it all you've got," Naruto declared. Nobody could believe what he had just said. "What are you, a dumbass? Don't underestimate him," Chito shouted. "The little girl is right. You just dug your own grave. Now prepare to go to hell," Manabu said as he prepared his killer punch and approached him. Everyone suddenly lost all their enthusiasm. This was going to be even worse than before. They had encountered the man thrashing his own men for incompetence, and that was ugly in its own. Naruto pulled out his headband and tied it around his head as he spoke, "I am Naruto Uzumaki, of the Leaf. And I want you all to see this with your own eyes. That explains the quickness in your feet. Oh well, no use now. Even shinobi are human. You can't get out of this punch no matter what you do. Ha 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 ha." Many of the people like Chitose and Kiko opened their eyes despite the fact that they didn't want to see any of that happen. Manabu swung his arm with full force. There was no dodging it this time. As the fist collided with him, numerous cracking sounds were barely audible under the large noise of impact. Naruto stood firmly at his place with only his fist extended in front on which Manabu's fist connected. He's strong, Naruto thought. AAAARRRRGGHHHHHH. Since I did feel some impact, Naruto finished thinking. Manabu screamed as he retracted his arm back. "What the hell are you?" he shouted in agony as his arm drooped down lifeless, and so did he on his knees. What transpired was that at the point of impact, both their fists collided in a straight line. Simple physics, whoever couldn't take the brunt of the full force of the opponent would inevitably have to bear all the momentum upon himself. Naruto clearly knew that the difference in strength was without a doubt present, in his favor, regardless of what the enemy thought. He was not only superior in speed, but also power. He had learnt the art of monster strength from the strongest woman in the entire shinobi world. As a result, all the bones of the brawny meathead starting from the fingers up to the shoulder shattered in an instant. Naturally, the guy writhed around in pain as the sensations overloaded his brain. "A shinobi," Naruto replied. He picked Manabu by the neck, more like his huge jaw, and tossed him hard into the wall of the store. The signboard displaying cartel goods shattered as the big guy crashed into it and lost consciousness. "I feel a little bad about doing this," Naruto thought. He should have suffered a little more from the pain first. Everyone was just staring at the scene blankly. Nobody could comprehend how the punch was stopped, let alone how Naruto picked him up like a rag doll and threw him aside like no big deal. As Naruto raised his hand up in a victory sign, the first to congratulate him were the young girls Kiko and Chitose, who had broken out of their thoughts soon enough. In the back, one could see the eyes of a young boy find the light of hope once again and a newfound respect for the one who had saved their lives. Soon after, the crowd erupted into joy as the mercenaries who couldn't believe their eyes ceased resistance altogether. Naruto gently nudged the girls to move aside and then backflipped onto the overhang above the Nami goods entrance. He announced, "People of Wave, whatever I say will be directed to all of you. First of all, I'm thankful that nobody interfered. That was as good as cooperation. Now, what I wanted to prove by doing this is nothing as insignificant as taking revenge. What I want to see is that you stand up for yourself. Nobody is invincible. If you lose hope, it's all over. But if you don't, it never is. It might go on for days, weeks, months, years or decades, but you won't lose until you lose hope. You might not have won, but yet you didn't lose. Today, I'm here to convey something to every one of you. Young and old alike. The bridge will be completed in a few days. I will make sure with every fiber of my being that no obstruction occurs in that work. But after that, you are the ones who can actually keep it that way. If you don't have enough courage, Nobody can lift you out of this woeful condition. Stand up for yourself, for your children, and for your own future. This is your land, and no one has claim to it. If you can't fight for the land, then you don't deserve to live here. So tell me, are you willing to fight? There was a pause before the streets filled with cheer and cries of affirmation. The land found hope once again. Naruto smiled and jumped down. He motioned everyone to calm down at once, and in a few seconds everybody complied. That's the spirit. Now, listen carefully. First and foremost, tend to the wounded here. Once they're treated, restrain them and put them in prison. Nobody is going to torture or hurt them. You won't be any different from them if you do that. Any objections? Naruto said. Nobody said a word. Good. Next, I am volunteering the name of this old man here for the handling and distribution of all the goods inside the store and warehouse. He seems like a good person, and nobody should have any problems with that, Naruto said, pointing to Chitosa's grandfather. Wait, Naruto-san, I don't think I can handle the responsibility very well. You can find better than, the old man started. Naruto cut him off as he said, it's temporary. Besides, you're popular here. No one has any problems. So why not? You have experience in this kind of stuff too. Everyone nodded in affirmation. And lastly, Naruto said as he turned to the storekeeper Junji, who had backed into a corner horrified after Naruto sent Manabu flying. About this guy. What does everyone think we should do? Everyone started shouting appeals to beat him or kill him, but Naruto said, that's already discussed. Nobody kills anybody. I might have a suggestion, though. He approached Junji and crouched down enough to meet him at eye level and said, you sure had a lot of fun back then beating around hungry children. I know, let's make you feel some of that misery too. Won't be provided any food for a fortnight in the prison, that's it. Junji's eyes showed a small glimpse of relief as Naruto started walking away. Naruto knew that he had been relieved of immediate punishment, but the actual punishment was far too much of a savagery practically. Each passing moment gives you a feeling that death would be better. I know it firsthand, Naruto said as he turned to the man with an expression which terrified him beyond any extent. His eyes showed pity. The fact that he hadn't done that before meant that this was going to be hell itself. Junji cried out as the people took him away. Naruto-san, all of us are thankful that you saved us from these people. But now that Junji's gone, Gato won't continue to provide supplies unhindered. All the supply routes would be cut off, even the ones which were smuggled would find difficult to enter. Even with rationing, due to the sheer number of people, we won't be able to live off this alone for more than a week, the old man said. Oji-san, the bridge will be completed in a week at most. There's no need to worry. I'll be there to make sure of that. Trust me, the time is more than enough, Naruto replied. But what if you fail? He asked. Then everyone goes down. It's do or die, Naruto replied as a matter of fact. Pretty straightforward. No sugarcoating, The man chuckled. Naruto just shrugged in response. The man added, one last thing I wanted to ask. Why exactly did you drag this fight out here? I don't know, maybe because I wanted everyone to see this happen, Naruto guessed. Yes, but that wasn't all to it, was there? You knew from the beginning that causing destruction inside would ultimately do more harm than good to the citizens. So, instead to taking your anger out in there, you calmly analyzed the circumstances which caused a resulted favorable for the greater good, the old man said. He added, a great warrior is one who can defeat the mightiest of forces no matter the cost. But the one who cares about his people is worthy of becoming the true king. And believe me, you have that in yourself. Never let it go. You will become a great person. Naruto sighed a deep breath and fell down, as everyone was about to approach to check on him, and smiled as he said, can anyone bring me something to drink now? Chitose was the first to run into her home to get him exactly that. Scene break and time skip. Oh, for the love of God, Naruto, what have you been up to now? Kakashi had been surprised when a group of elated townsmen dropped off a half-dead Naruto, due to exhaustion, at their door. They didn't explain pretty much anything except for savior and freedom before they left. Kakashi helped Naruto into the dining room. Everyone present gasped in surprise as they loomed towards Naruto, except Sasuke. That included Tazuna, Sakura, Inari and Tsunami. Sakura was the first to ask, what happened to you, Naruto? Nothing much, Kakashi-sensei is pretty much an austere person when it comes to training, that's all. You must, have noticed that yourself by now, Naruto said as he took the support of the wall, having cramps in his back. Sakura absolutely knew what he was talking about. She had aches all over her legs and back after Kakashi made her run around all day. She was about to drop the topic and tell him to have dinner when. I let you off early today, so you don't get to complain. Now mind telling us what was all that about just now, Kakashi asked. Naruto looked at his teacher with sleepy eyes. He didn't even have to feign the tiredness and fatigue. Not happening. You tell us everything first, have dinner and then go to sleep, Kakashi replied. Naruto sighed as he didn't have any other choice and started from when he had felt thirsty to ending world hunger. Well, if not the world, the land of wave at least, for a week. You just had to go stir up trouble, didn't you? What happens if Gato gets irked and causes trouble to the citizens before the bridge is completed? Kakashi said. I know, Kakashi-sensei. But the people have to stand up for themselves too. Next Gato is just around the corner even if we deal with this one. Besides, it was just a small store, Naruto said. Kakashi looked at him dubiously. Okay, and a big warehouse too. But why does it matter? Naruto asked. 1 week later, 1 week earlier. All the same. I just couldn't see all those people suffering out there. Kakashi sighed as he said, I guess it's no loss this time. Still, you must realize that sometimes minor actions done out of impulse bounce back with a lot of repercussions. Some of which you would not be able to correct no matter how much you try. I hope you keep that in mind in the future. Naruto nodded and said, I understand. I'll think things through more often, and I mean it. Good to hear that. Except for that, you did a great job, Kakashi said with his eye smile. As Naruto looked up, he saw that everyone was looking at him smiling, and even Sasuke didn't have that trademark scowl on his face for once, except one person, though. That doesn't mean anything. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. It was the youngest member of their group. Excuse me? Naruto asked. You'll just die like everyone else. So stop giving people false hope. They'll be even more broken when they realize that nothing will change no matter how much they try, he said, bursting into tears. Naruto, for some reason, got annoyed, which reflected in his tone as he said, I disagree. Look, Inari, I don't care what your reason is, but you are completely in the wrong. Huh? Inari blurted out, confused. If one doesn't hope to achieve something, he can never do. True, you won't feel the disappointment if you never hoped for anything. But that's temporary. In the end, what you'll be left with would be regret. And that is a million times worse than mere disappointment. The quicker you understand the magnitude of difference, the better. Inari stood up and dashed out of the room with a sad look on his face as he was at a loss of words. Sorry about being so upfront, but that had to be spoken, Naruto said. 'Tis okay, kid. You did not say anything wrong, but he is still a child. He has been hurt in the past and doesn't know the way to properly deal with it, Tazuna said. Before Naruto could ask anything, he stood up and walked away saying, I will go check if he's alright. My grandson, that is. Then I'll go sleep, we have another day full of work tomorrow. The bridge is on the brink of completion. Good night to all. Everyone chanted a good night except Sasuke, who himself walked away muttering an informal wish limited to, night. I suggest all of you go to bed early too. You have been working hard from early morning, so you all must be tired. Tsunami voiced her opinion. Before Kakashi could say anything, Naruto interjected, she's right. You should do that. Sakura, you have watch duty in the morning tomorrow anyways. And Kakashi-sensei, you sure as hell need to be rested enough if we want to have any chance to win a one-on-one versus the Demon of the Mist. Or we're toast. Okay, I get it, that end didn't rhyme as well as I wanted to. But still, you get the point. I have early night watch duty anyways, so I'll just have dinner and be there, Naruto added. Fine. You're right. We'll hit the bed now. Are you sure you'll be able to stay on watch duty though? You seem to be very drowsy just to go, Kakashi said. Oh, don't worry. I have that 4th edition of that novel with me. Do you think I'd be able to sleep? Naruto said as he winked. Thanks to the dark mask, nobody could see the nosebleed that occurred as Kakashi walked away without saying a single word. Sakura, I'll shout your name loudly for help if something happens. Don't worry, he added. Sakura just shook her head exasperatedly and followed Kakashi. Now, the only two persons left were Naruto and Tsunami, the latter of which had gone to bring food from the kitchen. That must be some good novel, Naruto she came out the kitchen. Thankfully, Naruto was tired enough that the blush mingled in the redness of his face. Yeah, it's interesting, to say the least, he replied. Really, I'd like to read that. I'm usually bored here staying at home all the time. All we have is some old novels and the rest of it is Dad's architectural study material, she said as she served him the food. Sure. I don't remember the name though, it's in my bag. I'll check and tell you later. Naruto lied through his teeth. Great. I'd like that. Tsunami replied as she put food on her own plate. Wanting to change topic as soon as possible, Naruto asked, you two didn't have dinner yet? No, I usually eat after everyone's done with their meal. It's just you at the moment so I can easily serve at the same time, otherwise it becomes a problem, Tsunami explained. Oh, you must have it rough too. First having to take care of Inari and the old man alone, and then we barged in here without thinking about basically anything. I feel bad about making you work so much, Naruto said, feeling genuinely bad. Oh, please don't be. I'm so thankful that there's someone so strong out there to protect my father. We'd be looking at a disaster if you guys weren't here. Plus, Dad told me that you could have easily refused the job since we kind of cheated because of the lack of money. You want more rice? Tsunami said. No thanks, I'm almost full. Naruto said, true, we had that option. But I'm glad we made the right choice. And after watching all of the people here, I can't choose to ignore the misery even if I'm not going to be paid for it. There's no reason to want to save someone's life. If you want one badly, you can call it humanity, I guess. Tsunami was surprised but said, well, generally in public opinion, shinobi are judged as mindless obedient soldiers to a nation. I never thought that some of them could actually act on their intellect or wishes. Your parents must have raised you well, young man. Naruto's mood just dropped 2 points at the mention, which he tried to cover but didn't go by the woman. Did I say something wrong? No, it's nothing serious. It's just that I don't have any parents. They died at the time of my birth, Naruto said. Oh, I am so sorry about that. Tsunami said. Don't be. I've met lots of people that make my life worth living. And my parents must be proud of me, wherever they might be, Naruto said. They definitely will be. Tsunami said. Naruto just nodded as he finished up his meal and said, the dinner was delicious. And by the way Tsunami-san, I've been meaning to say, you look so great today. I didn't get to see you until this evening, so it might look a bit late. Tsunami blushed as she took both of their plates and said, oh, you flatter me, Naruto-san, but thank you very much. She went inside the kitchen and not too later Naruto followed. May I help you with the dishes? He asked. Thank you, but I'm fine. And you seem too tired to do anything at the moment. Take it easy, Tsunami said. He just nodded knowing that she was right and there was no point in forcing her. He'd just help her the next day. Can I ask you something? Naruto said. You just did, Tsunami said. Naruto just chuckled forcibly hearing that old joke for the umpteenth time. Sure, go ahead. That old joke wasn't new to you I guess, Tsunami said. Naruto ignored it and asked, what's the deal with Inari? He doesn't seem that enthusiastic about the bridge, and was apparently showing disapproval on what I had done today in the town. I know something's off, but I can't talk to him properly until I know the reason. Tsunami tensed up as she had finished cleaning the dishes and started to leave as she said, it's late, Naruto-san. You should go to sleep. We'll talk later. I'll handle Inari in the meantime. You don't need to worry about it. Naruto quickly but gently grabbed her hand to stop her and she did. Tsunami-san, please. I know a lot of bad things have happened in the wave, but if you want our help, I need you to be transparent about everything. I insist that you tell me. I'll listen. It'll ease the load on your heart. You don't need to carry it all alone, he said with utmost sincerity. She put her hand on her mouth but couldn't control the gasps that were voiced with the flow of her tears. When Naruto turned her around, she hugged him tightly as she sobbed on his shoulder. He felt a little uncomfortable about that for a moment, but that was nothing compared to the fact that he had to console her by giving emotional support. He put his hands behind her back firmly and rubbed them soothingly. He stayed like that for a few minutes until she stopped crying and then said, you okay now? She released her hold and apologized, I'm really sorry, I should have kept myself in check. It's just that I couldn't stop myself. I hope you understand. Nonsense. It's only natural to let it all go. You shouldn't keep it bottled up inside anytime. I'm willing to hear you out whenever you ask. So please, take care of your mental health too, Naruto said. Tsunami was too relieved to hear that. She prompted, thank you. You don't know what that means to me. Come, I'll tell you everything. Let's go to the table. Once seated, she started, look, it's not Inari's fault that everything turned out like this. So please don't be hard on him. It started back when this man named Kaiza. She went on to explain to him how young Inari met this man, how he became a part of the family, and then one day got executed in public for standing up against Gato and the oppressors. And that's why Inari doesn't want to hope for anything. He thinks that it's better to accept the way things are. And that there's no escaping the misery. He's had a bit of rough childhood. I try to change his way of thinking but I'm too afraid that I might hurt him even more, she finished. Naruto just kept holding her hand the whole time so that she didn't break down again, which she appreciated greatly. He released it and took a deep breath, looking away, and sat there for some time pondering. It might seem a bit unexpected, but your husband was a fool, Naruto said finally. Tsunami was dumbfounded and was naturally unable to react for a few seconds until she disdainfully replied, excuse me, what was that again? Exactly what you heard. Don't make me repeat myself, please. I absolutely don't like to disrespect the dead. But if he were alive, I'd have clobbered him right here and now. Naruto replied, this time looking into her eyes as he stood up. She was shocked to see that expression on him and couldn't think of anything except, why, which was the only audible word he could hear. In fact, Inari is doing the same wrong thing except that it's the exact opposite. Naruto said, from what you've told me, your late husband had a very true sense of righteousness. And personally, I praise him for that. However, the world doesn't work so fairly. He added, tell me, did he have the political backing to oppose Gato? No. Did he have the economic support to counter Gato's shrewd and evil tactics? No, he didn't. And did he have the physical strength to take on whoever Gato sent against him? No, ma'am, he didn't. You know, there are a lot of ways in which he could have helped with the situation, even though on a smaller scale. If only he had kept more patience, he'd still be alive. He just marched ahead knowing full well that it meant certain death. But why? Why did he? Tsunami asked, trying not to break down again. I can never know for sure. He might have wanted to set an example, to never give up until the end. It might have worked in theory, but it just conveyed Gato's message that anyone who resists will be executed. That was no battle after all, just a cold-blooded murder. He might have wanted to show Inari that sticking to the right path is the sole purpose of life, but in the end it depicted that it leads to failure. He jumped into death because he didn't think rationally, and Inari turned out to be he was handed the fact on a silver platter that if you hope to change things for the good, you'll eventually be dead and forgotten. It's not the boy's fault but of the man that he looked up to. And that is exactly why I said that he was a fool, he replied in a breath. Tsunami was now openly crying again, sitting on her knees. With her hands covering the tears on her face, she said, "So, what am I supposed to do? I just want Inari to grow up in a normal childhood and then live a happy life. I'm willing to do anything for that sake. Anything. You can have my life, but give his back to him. Tell me, Naruto-san, what will it take to give him back his happiness? I'm confused, I am lost." Naruto crouched down and put his hands on her shoulders. Squeezing them lightly, he said, "There's no need to do anything by you. Just keep being a kind, loving mother to him like you always were. I'll take care of the rest." Tsunami looked up at him and met with the kindness in his eyes. Yet she couldn't help but ask, "How? But how would you do that?" "Did I ever tell you that my dream is to become the Hokage?" Naruto asked with pride. Tsunami replied, "No, but I've heard you mumbling that in your sleep before." Naruto deadpanned, "Okay, that wasn't the best answer I expected." Tsunami chuckled a little at the change in mood. "Nevertheless, I don't plan to just gain the title and be done with it. I'm going to be influential amongst all the nations worldwide. I'm going to be filthy rich too. And I'm going to be the strongest there is and ever was. And that's when, I hope, I'll fit the character of what I perceive as the greatest Hokage," he said. "That's quite a far-fetched goal, but you seem confident," Tsunami said. "I sure am. As I say, if you stop believing you can't achieve it, don't worry, I'll talk to Inari. Now that I know what exactly the problem is, I can sort it out somehow. You just leave everything to me," Naruto said. Tsunami just nodded as Naruto helped her stand up. He finished what he had to say by adding the last line. "Only the forgiveness of that person is worthy who is actually strong enough to grant it. Remember this, Tsunami-san," he said, "martyrs are the ones who die. Heroes, are the ones who live. I'll never forget that my entire life. Thank you, for everything," she said. "I think we should go to sleep now." Naruto was about to nod when he suddenly remembered something. "Wait, just a minute. I'm sorry I forgot to give this to you sooner," when Tazuna-san was also around.
Tsunami looked in confusion but stood there quietly as he unsealed a transport scroll.
He handed over a wrapped box put in a paper bag to her. Curious, she asked, "Naruto-san, what is this?" "Oh, nothing much. Well, to be honest, I kinda looked around for that shop to buy this mainly, not because I was thirsty. Your family takes care of us when we just come here wasted from training, especially you, so I thought I should get something as a token of appreciation. It's a box of sweets. Hope you like it," Naruto said. Tsunami looked with awe at him and then the box and then him again. "Better close your mouth before a fly settles down in there," Naruto joked. He was surprised when she suddenly trapped him in a bear hug and said, "Thank you, it's rare enough to exchange gifts with your close ones nowadays. And so much better when it comes from someone you weren't even acquainted with until recently. It looks so genuine from their heart. That makes me so happy. Pretty sure you just made me out to be a complete stranger. And come to think about it, you do seem to be too formal with me anyways. Ouch, that hurts." Naruto joked again. "I'm sorry about that. But I need to tell you something," Tsunami said as she tightened her hug and whispered in his ear. "You're going to be a real lady killer when you grow up. You know that? What a fine young man you already are." He really felt a chill in his spine at the warm air hitting his ears, the degree of proximity and her behavior. But that wasn't the extent of it. She turned her neck and planted a deep kiss on his cheek, one that he wouldn't forget. It wasn't a chaste expression of greeting or parting. This was the culminated expression of the gratitude that she felt towards him. And man, it was so intense. When she parted her lips from his cheek, it was left far deeper than any natural shade of red his normal skin would have. All of that chill traveled from his spine to end up into the burning of the whole face that he experienced. He stared blankly as she turned and started walking away, swaying her hips. Just as she was about to turn around the corner, she stopped for a moment before disappearing from sight and said in the sweetest voice she could, "Oyasumi nasai, Naruto-kun." Naruto kept blinking for what he could assume were a few minutes before he slowly put his hand on that place where there was a really wet sensation lingering on for some time and gulped, saying, "Ino was right. Oh, I realized that this second last line about Naruto could also be interpreted as something else in double meaning XD, while initially I was just talking about that kiss on his cheek." Scene break and time skip. Naruto looked outside the window of Inari's room into the horizon. He had decided that now was a time as great as any other to talk to Inari. Hoping not to wake the boy if he had fallen asleep, he had tiptoed into the room only to find out that the bed was empty. He had found a picture of Kaiza in a photo frame on the table which was the same size as the one tore off from the family photo in the living room. Poor Inari, he still hasn't been able to move on from the man's death, he thought. Now, looking outside the window sill, he saw a small figure sitting on the pier beside the house. There he is, Naruto said as he silently jumped across and walked there. Inari was quietly looking into the water at his own reflection while creating ripples with his feet to blur the image. He'd do it over and over again as the water settled. Hey, what ya doin'? Inari suddenly choked on his own breath in surprise and splashed his feet on the water and jumped sideways, nearly missing falling into the water as he clasped a stilt pole on which the pier was built upon. Naruto held his hands in front to avoid being wet by all the splashed water as he said, "It's just me, Naruto." Inari had already caught his face by then. It was only a few nights from the full moon and the moonlight swept across the place creating enough visibility. "You shouldn't jump anyone like that all of a sudden. I would have got a heart attack," Inari said. Naruto shrugged and sat down beside him dipping his feet into the cool water. "Pretty sure that you'd be more surprised if I sneaked to your back and whisper in your ear, 'Hey Inari, it's me, Naruto. Please don't be surprised. You were too lost in thought to notice anything anyways, regardless of what I would have done.'" Inari got embarrassed and angry at the same time. Yeah, whatever. What are you doing here anyways? You seemed like you could have dropped asleep when you entered the house, and now you want to take a stroll in the middle of the night? I'm on night watch. It's duty, whether I want it or not, Naruto replied. Inari stood up and said, "So you're here just to pass time? Well, I'm not helping you with that. I'm going to go back home." As he turned to walk away, Naruto said, "I came here looking for you, Inari." The boy stopped in his tracks as he said, "Me? What could you possibly want from me?" "Nothing, just wanted to talk, if you want," Naruto said. Inari stood there for some time before he turned back and sat down beside the currently not so hyperactive ninja. "Go ahead. I'm not that sleepy right now," he said looking away. "Can't say the same about me, but thanks," Naruto joked. "I knew it, you're just teasing me," Inari said puffing his cheeks. Naruto stopped laughing and said, "Okay, fine. I heard about what happened here some time ago. The fact that Kaiza stood up to Gato and was executed, and WLL serious and prompted, and what? I wanted to tell you that I respect and honor his virtue," Naruto said. "Sure you do. You're about to do the same thing now, aren't you?" Inari asked. "Of course, for me, that's the right thing to do," Naruto said. Inari was about to get up and leave telling him that it was just a waste of time when Naruto said, "I do get now where you're coming from, though. I never said it was the right thing to do for him." The younger boy, surprised, looked at Naruto who was lost in thought looking far away into the crashing of endless waves which were glowing in the moonlight. "What do you mean?" Inari asked. "I'm a shinobi. I'm trained for tasks like these. There's a shed-load of difference between me and him. I just want to highlight that he didn't make the wisest choice, considering what he could have achieved," Naruto replied. Inari got startled as this was the first time someone openly accepted that what Kaiza did was wrong. Everybody just pacified him telling that Kaiza's death was a sacrifice for the good and it won't be in vain. No one told him that it shouldn't have happened, he didn't have to die. "Yeah, you think that too, huh? I've been wondering that for all this time," he said. He was glad that someone was on the same page as him. "Nonetheless, he died fighting for the right cause. Which, in comparison to you, is still a million times better," Naruto stated. With a complete 180-degree turn in the talk with that statement, Inari was flabbergasted and outright infuriated. "What? You just said he was wrong. He shouldn't have gone and died. It would have been better if we just kept on living like this forever," he shouted. "Says the pampered child," Naruto said. Inari was now red with anger. It was one thing to get conciliated by the adults, but this guy not too old than him was actually pointing that he was at fault himself. "What do you know about me? What my life has been until now, how people treated me, how I am a failure? You don't know anything," he said. Naruto didn't have any change in expression. "Tell me, how many times have you had to beg for a morsel of food for days to ultimately receive a pitiful tidbit that isn't even enough to live on?" he asked. Inari was visibly unsettled at the sudden cross-question and the gravity of that statement, so much that he fumbled and couldn't think of any reply. "Or maybe you've had to receive beatings from grown men just because you stole something to feed your little sister?" Naruto added. Inari couldn't meet Naruto's gaze as the latter turned towards him. With Naruto, it was the opposite. He wanted to look Inari in the eyes and make him face the truth. After he got to know that whole truth, it had become plainly evident to him what he had to do and knew exactly what buttons to push and how. "Yesterday, I met a boy. Same age as you. I was merely asking if you've also had to go through what he did. And it's not about just him. There are countless people and children suffering out there," he said. He added, "And then there's you. You've been bullied by some kids since you were young. You couldn't do anything about it. I won't tell you, big deal. And ignore all of that directly, but you also need to know that you have a lot of things that many of the others don't. And if you choose to ignore that now, it will come to you sooner or later and you'll find that you're no more as privileged as you were. Inari retorted, what if I just pack up and leave? There isn't any necessity to live here. Just move somewhere else, isn't that simple? Maybe, it would solve your problem temporarily. But that'd just mean you are running away, from your own home nonetheless, Naruto said. Exactly my point. Okay, I'm running away. So what? If people are dying at its cost, it's better to give up the place. Home is where the people are. It's not like anyone's prospering here, so nobody would be willing to stay, Inari replied. Okay, I'll humor you. Let's say you move to an entirely different land, while abandoning your own to the likes of Gato. What makes you so sure that someone like Gato, or who knows, maybe himself, won't arrive there again and commit inhumane atrocities on the people? Naruto asked, getting slightly impatient. There are many lands which are protected under the daimyo's rule. The land of fire, for example. If the daimyo agrees, we would have no problem living there. Although that's very improbable, since he might not let us, still the smaller lands would have no problem accommodating us, Inari said. That's a huge misconception you got there, Naruto said and stopped Inari when he was about to say something. No interruptions. So firstly, the daimyo are all very unapproachable people. You can forget trying to negotiate with any of the daimyo of the 5 great nations from the get-go. On a smaller level, they might agree for once, but who do you think they'll get more profit from? Some measly laborers or a billionaire who can provide them countless resources they need? Inari was at a loss of words as Naruto was right. See, everyone seeks their own profit. That's why you've got to have to protect your own motherland, no matter what. It's the place you were born, and it belongs to the people who live here. You can't let Gato take over, or you'll be homeless the rest of your life. Naruto said, and you've got another misconception. You assume everyone would just leave without doing anything? Go into the town and look in the eyes of the people when you ask that. They're all fighting hard in their own ways, but nobody is willing to give it up. The bridge is a concrete evidence of that stone will. Pun intended XD. You're right, but, Inari said, never mind. Naruto looked at him in confusion. He looked as if he was in a dilemma but chose not to pursue it further. You're still not calm enough to think about it, are you? Naruto asked in a knowing voice. It's nothing like that, Inari said in a strained voice. Naruto tilted his head in doubt. After all, it seemed obvious, he suddenly had a brainwave. Well, I don't think it's the best idea to go for right now, but… Inari looked at him only to find a mischievous grin on his face. Before he could realize, Naruto had nudged him with just enough force to throw him off the pier. I think you really need to cool off. Naruto backed off a step or two as the water splashed for a moment. He was waiting for an even more angry Inari to emerge rather than a cooled-off one, but actually none seemed to do. Inari, 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 Naruto shouted concerned. Suddenly, a hand came out of the water clutching the stilt poles, closely followed by a gasping little kid. Are you crazy or what? I could have drowned, he said, coughing out the salt water. Naruto stared at him in puzzlement. Drowned? You don't know how to swim? No, I don't, Inari said, turning his head in embarrassment. You mean to say that you literally live next to a whole sea, and you never bothered to learn how to swim? Naruto asked, surprised, as he clutched Inari's hand and pulled somewhat upwards to prevent him from slipping back into the water. It's not like that. I did learn how to swim for some time, but I don't think I'll be able to swim very well, and what if I drown? Inari said. Naruto sighed and said, here you go again. What if I drown? What if a shark eats me? What if someone electrifies the whole ocean? What if some alien uses the moon as a mirror and hypnotizes everybody in the world into an infinite euphoric dream? The possibilities are endless. You can't move forward or succeed unless you try. What's the worst that can happen? You die. Well, you should know that the only difference between the dead and the living is that the latter can endeavor. Inari was pondering over the facts before he spoke. You're right. I realized that I was wrong. Still, I don't know why I just can't accept it fully. There's a part of me that wants to go back to what I was. It was easier, everyone was happy. Everyone was Kanti like that forever, but for some reason the thought doesn't leave my mind. Naruto smiled and said, that's entirely fine. You'll be okay when you calm down. Nothing comes clear when the mind is agitated. He took a pebble and dropped it into the water beside him, creating ripples. After the water settled, the moon was clearly visible again in the reflection. See? Inari frowned and asked, what makes you think I'm not calm? I'm completely cool now, thanks to you, in a sarcastic tone. Naruto was about to ignore but decided to humor him for a bit. Up for a challenge then? What is it? It's night and I'm soaking wet in the sea, Inari said. Don't worry, you just have to hold your breath underwater. I'll keep holding your hand. Let's see how long you can do that. What's your maximum limit? Naruto said. How is that a challenge? It's 30 seconds though. I'm not very good at it, Inari said. Good. If you give me 20 seconds, I won't say a thing. If you can't, you'll have to accept it, Naruto said. You got a deal, Inari said, not knowing what was the purpose but decided to go for it and dipped. Naruto was mildly smiling to his own thoughts. That's good, for a change. He took it head on. I assumed he might second guess before doing this. It's just a little game, but the intent in his gesture is what matters. He counted the seconds out loud one by one as a few more water bubbles made their way to the surface than they did in the previous second. By the time he had counted up to 16, 17, Inari's head popped up from the water as he gasped for air. Wakos, what happened? I can usually do better than this. Naruto just grinned with an "I told you so" expression. I believe you're right. But as I said, you're too riled up, whether you choose to believe it or not, he said. So you can tell that I won't be able to do some work just by looking at me? Inari asked. Sure can. Naruto said. Wow, that's so cool, Inari said. Ha ha ha. What does he think I am, an astrologer? Naruto thought. Just kidding. Your pulse was way too high to be normal, he laughed. What? How is that related? Inari asked surprised. Anger activates the sympathetic nerve bundles which may lead to inotropic or chronotropic effects on the cardiovascular system. The heart pumps more blood. More oxygen needed. More oxygen requirements, more the rate of breathing. More the rate of breathing, less will be the time you can hold your breath since the concentration of carbon dioxide will continue to stimulate the chemoreceptors in your brain every passing second. Naruto explained. Inari sat there wide-mouthed. Wow, that's even more cool. Naruto just chuckled embarrassingly. Can you teach me that too? Inari asked curiously. No, that's medicine. You're too young to study that, Naruto said. You speak as if you're 60 years old or something. When did you learn all of this? Inari asked. Okay, fine. Touché. I guess I had a great teacher and a lot of motivation, but still, too early for you. Now forget that. Focus on what you have to do, Naruto said. Inari's face changed its expression subconsciously. It seemed he was enjoying the light conversation and now he had to get back to dealing with real-world problems. He gazed downwards into the water and said, Kaiza-san was a brave man. It's just me who is a coward in the end. Naruto raised his eyebrows, a little startled. Inari noticed that and immediately knew the reason. I referred to him by name because he wasn't actually my father. I called him Tu-san when he was alive because we were like a family and I thought it was natural to do so. Oh, I see. Naruto said, shrugging it off. I still think about my father though. All the children live with both of their parents, but I never knew my father. When I asked my mother or grandfather, they said that even they didn't know. Mom had hit her head and lost her old memories including who he was. Weird, huh? I guess they just don't want to tell me. I wonder if someday he'll come look for me and have a father-son talk. That'd make me very happy, Inari said, gazing far away at the moon above the horizon. Tsunami-san suffered from amnesia. Still, that must be temporary. Shouldn't have permanently lost all of them. That's fishy, Naruto wondered. Ask Kishimoto-san. He never disclosed the identity of my biological father. What can mom and grandpa say anyways if there's a plot hole lol, Inari said, grinning. Hey hush, keep it low. You can't break the fourth wall or the author will get angry. Naruto panicked. Huh, isn't he a good person though? Inari asked. Yeah, but he's not in a good mood today. Midterm exam didn't go as well. He might just nerf me during the battle out of spite. I'll be toast if Madara appears early in the timeline, and worse, what if the karma seal ahem? Let's just leave it at that, Naruto said. Okay, I guess, you're right, Boruto's dad Aku. Naruto deadpanned but looked more than surprised as he realized something. Oh no, why didn't you come out of the water? You caught a cold? Tsunami-san will definitely not forgive me for this, Naruto said loudly. Says the person who pushed me there in the first place, Inari said cheekily as Naruto pulled him out. Naruto's sweat dropped, worded a quick apology and took Inari to his room to dry off and change quickly. Once done, he tucked him under the blankets and said, okay, go to sleep. Don't keep thinking too much about anything for now. I have a feeling that you will. Inari laughed and said, so you can deduce that by heart rate or something too? Nah, I can tell just by looking into your eyes, Naruto said. Oh, okay. Inari said, embarrassed. Yeah, your pupils dilated more than usual, Naruto said. Hey, you, I'm going to sleep, Inari said, pouting just before he was about to say that Naruto was a liar when he realized that technically he wasn't wrong. He did look in his eyes. Naruto laughed mildly and said, hey, just kidding. Neither does anything like that happen nor do I know anything about it. I was just pulling your leg. Inari turned back and said, you really are a weird one. Your parents must have their hands full of you. No, both of my parents died on the day I was born. I have never met them, Naruto said neutrally. Inari was again surprised. He had thought that Naruto must be quite happy in his life, having everything one could wish for. To think that he was an orphan, there wasn't much that he could say except, I'm sorry, don't be. That's just a waste of time, Naruto said. Instead, you should be thankful. Be grateful of the fact that you have such a caring and loving mother to take care of you. I could leave everything in this world if I am given the chance of meeting my mom just once. So I say again, rather than being sorrowful of what couldn't be grateful of what you have. You should go and show your affection and gratitude to her too as much as you can. She'll be very happy. Thanks. I will. The young boy replied. Inari smiled and as Naruto was about to leave, said, Hey, can you stay here by the window for the rest of your duty? I'll feel better having someone around. Naruto, seeing no harm, grinned and said, Sure thing. Scene break and time skip. He jerked his head upwards suddenly in a reflex. There was a fuzzy feeling in his head. Though whatever was happening was not at all bad. He had never felt this sensation ever before and didn't want this to end, surely not. So while he took a few more congenial moments to reorient himself, he thought about what had happened until now. After his night duty had been finished, he went to sleep immediately, and he had slept so soundly that he woke up at noon the next day. After accounting himself for this mistake, despite Kakashi's protests that his body did need rest and there was nothing wrong with it, he ended up training until late night to make up for lost time. So tired was he back to the bridge builder's house and laid there until sleep engulfed him, which was a matter of few seconds. Back to the present, he was getting a vague idea of his surroundings. He was still in the forest, the birds were chirping so it must be early morning. He had felt an impulse to awaken as there was some sort of known danger nearby. His subconscious mind was trained to always be on alert. As he woke up more from his slumber, he felt that delectable taste on his lips which was the cause of the very unique sensation that he was experiencing. As he opened his eyes, he saw two wide dark brown eyes looking surprised and directly into his own. So close was the proximity that Naruto just realized he was pressing upwards into the figure in order to assume a sitting position. So, the distinctive feeling he had was that of his lips being pressed against another set of the same anatomy, except them being a lot smoother, juicier and colder. He pushed himself backwards as he realized his position and so did the other person. He started coughing hard out of surprise. As he looked at the other person, he couldn't help but instinctively say, Who the hell are you and why did you just kiss me? The other person simply rubbed his mouth with his fingers gently as he said, That is quite rude of you, young boy. For it was you who suddenly jumped on me. I was merely trying to wake you up as I saw you lying down in the middle of the forest. Although a slight blush could be seen on the seemingly cute face, he managed to hide it quite well. Naruto looked at him blankly as he realized that it might as well be true. He did jolt up pretty quickly. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry about that. It was now that he saw how very pretty the bow girl was. She was wearing a pink kimono which was sleeveless, with pale red edges and plum-colored swirls that went to her ankles. It was tied with a white obi tied as a waistband. The most feminine trait of the girl was that choker on her neck which made her look so say. Ahem. Not the best time to remember Uchiha books. Naruto thought mentally shaking his head. Excuse me, but who are you? And why are you roaming in the forest so early in the morning? He asked. That's not more strange than actually sleeping in the forest all night, she said to Naruto's embarrassment, but I'll tell you. This place has a lot of herbs and plants that can be used to prepare medicines. I need them for the treatment of a friend. Oh, I see. Well, I was training here last night and got so tired that I didn't know when I dozed off, Naruto said. Training? You must be a shinobi then. And going by your Hide, you're from the leaf, she said. Sure am. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, he replied. You can call me Haku, she said. Haku, huh? Nice to meet you, he said with a grin. The girl hardened her glare a little as she said, Naruto-san, you're a shinobi. So I wanted to ask you something. What is it that you fight for? Huh? Where did that come from? Suddenly, Naruto asked, genuinely confused. Nothing in particular. I've seen people hiring shinobi for settling feuds, doing their dirty work and even waging wars. All I wanted to know is your perspective of being a shinobi, Haku said. Naruto folded his hands and pondered before he said. Well, first of all what you say is true. Although most of the ignominious acts are done by the rogue shinobi, still all shinobi are soldiers to a nation, or their village. If they're ordered to do something, they will have to do it. The one on the top decides everything. Fortunately, in our case, Lord Hokage is a very wise person. Therefore we don't need to think about it much before we act, Naruto said. So you work for the Hokage? Haku asked. Not exactly. I work for the village, and indirectly, the nation. It is obvious that the Hokage is the one who is the most devoted towards that goal, so we all follow his orders no matter what. And that is why my dream is to become the greatest Hokage, Naruto said. Your village. Your home. Patriotism. That's what you get your power from? Haku asked. Yeah, I suppose. A soldier can die fighting for his country and die on the battlefield. Being martyred in the line of duty is something no soldier cannot be proud of, Naruto said. Haku smiled as she said, Fair enough. I sense no dishonesty in your voice. You work for a noble cause. I have seen many people who give in to their greed or ego, only to end up chasing after fame or money, gaining nothing as they die their pitiful deaths. Naruto frowned as he said, "You must be awfully familiar with a lot of shinobi to say that. Who exactly are you?" With a cute smile, she replied, "I am nobody, but I have a purpose too. I have someone to protect too, and I can give my life for that." Naruto was confused as his senses shouted that something was queer here but couldn't put his finger on it. Haku suddenly turned back and started walking as she said, "Never forget what your true purpose is. You must decide what you have to protect. And then be ready to lay down your life if need be. That is the source from which you will attain true strength." Naruto heeded those wise words carefully before he said, "Now I know what that odd feeling was about. Those medicines are for Zabuza. You're the one who saved Zabuza back then, aren't you, Haku?" "Quite perceptive," Haku said. "I knew it. Your chakra has that unique cold feeling to it that I have only experienced once before. I should have guessed sooner," Naruto said. "It's not too late either. Do you wish to fight here, Naruto Uzumaki?" Haku said as she looked back with an icy glare. Naruto matched the glare with his own fiery look but then said, "I suppose this is not the time nor the place. Let's save it for later. You know it's inevitable that we'll clash blades." Haku turned normal as she said, "A wise decision. I'll look forward to the day." Naruto said, "I can't say I look forward to it, but if it's my duty I can't back down." But then a part of his cheeky behavior took over as he added, "I'm thankful to God though that at least my first kiss was stolen by a pretty girl. Not someone like Sasuke," he added in his mind. Haku stopped in her tracks as she turned and said before leaving, "Oh, you didn't realize yet? How unobservant a shinobi. I'm a boy." Yeah, a boy. So wait what? Naruto's jaw hit the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes. That can't be. No, that cannot be. He's cuter than Sakura. But still, this was not supposed to happen. No, why author, why? You didn't have to give me this punishment. I didn't break the fourth wall. It was Inari. I never wanted to kiss a boy. This was supposed to be different from canon. Damn it. Agggggggghhhhhh. He thought ruffling his hair roughly knowing that what happened, and he cannot change that now. And there was only one thing he could say. Well, fuck. Phew. That was so fucking long, even I couldn't have imagined it. Like damn, that was by far the longest I've written. And to be honest, it's a bit too long for comfort. Around 10 to 15k is the perfect word count, but I do get carried away when I'm in the flow. Still, I like how it's going. I love to portray minor incidents and interactions too. Helps in world building, I guess. Those telling me that I just keep on filling stuff to make it long or that the pace is too slow, it's just my own unique way to write a story. Personally, I like long stories as they have the length to keep you engaged for long times. Plus, although I'm surprised nobody quoted quality over quantity yet, I still would like to say that I'm already going great at building quantity, and although not one of the best ones, I still try to improve my skills each time I write and I only hope that I'll be a better author at the end of the story than when I started it. Amen? Also, here's a little experiment I did with an omake. It's not my forte per se, but hey, no harm in trying, right? Omake Naruto had hidden in the storage room so that nobody could hear him as had been many days since he had left Konoha, and he was totally in need of some release. On top of that, all the busty old ladies hugging him to thank their hero all over the town didn't help with the situation. Impatient as he was, he quickly pulled out his smartphone and connected it to the virtual proxy network of Mizu no Kuni. The place had virtually no restrictions due to the anarchy-like situation and Nami no Kuni was controlled by Gato, including the internet. As he opened his favorite category in a generic porn site, his other hand went down in his trousers. Aroused as he was, he started moving his hand inside while the video streamed. As he didn't have the premium subscription, just like any other random guy, an advertisement popped up out of nowhere. And everyone must be aware of what that is. Horny MILFs in your area want to meet and fuck. Sign up for free. She is only 30 meters away. Oh, for fuck's sake. A man can't even fap in peace. Naruto groaned in frustration as he tried to hit the cross icon on the advertisement corner, which is smaller than 1/10 of the diameter of the finger. Unluckily, he hit the wrong spot and the page redirected, with his phone being hung. Now there was a full-screen real-time navigation for a horny MILF in his vicinity. Surprisingly, the distance started counting down. "Thank you for selecting us. Your request will be processed shortly," a pop-up message said. "What the hell? These fishy apps do be scamming people so much," Naruto said as he tried to close the tab but the screen froze, with only the count decreasing with each second. 25 meters. 20 meters. 15 meters. Suddenly, the front door creaked as it opened. Naruto was surprised but kept quiet. Might be Kakashi-sensei. He's on night duty today. Must be he for some water or something. But the distance count kept reducing and he could hear footsteps now. 10 meters. 5 meters. Someone was at the door now. He could make out the shadow in the dim light. As the door opened, the light from the outside shone directly on him as he sat there wide-eyed, having figured out who the person was. 0 meters. Tsunami was standing there in the sexiest satin night dress you could find anywhere in the whole ninja world. He was so scared of being found out that he realized too late that his hand was still inside his pants. In a sweet balanced mixture of surprise and a sultry expression, she moaned, "Era era, Naruto-kun."